Captain Zix Thor stood on the bridge of his vessel, the Stellar Serpent, admiring his reflection in the polished control panel. His 3 eyes blinked in sequence, a habit he'd developed to appear more intimidating to his crew. The captain adjusted his ceremonial pirate hat, a ridiculous piece of headwear he'd stolen from a museum ship near the Centauri colonies. "Status report," he barked, his secondary vocal cords adding an unnecessary echo to his voice. Lieutenant Bex shuffled forward, her 6 legs clicking against the metal floor. "Captain, scanners have detected a Class 7 civilization in Sector 989. Preliminary data suggests minimal space presence and, their surface is 70% covered in liquid dihydrogen monoxide." Zix Thor's mouth tentacles curled into what passed for a smile in his species. Water worlds, always full of treasures. Any defensive capabilities? "Nothing our systems recognize as weapons," Sir First Officer Krill chimed in from his station. His antennae twitched with excitement as he manipulated the holographic display. "They seem to have thousands of small vessels scattered across their oceans, but they're primitive. Most of them are using combustion engines and are those fiber-based tension devices." Fishing nets, corrected Science Officer Pix, not bothering to hide her condescension. "The natives use them to harvest aquatic life forms for sustenance. Their technology level is laughable. They haven't even developed basic quantum entanglement communication." The bridge crew burst into chittering laughter, a sound that would have reminded humans of 1,000 angry crickets having a party in a tin can. Zix Thor raised his upper appendage for silence. "Show me these vessels." The main view screen flickered to life, displaying various fishing boats going about their daily business. Trawlers dragging their nets through the waters, commercial fishing vessels with their long lines, and even some smaller recreational boats dotted the oceans. "Look at them," Zix Thor sneered, his scales shifting color with amusement. "No shield generators, no plasma cannons, not even a basic antimatter containment field. This will be easier than robbing a Glorban nursery." Navigator Trill raised a tentative appendage. "Sir, shouldn't we be concerned about the unusual readings from their oceans? The salinity levels alone are." "Silence," Zix Thor thundered, his scales now flashing with irritation. "I've led 47 successful raids on primitive worlds. I once stole an entire moon from right under the nose of the Galactic Alliance. You think I'm going to be worried about some backwater planet's salty water?" The navigator shrunk back to his station, all 4 of his eyes downcast. "Begin scanning for the highest concentration of these vessels," Zix Thor commanded. "We'll start with a small raid, test their responses. These primitives probably don't even know what a spaceship is." As the crew hurried to comply, Zix Thor allowed himself to fantasize about how this raid would cement his reputation. The infamous pirate who discovered and plundered Earth. He could already see himself being featured on Galaxy's most successful pirates. Right after that insufferable Captain Zarks, who'd somehow managed to steal an entire nebula last solar cycle. Sir Lieutenant Bex called out, "We've located a promising target area. The humans call it the Grand Banks. There's a high concentration of fishing vessels there." "Excellent. Set course and prepare the boarding pods. And someone wake up the grunt crew, tell them to put on their scariest battle armor. I want these primitives properly terrified when we arrive." As the Stellar Serpent glided silently through space toward Earth, none of its crew noticed the small notation in the corner of their scanner display. A warning that the planet's oceanic salinity levels were similar to those found in the legendary Kraken breeding grounds of Proxima Centauri IV, a planet now famous as the graveyard of overconfident space travelers. But surely that was just a coincidence. The Stellar Serpent's war room buzzed with anticipation as Captain Zix Thor's senior officers gathered around the tactical display. Holographic images of Earth's fishing vessels rotated slowly above the table, their primitive features drawing snorts of derision from the assembled pirates. "Look at this one," Science Officer Pix said, enlarging an image of a commercial fishing vessel. "They use actual ropes to control their catch. Not even a basic gravity manipulator in sight." Lieutenant Bex flicked through more vessel schematics with her secondary appendage. Their largest ships barely reach 400 feet in length. The smallest could fit in our waste disposal unit. "What about their weapons?" First Officer Krill asked, trying to maintain some semblance of professional caution. Pix projected another image, this one showing a flare gun. This appears to be their most common defense tool. It launches illuminated projectiles into the air, presumably to signal for help. How quaint. But what are these strange devices? Navigator Trill pointed to a sonar array. They emit some kind of sound waves. Probably for communicating with their aquatic food sources. Pix laughed. These humans seem to think they can talk to fish. Captain Zixthor slammed his appendage on the table, causing the holograms to flicker. Enough technical analysis. Let's discuss the raid plan. Krill, what's your proposal? The first officer straightened his posture, his antennae quivering with pride. Sir, I suggest we target this cluster of vessels first. He highlighted a group of fishing boats. We'll deploy 3 boarding pods, each carrying 10 warriors. Our scans show these humans have an amusing habit of helping nearby vessels in distress. When one ship calls for aid, others come running. Like prey animals rushing to watch a predator feed, Zixthor mused. Continue. We'll fake a distress signal using their primitive radio waves. When they gather to help, we strike. Their vessels' tops are completely exposed to the air. Can you believe it? No force fields, no energy barriers, not even a basic photon shield. The captain's scales rippled with pleasure. Simple, yet effective. Lieutenant Bex, what about their emergency response protocols? Bex pulled up another display, this one showing radio frequencies. They use something called Coast Guard for emergencies. The response times are hilariously slow. They actually move through the water instead of over it, and their communication system is based on radio waves traveling through the atmosphere. We can block their signals with a single pulse from our quantum disruptor. Their rescue services will be about as useful as a Florbian slug in a salt storm, Pix added, triggering another round of chittering laughter. Zixthor studied the tactical display, his mouth tentacles writhing thoughtfully. What's this device they all seem to carry? He pointed to a winch system. Some kind of primitive lifting mechanism, Pix explained. They use it to pull their catch from the water. The largest ones can lift maybe 50 tons. Nothing compared to our tractor beams. And these long cylinders, the captain indicated a row of fishing rods in a holder. Would you believe they use them to catch individual fish? One at a time. Krill could barely contain his amusement. They attach synthetic filaments to the end and wait for creatures to bite them. The captain shook his head in mock pity. How do they feed their populations with such inefficient methods? No wonder they're so primitive. They probably spend all their time trying to catch dinner. Navigator Trill, ever cautious, raised a concern. Sir, what about these strange readings from their fishing nets? The material composition is unlike anything in our database. Probably because our database doesn't bother storing information about prehistoric technology, Pix snapped. Now, about the boarding strategy. The planning session continued for another hour, with the pirates becoming increasingly confident in their superiority. They plotted entry vectors, discussed how to most dramatically appear from their cloaked ship, and even argued about who would get to make the traditional pirate victory speech. None of them paid attention to the small alert flashing on the environmental console, warning about unusual electrical activity in Earth's oceans. And nobody thought to question why a species that could only catch one fish at a time had managed to become the planet's dominant life form. It settled, then Zixthor declared, ending the meeting. Tomorrow, we begin our raid on the most primitive targets we've ever encountered. These humans won't know what hit them. As the officers filed out, Lieutenant Bex stayed behind. Sir, should we perhaps consult the Galactic database for any historical records of this sector? Waste of time, the captain scoffed. What could possibly go wrong? They'll probably surrender as soon as they see our boarding pods. Now go prepare the crew and make sure they wear their flashiest armor. I want these humans to appreciate the honor of being robbed by real space pirates. The lieutenant nodded and left, trying to ignore the nagging feeling that they were all missing something obvious. But surely the captain was right. What could a bunch of primitive fishing boats do against advanced alien technology? They were about to find out. The morning sun sparkled off the Atlantic waters as Captain Zixthor's boarding pods descended through Earth's atmosphere. Their cloaking devices hummed quietly, rendering them invisible to what the pirates assumed were primitive human detection systems. Target vessel identified, Lieutenant Bex announced over the comm. Designation Lucky Strike. Length 120 feet. Crew complement approximately 12 humans. Remember, Zix Thor's voice crackled through the comm. Make a dramatic entrance. I want stories of this raid spreading across their primitive communication networks. 3 boarding pods positioned themselves around the fishing trawler. Inside the lead pod, Warrior Chief Grax adjusted his terrifying battle armor, complete with extra spikes he'd added just for this occasion. Disengage cloaking on my mark, Zix Thor commanded from the safety of the Stellar Serpent. 3, 2, 1. Mark. The pods shimmed into visibility, hovering menacingly above the Lucky Strike. The pirates waited for screams of terror, for the humans to fall to their knees in awe. Instead, a gruff voice called out from the trawler's deck. "Hey Billy, get a load of this. Looks like someone's shooting a movie out here." Grax's jaw dropped inside his helmet. They dare to mock us? Warriors deploy. The pod's doors burst open, and 30 heavily armed pirates descended on magnetic tethers, their armor glinting in the morning sun. They landed on the deck in perfect formation, weapons raised. Primitive humans, Grax boomed through his translator. "We are mighty space pirates. Surrender your vessel or face the consequences." Captain Mike Peterson of the Lucky Strike took a long sip from his coffee mug, looked at the aliens, then turned to his first mate. "Hey Billy, better call Bob on the St. Marie. Tell him he won the bet. There really are space pirates." "Kneel before us," Grax demanded, his translator struggling with the volume. "Hold that thought," Spaceman Peterson replied, pressing a button on the ship's console. "Just gotta bring in the nets." The massive winch system roared to life. Steel cables suddenly tensed, and the entire ship shifted as tons of weight began rising from the depths. "What sorcery is this?" one of the pirates squeaked, stumbling as the deck moved beneath him. "Cease your primitive machinery," Grax commanded, pointing his plasma rifle at the winch. "Sure thing, just let me." Peterson flipped another switch. The nets broke the surface, but instead of fish, they contained something far more interesting: 3 spherical objects covered in barnacles. "Are those?" Lieutenant Bex's voice wavered over the comm. "Our magnetic disruption mines," Zix Thor shrieked from the ship. "But how did they?" "Found your little presents on our sonar about an hour ago," Peterson grinned. "Figured they might be important to you folks." The pirates watched in horror as their expensive mines, meant to disable the human vessel's engines, swayed gently in the nets, thoroughly tangled in high-strength fishing line and kelp. "You know what's funny about salt water?" Peterson continued casually. "Makes metal rust something fierce. Especially delicate alien gadgets, I'd imagine." As if on cue, one of the mines sparked pathetically, its lights flickering out. "Retreat to the pods," Grax ordered, but suddenly discovered a problem. The magnetic tethers, designed to work with the mine's magnetic field, had gone haywire. Half his warriors were now stuck to the Lucky Strike's metal deck plating, their advanced armor refusing to budge. "Having trouble with your fancy suits?" Billy called out, finally getting off the radio. "By the way, Bob says thanks for making him $50 richer. Oh, and the Gulf Fleet sends their regards." "What do you mean?" "The Gulf Fleet," Zix Thor demanded through the comm. The answer came in the form of dozens of fishing vessels appearing on their sensors, emerging from behind thermal camouflage created by strategically placed ice fishing thermoclines. "See, while you boys were putting on your light show," Peterson explained, pulling out his own radio, "we were having a lovely chat with your other target vessels. Turns out, folks don't take kindly to pirates around here, spacefaring or otherwise." On the Stellar Serpent's bridge, pure chaos erupted as sensor alarms blared. Captain Pick screamed, "They're launching something from all vessels." "Missiles?" Zix Thor asked hopefully. "No, sir. Fishing nets. Really, really big ones." The captain's scales turned pale. "Surely our shields can." Sir Krill interrupted. "Remember how we adjusted our shields to let us deploy the magnetic mines?" A heavy silence fell over the bridge. Down on the Lucky Strike's deck, Captain Peterson addressed the increasingly nervous pirates. "Now then, seems to me we have two options. One, you all surrender nice and peaceful-like, and we'll help get those suits unstuck. Two, well." He gestured to the approaching vessels, their nets glinting in the sunlight. "Ever wonder what it feels like to be a tuna?" Grax looked at his warriors, mighty space pirates now trapped by their own technology, then at the approaching fleet of fishing vessels, and finally at his supposedly mighty boarding pods now draped in fishing nets. He made the only sensible decision. "We surrender." Wonderful, Peterson beamed. "Billy, break out the coffee. Looks like we've got guests for breakfast. Anyone want to learn how to shuck oysters up in Earth's orbit?" Captain Zix Thor watched in mounting horror as his perfectly planned raid transformed into a cosmic comedy of errors. The Stellar Serpent's main view screen displayed a sight no space pirate had ever witnessed: fishing boats. Hundreds of them, all coordinating with the precision of a military fleet. "Status report," he barked, scales flickering between panic purple and embarrassment green. Sir Krill stammered, "We're tracking vessels from every major fishing fleet on Earth. Norwegian trawlers from the north, Spanish fishing boats from the east, Japanese long liners from the Pacific. They're hurting us." "Hurting us? We're a spacefaring warship. How dare these primitives?" Captain Navigator Trill interrupted. "You need to see this transmission. They're broadcasting it on all frequencies." The screen switched to show Captain Peterson's grinning face. Behind him, Grax and his warriors sat on the Lucky Strike's deck, their high-tech armor covered in fish guts and barnacles. Some were actually helping the crew sort the morning's catch, looking thoroughly defeated. "Having a good day up there?" Space Friends Peterson asked cheerfully. "Notice anything interesting about your tactical display?" Zix Thor glanced at the sensor readings and froze. The fishing vessels had arranged themselves in a pattern he knew all too well. "No, impossible. That's a Centaurian drift net formation." "Funny thing about us humans," Peterson continued, pausing to sip his coffee. "We might catch fish one at a time for sport, but when it comes to commercial fishing, well, let's just say we got real good at catching big things that don't want to be caught." Lieutenant Bex frantically worked her console. "Sir, the Portuguese fleet is deploying something called a purse seine net. The Norwegians have launched their pelagic trawls. The Japanese, oh no." "What?" Zix Thor demanded. "What are the Japanese doing?" "They've modified their long lines, sir. They're using our own magnetic mines as weights. Our shields can't distinguish them from our own equipment." The bridge crew watched in disbelief as fishing nets of all sizes and types began rising through the atmosphere, lifted by thousands of coordinated winch systems. Each net had been weighted with the pirates' own magnetic mines, creating a web of electromagnetic interference that played havoc with their shields. But how were they coordinating all this? Science Officer Pix wondered aloud. "Their technology is primitive." A new voice crackled over the comm. "You boys ever hear of WhatsApp? Group chat's been mighty active this morning." Captain Krill reported shakily. That transmission came from a Vietnamese fishing boat in the Pacific Ocean. Peterson's voice returned. "See, you caught us at an interesting time. United Nations Ocean Conference just wrapped up last week. Most commercial fishing captains were already in contact with each other. When we spotted your little scouting drones yesterday, well, word travels fast." The sensor display updated again. Now it showed fishing vessels from every major maritime nation, all coordinating their movements through nothing more complex than group messages and centuries of fishing expertise. Sir Bex cried, "Their nets are incorporating some kind of monofilament we can't scan. It's interfering with our engines." "High-strength fishing line," Peterson explained. "Stuff we use for tuna and marlin. Tested up to several tons of pressure. Now, imagine thousands of boats using it at once." Zix Thor watched in mounting despair as the Stellar Serpent was slowly but surely entangled in a web of terrestrial fishing equipment. Every attempt to power through the nets only entangled them further. "This is unprecedented," Pix exclaimed. "Their primitive technology shouldn't be able to." "Let me stop you right there," Peterson interrupted. "You know what humans caught before we had all this fancy equipment? Whales. Great big ones, using nothing but rowboats and hand-thrown harpoons. You really think a single spaceship is going to give us trouble?" As if to emphasize his point, a massive Korean fishing vessel deployed something that looked suspiciously like a whale harpoon, specially modified with one of the pirates' own magnetic mines. It struck the stellar serpent's hull with a resounding clang. Chief engineer here, a new voice called over the ship's internal comm. "Sir, you should know that hull breach would be really unfortunate right now, seeing as we're caught in about 40 different types of fishing net." Zixthor slumped in his command chair. How? How many vessels are involved in this? This fish story Peterson supplied helpfully. "Well, let's see. We got about 200 boats here on the Grand Banks. Pacific Fleet's got another 300 or so. Mediterranean boys brought about 150. Then there's the Indian Ocean Group, the South African crews, the Australians. Carry the one. I'd say roughly 500 vessels? Give or take a few recreational fishing boats that wanted in on the fun." The bridge crew stared at their tactical display, where countless dots representing Earth's fishing vessels surrounded them in an ever-tightening net of maritime vengeance. "Oh, and you might want to power down your engines," Peterson added. "These nets? They're mighty expensive. You break 'em, you bought 'em, though I'm not sure what the exchange rate is for space credits to Earth dollars." A small fishing boat from Nova Scotia chose that moment to demonstrate the surprising effectiveness of a simple crab pot launcher against alien hull plating. "Your terms," Zixthor said quietly, his scales now a solid shade of surrender white. "What are your terms?" "Well now," Peterson drawled, "first, you're going to help us haul in all these nets. Do you know how long it takes to untangle fishing equipment? Then, we're thinking your fancy ship might make a nice artificial reef. After we study it a bit, of course. As for your crew." He turned to Grax, who was surprisingly adept at cleaning cod. "How you feeling about a career change, friend?" The warrior chief looked up from his work, covered in fish scales but somehow appearing more relaxed than he had in years. "The benefits package is surprisingly good," he admitted, "and I haven't had job satisfaction like this since I quit the Galactic Peace Corps." Zixthor stared at the view screen, then at his bridge crew, then at the thousands of fishing vessels that had thoroughly outmaneuvered the most notorious space pirates in the sector. "Lieutenant," he said finally, "send the surrender signal. And ask them if they need any help with the afternoon catch." The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Atlantic as the largest coordinated fishing operation in human history entered its final phase. The Lucky Strike had become an impromptu command center, with Captain Peterson coordinating the effort through a combination of radio calls, satellite phones, and a surprisingly effective WhatsApp group named Space Pirates Are Dumb. Norwegian fleet, tighten up that starboard net. Japanese crews, maintain tension on those long lines. Peterson barked into his radio. Vietnamese boats, get ready with those reinforced trawl cables. Above them, the stellar serpent hung suspended in a web of fishing equipment that would have made a giant squid think twice. Every attempt to move only entangled the ship further in the specialized nets. "Greek fishing fleet reporting in," Billy announced, checking his phone. "They've finished adapting their swordfish harpoons with the magnetic mines. Ready on your signal." "Beautiful," Peterson grinned. "You hear that, Captain Zixthor? Your fancy mines make excellent fishing weights." The alien captain's voice crackled through the radio, having long since abandoned any pretense of dignity. "This is unprecedented. The Galactic Pirate Code clearly states that primitive civilizations are supposed to surrender immediately." "Funny thing about humans and supposed to," Peterson replied, watching as a flotilla of Spanish trawlers maneuvered their nets into position. "We tend to ignore that part." On the Lucky Strike's deck, Warrior Chief Grax had switched his fearsome battle armor for a pair of borrowed waterproof overalls. "You know," he said to nobody in particular while sorting the morning's catch, "I haven't felt this relaxed in years. Do you humans always whistle while you work?" "Only on days when we catch space pirates," Billy replied, showing him how to properly pack ice around the fish. Speaking of which, a massive Korean fishing vessel had just launched another modified harpoon, this one trailing a net reinforced with strands of the pirates' own energy-absorbing hull material salvaged from their captured boarding pods. Sir Lieutenant Bex's panicked voice carried over the radio. "They're using our technology against us. These humans. They're learning and adapting at an impossible rate. That's not even the best part, Peterson chuckled. Tell your captain what you see on the horizon. A moment of silence followed, then Zexthor's voice returned, quavering. Are those pleasure craft? Indeed, hundreds of recreational fishing boats had arrived from nearby ports, their small size allowing them to weave between the larger vessels. Each one carried something that made the pirates' scales turn pale. Fishing enthusiasts with cameras. Smile for Instagram, Peterson called out. Though I reckon your ship will be trending on TikTok by dinner time. The pirates watched in horror as their humiliating capture was documented by countless smartphones, digital cameras, and at least one enthusiastic YouTuber who kept shouting about smashing that like button. Portuguese fleet reports their nets are in position, Billy announced. Australian crews have locked down the lower quadrant. Canadian fishermen have secured the fore and aft sections. Peterson picked up his radio again. Well, Captain Zexthor, seems like you have two choices. One, we can keep playing this game until your ship is so tangled we have to cut it apart to free it. Two, you can power down, surrender properly. And maybe learn something about real piracy from some Somali fishermen I know. They've been giving me great advice over WhatsApp. On the Stellar Serpent's bridge, Zexthor looked at his crew. Pix had her head buried in her appendages. Krill was openly sobbing. Navigator Trill was actually taking notes on human fishing techniques. How, the captain asked finally. How did you coordinate all this so quickly? You really want to know? Peterson's voice carried a hint of pride. Every fishing fleet in the world already talks to each other. We share information about weather, fish movements, equipment improvements. When we spotted your drones yesterday, the Portuguese thought they were Japanese spy devices. Japanese figured they were Russian. Russians blamed the Americans. By the time we figured out they were alien, well, let's just say you united Earth's fishing community like nothing else could. A cheer went up from the assembled boats as the final nets locked into place. The Stellar Serpent now resembled nothing so much as a massive fish wrapped in the world's largest drift net. Attention all crews, Peterson broadcast globally. Commence final capture sequence on my mark. 3, 2, 1, pull. Thousands of winches activated simultaneously. The sound of straining cables filled the air as fishing vessels from every maritime nation worked in perfect harmony. The Stellar Serpent, terror of the space lanes, pride of the galactic pirate fleet, was reeled in like a particularly stubborn tuna. I must admit, Grax said, watching his former ship being slowly dragged down, humans have elevated fishing to an art form. Do you think I could apply for a work visa? Peterson clapped him on the shoulder. Already got the paperwork started. You're looking at the newest apprentice fisherman on the Lucky Strike. Though we'll have to do something about those extra arms. Could be handy during crab season. As the Stellar Serpent finally surrendered to the combined might of Earth's fishing fleets, a message flashed across the pirates' communication system. It was from the Galactic Pirate Federation. Attention all pirates, Earth, now classified as extreme hazard zone. Approach at own risk. Beware of fishing nets. 6 months after the Great Space Pirate Fishing Expedition, Captain Mike Peterson sat in his favorite dockside bar in Nova Scotia, sharing drinks with his newest crew member. Grax, former warrior chief of the defeated space pirates, had traded his fearsome battle armor for a well-worn fishing jacket and captain's cap. So then the Galactic News Network calls it what Peterson asked, trying not to spill his beer from laughing. The fishnet incident, Grax replied, his 3 eyes twinkling with amusement. It's become required viewing at the Galactic Naval Academy. They're using it to teach cadets about the dangers of underestimating primitive species. The bar's television showed footage from that legendary day, captured by thousands of smartphones and fishing vessel cameras. The Stellar Serpent, once the pride of the space pirate fleet, now served as the world's most advanced artificial reef, after Earth's governments had finished studying its technology. How's old Zexthor taking his new career? Peterson asked, waving to Billy as he entered the bar. Surprisingly well, Grax chuckled. The Galactic Prison System's rehabilitation program matched him with a Norwegian salmon farming operation. Apparently, he's revolutionizing their feeding techniques with modified tractor beam technology. Billy pulled up a chair, grinning. Just got off the phone with our friends in the Japanese fleet. You won't believe what they caught in their nets this morning. Please tell me it wasn't more space pirates, Peterson groaned. Nope. Ever since the Galactic Federation posted those warning beacons around Earth's solar system, we haven't seen a single raider. The latest signs apparently read warning, extreme danger zone, inhabitants have mastered the art of net warfare. The bar's patrons, mostly fishermen who had participated in the historic capture, raised their glasses in a toast. Did you see the latest update from the United Nations Fishing Committee? Billy asked, pulling out his phone. They're implementing some of our suggested modifications to commercial fishing equipment. Turns out those magnetic mines make excellent fish aggregating devices when properly waterproofed. Peterson nodded proudly. And to think, 6 months ago we were just regular fishermen. Now Earth's getting known across the galaxy as. The planet of the nets. Grax finished, raising his glass. The space pirates tell stories about this place now. They say Earth's oceans are guarded by fearsome warriors who can snare a starship like it's nothing more than a wayward mackerel. Speaking of stories, Billy added, that video you posted of the capture just hit 2 billion views on YouTube. The ad revenue alone is paying for the whole fleet's fuel costs this year. Through the bar's window, they could see the Lucky Strike docked in the harbor, its new magnetic crane system glinting in the setting sun. The crane, reverse-engineered from the pirates' technology, had made their fishing operations twice as efficient. You know what the funniest part is? Peterson mused, ordering another round. We didn't even have to fire a single shot. Just used what we already knew about catching big, unwanted things in our oceans. Humans are terrifying, Grax said with admiration. The galactic community now uses your species as an example of why you should never judge a civilization by its technology level alone. A notification pinged on several phones simultaneously. The fishermen's WhatsApp group, still named Space Pirates Are Dumb, but now used for coordinating global fishing operations, had a new message. Well, would you look at that? Peterson grinned, reading the text. The Galactic Federation just officially recognized Earth's territorial waters. Seems they were mighty impressed by our demonstration of defensive capabilities. To Earth's fisherman, Grax proposed a toast, raising his glass. The only humans crazy enough to catch a spaceship with fishing nets. To the fishermen, the bar echoed. As the sun set over the Atlantic, the Lucky Strike's crew enjoyed their well-earned reputation as the first humans to prove that sometimes the simplest solutions work best, even against advanced alien technology. And somewhere in the vast reaches of space, pirates told their children to behave, or the Earth fishermen would come for them with their dreaded nets. The end.
Security Officer Grastuk hated his job. No, that wasn't quite right. Security Officer Grastuk absolutely, unequivocally, with every fiber of his being, loathed his job. 15 cycles spent guarding the most secure military prison in the Var Dominion, and what did he have to show for it? Sore feet, 3 failed relationships, and a drinking habit that would make his ancestors weep with shame. Hey, Graz, wake up. New specimen arriving in 10 minutes, barked Lieutenant Prax from down the corridor. Grastuk's facial tentacles coiled in annoyance. Specimen? Don't tell me they are bringing in another one of those weird quadrupeds from Sector 7? Prax let out a wheezing laugh that sounded like someone stepping on a deflating balloon. Nah, much better. Command captured one of those creatures from that backwater planet. You know the ones. 2 arms, 2 legs, soft skin, not very bright. Calls themselves humans, I think. Grastuk's interest perked up slightly. Humans. He'd heard stories about these creatures. Supposedly they were from a heavy gravity world, which explained their dense musculature despite their unimpressive appearance. But they were considered mostly harmless. A curiosity at best. Why bring one here? This facility is for the most dangerous prisoners in the Dominion, Grastuk grumbled, straightening his uniform and checking his stun baton. Prax shrugged, his armored shoulder plates clicking together. Orders from the Supreme Commander himself. This one apparently stole some classified tech and managed to evade capture for almost 3 standard months. They are calling him the Ghost. The Ghost? Really? You military types and your dramatic names. Grasstook rolled all four of his eyes simultaneously, a gesture of supreme exasperation in VAR culture. Next you will be telling me he can walk through walls. Mock all you want, but they have assigned him to maximum security cell 42. Triple restraints, constant surveillance, the works. Now that was interesting. Cell 42 was reserved for the truly dangerous. The kind of prisoners that made even seasoned guards like Grasstook nervous. "What's this human's name?" Grasstook asked, trying to sound casual. "Prisoner designation H7729. But the report says his name is Jack Turner." Grasstook practiced the strange name in his mind. Jack. Tur. Near. Such odd, clipped sounds these humans used. No poetry to it at all. The transport ship docked with precise efficiency. Grasstook and 5 other guards assembled in the receiving bay, weapons ready. Standard procedure, though Grasstook thought it was overkill for a single human. The airlock hissed open. 4 elite Dominion soldiers marched out, surrounding a figure in the center. The human was considerably shorter than any of the VAR, maybe 2/3 their height. He wore heavy restraints that seemed almost comically large on his frame, thick metal cuffs around his wrists and ankles connected by glowing energy tethers, and a control collar around his neck. Despite all this, the human walked with an easy confidence that immediately put Grasstook on edge. His head swiveled, taking in everything. When those eyes, an unsettling blue color, landed on Grasstook, the guard felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine ridges. "This is the dangerous criminal? He looks like he would snap in a strong breeze," quipped one of the younger guards next. As if hearing the comment, the human's mouth curved upward at the corners. A smile Grasstook recalled from his xenobiology training. But there was something off about this one. It didn't reach those cold blue eyes. "Prisoner transfer complete." "He's your problem now," said the transport commander, handing over a data pad for Grasstook to sign. "Any special handling instructions?" Grasstook asked, suddenly feeling like he should know more about this creature. "Don't remove the restraints. Don't get within arm's reach. Don't listen to anything he says." The commander's voice was flat, but his eye stalks were fully extended, a sign of extreme alertness or fear in their species. "Is he that persuasive?" Grasstook asked, genuinely curious. The commander looked at the human, then back to Grasstook. "We started with 6 guards. I'm the only one left alive." With that cheerful thought, the transport team departed, leaving Grasstook and his team alone with their new prisoner. "Move," ordered Prax, prodding the human with his stun baton. Jack Turner, if that was indeed his name, complied without complaint. His gait was smooth despite the ankle restraints, almost graceful. Grasstook found himself watching the human's hands. They were strange appendages, 5 digits, opposable thumbs, no claws to speak of. How had such vulnerable-looking extremities caused so much trouble? Cell 42 was at the heart of the prison complex. 3 security checkpoints, 2 decontamination chambers, and 1 final biometric scan later they arrived at the reinforced door. "Home sweet home." The human spoke for the first time, his voice surprisingly deep and resonant for such a small creature. "You boys really went all out." "Silence," snapped Prax, though Grasstook noticed a flicker of unease in his superior's posture. The human's perfect VAR speech was unsettling. Most species required translation devices, but this one spoke as if he'd been born on their home world. The cell door slid open with a heavy thunk. Inside was sparse, a sleep platform, a waste reclamation unit, and nothing else. The walls were 3 feet of solid metal alloy, supposedly unbreakable. "In," ordered Prax. The human stepped inside, then turned to face them. Those blue eyes scanned each guard in turn, lingering just long enough to make them uncomfortable. When he reached Grasstook, the human winked, a peculiar gesture involving one eyelid closing briefly. "See you soon," he said pleasantly. The door slammed shut. "What a peculiar creature," muttered Nex as they walked away. "Hard to believe all the stories." "What stories?" asked Grastuk. You haven't heard? They say on his home planet he was some kind of specialized killer. An assassin, I think they call it. Grastuk scoffed. Every prisoner has a dramatic backstory. Next you will tell me he single-handedly destroyed a battle cruiser. Nex's facial tentacles twitched nervously. Actually. Oh, for the love of the 7 moons, not you too. Grastuk threw his upper limbs up in exasperation. He's just a human. A thief, maybe, but nothing more. Look at him. No natural weapons, no significant armor, mediocre senses at best. Then why is the Supreme Commander so interested in him? Countered Prax. And that, unfortunately, was a good question. 3 shifts later, Grastuk found himself assigned to monitor duty. Alone in the security hub, surrounded by view screens showing every cell in the facility. His attention kept drifting to cell 42. The human hadn't moved in hours. He sat cross-legged on the floor, not even using the sleep platform, with his eyes closed. Meditation, perhaps? Some kind of human rest state? A notification pinged on Grastuk's console. The human's vital signs were unusual. Heart rate extremely low, respiration barely detectable. If Grastuk didn't know better, he'd think the creature was dying. Computer. Analyze prisoner H7729's current physical state, he ordered. Analysis complete, responded the artificial intelligence. Prisoner appears to be in a self-induced trance state. Similar patterns observed in certain predatory species before hunting. Well, that wasn't ominous at all. Grastuk's communicator buzzed. Officer Grastuk, report to the command center immediately. The command center was in an uproar when he arrived. Supreme Commander Vrazik himself was on the main screen, his massive form dominating the display. I don't care what protocols you have to break, the commander was saying, his voice like gravel in a metal grinder. I want that human interrogated now. Find out what he knows about Project Sunfall. Project Sunfall? Grastuk had never heard of it, but from the reactions of the senior officers it was clearly important. Sir, with all due respect, Captain Mord was saying, his usual confidence notably absent. The prisoner has been uncooperative. Standard interrogation methods have proven ineffective. Then use non-standard methods, growled the commander. Yet, human has information that could compromise the entire Dominion. Break him. The screen went black. Captain Mord noticed Grastuk hovering by the entrance. Officer Grastuk, prepare interrogation chamber 3, full suite of equipment, and bring the human. Grastuk saluted. Yes, sir. Retrieving the prisoner required a team of 6 guards. Despite the human not having caused any trouble yet, protocol demanded maximum security. Grastuk led the team to cell 42, trying to project confidence he didn't feel. The human was exactly as Grastuk had seen on the monitor, sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed. He didn't react when the door opened. Prisoner H7729, stand up. You are being moved, Grastuk announced. Those blue eyes opened slowly. The human uncurled from his position with fluid grace, rising to his feet in one smooth motion that somehow seemed impossible given his restraints. Where to, Officer Grastuk? The human asked pleasantly. Grastuk froze. He hadn't introduced himself to the prisoner. How did he know his name? The human smiled, that same disconcerting expression that didn't reach his eyes. You have a nameplate, he explained, gesturing with his chin toward Grastuk's uniform. Of course. The nameplate. Nothing sinister about that. Interrogation, Grastuk answered stiffly. Move. Ah, said the human, stepping forward. I was wondering when we'd get to that part. The walk to interrogation chamber 3 was tense. The human moved calmly between his guards, seemingly unbothered by his situation. Occasionally he would comment on features of the prison, interesting security design, or those force fields are using Teresian technology, aren't they? Observations that were both accurate and unsettling. The interrogation chamber was deliberately intimidating, stark lighting, a metal chair bolted to the floor in the center, and an array of implements arranged neatly on a side table. Captain Mord waited inside, along with a medical officer and a neural specialist. "Secure him to the chair," ordered Mord. The guards moved the human into position, locking his restraints into the chair's integrated security system. Only when the confirmation lights turned green did Grastuk allow himself to relax slightly. "Leave us," Mord commanded. "Except you, Grastuk. You stay." The other guards filed out. Grastuk stood at attention near the door, wishing he were anywhere else. Prisoner H7729, also known as Jack Turner, began Mord, circling the chair slowly. "You are going to tell us everything you know about Project Sunfall." The human's head tilted slightly. "Am I? That sounds time-consuming." "I have a busy schedule today." Mord's tentacles tightened, a sign of anger. "You find this amusing? Perhaps you won't when we begin extracting the information directly from your nervous system." "About that," said the human, his voice still conversational. "I'm curious, did you actually read my complete file? Or just the highlights?" Mord paused. "What are you talking about?" "My file. My actual file. Not the sanitized version your superiors gave you." The human sighed dramatically. "I'm guessing not. A pity. It would have saved us all some trouble." "Enough." Mord nodded to the neural specialist. "Prepare the extractor." The specialist approached with a device that resembled a metal crown bristling with needles. Grastuk winced. Neural extraction was notoriously painful, often leaving subjects with permanent brain damage. "Last chance to cooperate willingly," warned Mord. The human looked directly at Grastuk, not Mord. "You might want to step back, Officer Grastuk. This is about to get messy." Something in that calm voice sent alarm bells ringing through Grastuk's mind. He found himself taking an involuntary step backward. The neural specialist placed the crown on the human's head, adjusting it to fit his smaller skull. The needles hovered millimeters above his scalp. Commencing extraction in 3, 2, the specialist began. The human closed his eyes. 1. Several things happened simultaneously. The power flickered throughout the facility, just for a second, but enough to reset the security systems. The restraints on the chair unlocked and immediately relocked, but in that fraction of a second, the human moved. How he moved so fast, Grastuk would never understand. One moment the human was secured to the chair, the next he was standing, the neural crown in his hand, and the specialist was on the floor, unconscious or dead. Mord reached for his weapon, but the human was faster. He swung the neural crown like a weapon, its needles tearing through Mord's facial tentacles. The captain screamed, a high-pitched sound that hurt Grastuk's auditory receptors. The medical officer tried to flee, but the human, somehow free of all restraints now, grabbed her by the neck and used her body as a shield as Grastuk finally managed to draw his own weapon. "Don't," said the human softly. "Please." Grastuk's finger hovered over the trigger. "Let her go. You can't escape this facility." The human's expression changed then, the fake pleasantness dropping away to reveal something cold and calculating. "I never intended to escape, Officer Grastuk." "That's not why I'm here." "Then why?" Grastuk found himself asking, weapon still trained on the human but suddenly uncertain. "Because your government has something that belongs to us. Something they stole." The human's grip tightened on the medical officer, making her gasp. "And I'm here to take it back." "You? Alone? Against an entire military prison?" The human smiled again. And this time it did reach his eyes, turning them into something predatory and alien. "Who said I was alone?" At that exact moment, every alarm in the facility began to wail. The human looked up at the ceiling as if he could see through it to the stars beyond. "Right on time," he murmured. Then, to Grastuk, "I'm going to give you one chance, officer. More than your people gave mine. Drop your weapon, help me find what I came for, and you get to live. Fight me, and you will join Captain Mord and his friends here." Grastuk should have fired. It was his duty. But something in those alien blue eyes told him this human would not die easily, if at all. His weapon clattered to the floor. "Smart choice," said the human, said Jack Turner. "Now, take me to Section 0. And don't tell me you don't know what that is, because every guard in this place knows there's a secret level below the official ones." Grastook swallowed hard. "What's in Section 0? Jack released the medical officer, who collapsed gasping to the floor. He stepped closer to Grastook, and despite being shorter, somehow loomed over him. "The future of humanity," he said simply, "and the end of the Var Dominion if your leaders don't return what they stole." Above them, the sounds of weapons fire and screams began to filter through the ceiling. Whatever was happening in the rest of the prison, it wasn't good for the guards. "Who are you, really?" Grastook asked, fear making his voice tremble. Jack picked up Grastook's fallen weapon, examining it with expert eyes. "Just a prisoner," he said lightly. Then he looked up, and there was nothing light in his expression at all, until the chains snapped and the screams began. The corridors of the prison had transformed into a war zone. Emergency lighting bathed everything in pulsing red. Smoke filled the air, acrid and stinging. Grastook led the way, his mind racing through possible scenarios, each more hopeless than the last. "How many of you are there?" he asked over his shoulder, having to shout over the blaring alarms. Jack Turner kept pace easily, moving with the fluid grace of a predator. The human was examining Grastook's weapon as they ran, familiarizing himself with its functions. "Enough," he replied cryptically. A group of guards rounded the corner ahead, weapons raised. Grastook threw himself flat against the wall, but Jack didn't even break stride. The human fired 3 perfect shots, not killing blasts, Grastook noticed, but precision stuns that dropped the guards instantly. "You didn't kill them," Grastook said, surprised. Jack glanced back, those unsettling blue eyes momentarily puzzled. "Should I have? They are just doing their jobs." He gestured impatiently. "Section 0. "Which way?" "The elevator shaft at the end of this corridor. But it requires captain-level clearance." Jack patted Mord's security badge, which he'd taken before leaving the interrogation chamber. "Got it covered." They reached the elevator, a heavily fortified tube that supposedly went only to the bottom level of the prison. But Grastook knew the truth. There was another level below, unmarked on any official blueprint. Jack slapped Mord's badge against the scanner. The doors remained closed. "Biometric verification required," announced the system. Jack sighed. Always a complication. He turned to Grastook. "Options?" Before Grastook could answer, his comm unit buzzed. He hesitated, then answered it. "Officer Grastook, report your status immediately." It was Lieutenant Prax, sounding terrified. Jack raised an eyebrow, silently telling Grastook to play along. "Lieutenant." "Thank the stars you are alive," Grastook improvised. "The human escaped during interrogation. He's killed Captain Mord and is heading for the North Quadrant." "The North? But that's— Wait, where are you now?" "South Quadrant, Section 8. I'm pursuing other intruders." "They are everywhere, sir." Jack nodded approvingly. "Hold position." "I'm sending reinforcements," Prax ordered. "No, sir. Too dangerous. Focus on protecting the command center." "I will report when I can." Grastook cut the connection before Prax could argue. "Nice work," said Jack. "But we still need to get past this door." Grastook hesitated only briefly before making his decision. He placed his hand on the scanner. "Computer, Security Override Protocol Epsilon 9. Officer Grastook, ID 47291. Emergency evacuation of Section 0. Warning. Protocol Epsilon 9 requires secondary authorization," the computer responded. "Secondary authorization, Captain Mord, ID 10478. Grastook recited the code he wasn't supposed to know, but had memorized after glimpsing it on Mord's console months ago. Voice print on file. The computer paused, then override accepted. Emergency evacuation protocol engaged. The elevator doors slid open. Jack gave Grastuck an impressed look. "You are full of surprises, officer." "I have worked here 15 cycles." "You learn things," Grastuck replied, stepping into the elevator. "Also, I hate Mord. Sanctimonious tentacle preener." The human's mouth twitched in what might have been genuine amusement. "Enemy of my enemy." Something like that. The elevator plunged downward, much deeper than Grastuck had expected. The temperature dropped noticeably. "What exactly are we looking for in Section 0? Grastuck asked. "You don't know what's down there? No one of my rank is allowed access. Rumors say it's where they keep the really dangerous stuff. Experimental weapons, forbidden technology, that sort of thing." Jack nodded slowly. "Close enough. The Var Dominion raided a human research vessel 6 months ago. They took something vital to our species' future. What could be so important?" The human's expression turned grim. "The cure for extinction." Before Grastuck could process that, the elevator slowed to a halt. The doors opened onto a vast chamber that looked nothing like the rest of the prison. This was a high-tech research facility, all gleaming surfaces and advanced equipment. And bodies. At least a dozen Var scientists lay sprawled across the floor. "Your friends have been busy," Grastuck noted, stunned. Jack stepped out cautiously, checking for threats. "You're not my team. These people have been dead for hours." That sent a chill through Grastuck's spine ridges. "Then who?" "Freeze. Hands where I can see them." The command came from behind a bank of computers. A figure rose into view, another human, female, with dark skin and hair cropped close to her skull. She held a Var weapon, but modified somehow, sleeker and more deadly looking. "Michaela," Jack said, lowering his weapon. "Right on schedule." The female human, Michaela, kept her weapon trained on Grastuck. "Who's your friend?" "Officer Grastuck." "He's helping us. Since when do we trust the enemy?" "Since this particular enemy chose to help rather than die," Jack replied evenly. "Status report?" Michaela reluctantly lowered her weapon. "Teams 2 and 3 have secured the upper levels. The extraction team is standing by. But we have a problem." She gestured toward a sealed door at the far end of the chamber. "The package is in there, but the door requires a genetic key from the project lead." "And let me guess," Jack said. "The project lead is among our departed friends here?" "Bingo. Director Vex. I have been trying to bypass the security, but their systems are resilient." Grastuck stepped forward. "Director Vex? Short tentacles, orange markings on his carapace?" Both humans looked at him with sudden interest. "You know him?" Michaela asked. "He comes up to the regular prison sometimes for special interrogations. Always acting superior, always leaving with data crystals." Grastuck surveyed the bodies until he found what he was looking for. "That's him there." Jack moved to the corpse Grastuck indicated. "We need his genetic signature. Ideas?" Michaela pulled out a small device, molecular scanner. "If I can get a clean read on his unique pattern, maybe I can spoof the system." As she worked, Jack turned to Grastuck. "I'm curious, why are you really helping us? You could have raised the alarm, fought back, or simply refused to cooperate." Grastuck's facial tentacles curled inward, a gesture of discomfort. "Because something's wrong here. The Var Dominion doesn't steal from other species. We conquer, yes, we subjugate, certainly. But theft, especially of medical research, that's dishonorable." "Honor matters to you?" "I'm a prison guard, not a monster," Grastuck retorted. "And I have seen things in this facility, experiments on sentient beings, disappearances of prisoners who ask too many questions. The Dominion I pledged to serve wouldn't do such things." Jack studied him with those penetrating blue eyes. "Sometimes governments change, and the people don't notice until it's too late." "Got it," Michaela exclaimed. "I have isolated his genetic signature. Uploading to the door lock now." The sealed door hissed, then slowly swung open. Inside was a single pedestal, upon which rested a container roughly the size of Grastuk's fist. It glowed with a soft blue light. "Is that it?" Grastuk asked, somehow expecting something more impressive. "That's it," Jack confirmed, approaching the pedestal carefully. 20 years of research, billions in funding, and the hopes of humanity in one little box. "What exactly is it?" Jack picked up the container with reverent care. "A synthesized retrovirus designed to repair damaged genetic sequences. Humanity has been fighting a losing battle against a degenerative condition affecting our reproductive capabilities. Each generation, our fertility rates drop. This is the cure." Michaela's comm unit beeped. She listened, then turned to Jack. "Extraction team reports increased resistance. We need to move." Jack nodded and handed the container to Michaela, who secured it in a specialized harness she wore. "Get that to the ship. I will be right behind you." "What about him?" She jerked her chin toward Grastuk. Jack glanced at the VAR officer. "He comes with us. The Dominion will execute him for helping us." "I can't leave." Grastuk protested. "This is my home." "Your home just became a death sentence," Jack said bluntly. "The moment you helped us, you signed your own execution order. But we take care of our allies." A massive explosion rocked the facility, sending dust and debris showering down from the ceiling. "That's our cue," Michaela said grimly. "North extraction point in 5 minutes. Don't be late." With that, she sprinted for a different exit than the one they'd entered through. Jack turned to Grastuk. "Last chance. Come with us or take your chances here." Another explosion, closer this time. Alarms changed pitch, becoming more urgent. Self-destruct sequence initiated, announced the facility AI. All personnel evacuate immediately. 15 minutes to detonation. "That wasn't us," Jack said, suddenly alert. "Who else is here?" A new voice answered from the shadows. "Isn't it obvious, human? Those who truly rule the Dominion." A figure stepped into view, a VAR, but unlike any Grastuk had seen before. Taller, with iridescent scales and 6 eyes instead of 4, its tentacles moved with unnatural precision. "Grand Executor Zoltan," Grastuk whispered, recognizing the legendary head of Dominion intelligence from official broadcasts. Zoltan's gaze fixed on Jack. "The famous ghost." "I expected someone more impressive." "Sorry to disappoint," Jack replied, weapon raised. "Mind explaining why you are blowing up your own facility?" "Loose ends, of course. The human retrovirus project has yielded all useful data. These researchers know too much, and the Dominion Council has grown uncomfortable with certain operations." "Like stealing medical research from other species?" Jack suggested. Zoltan's mouthparts clicked in what might have been laughter. "Stealing? No. Confiscating dangerous bioweapons." "Yes. Bioweapon?" Grastuk echoed, confused. "He said it was a cure." "A matter of perspective," Zoltan replied smoothly. "One species' cure is another's extinction." "Did your human friend mention that their retrovirus, once released into an ecosystem, adapts to and rewrites the genetic code of any species it encounters?" "The humans weren't just curing themselves. They were ensuring their genetic dominance across the galaxy." Jack's expression didn't change, but Grastuk saw his grip tighten on his weapon. "That's a lie. The virus is species-specific. Perhaps the version your scientists developed. But we have made improvements." Zoltan gestured to the research equipment around them. "Why cure only humans when you could remake all life in your image? Efficient. Elegant. Genocide without a single shot fired." "That's insane," Grastuk said, looking between Jack and Zoltan. "The Dominion would never." "The Dominion does what is necessary for survival," Zoltan cut him off. "As do the humans. As does every species. The only difference is who strikes first." Jack fired without warning, but Zoltan moved with impossible speed, dodging the blast. The Grand Executor drew his own weapon, Not a standard issue, but something sleeker, deadlier. You think you are the only ones with advanced technology? Zoltan's voice held genuine amusement now. We have been adapting human tech for decades. Your people aren't as unique as you believe. Another explosion rocked the facility. Chunks of ceiling crashed down, forcing both Jack and Zoltan to dive for cover. 13 minutes to detonation, the AI reminded them pleasantly. Grastuk found himself separated from Jack by a fallen support beam. Zoltan was nowhere to be seen. Jack, he called out, "We need to go." "Not without making sure he's dead," Jack replied, scanning the debris-filled room. "Are you insane? This place is about to vaporize. If he's not dead from that, he will be soon." The human hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "Fine. Let's move." They ran for the exit Michaela had used, navigating through increasingly unstable corridors. The entire facility was coming apart around them. What if Zoltan was telling the truth? Grastuk asked as they ran. About the virus being adaptable to other species? He wasn't, Jack replied firmly. Our scientists built in genetic limiters. It only works on human DNA. But your people are desperate, facing extinction by your own admission. Desperate people take desperate measures. Jack stopped abruptly, turning to face Grastuk. Do you want to know why I was selected for this mission, Officer Grastuk? Because I lost everything to the genetic plague. My wife, my daughter, my entire bloodline ended. I would do anything to prevent other humans from experiencing that pain. He stepped closer, intensity radiating from him. But not at the cost of becoming monsters. We are better than that. We have to be. Something in those blue eyes convinced Grastuk more than any words could. He nodded. Then let's get that cure home. They resumed running, navigating the maze-like structure of Section 0. Twice they encountered Dominion soldiers, and twice Jack dispatched them with non-lethal efficiency. 10 minutes to detonation, the AI announced. The extraction point should be just ahead, Jack said, pointing to a maintenance shaft that sloped upward. It leads to a surface access port outside the main prison perimeter. They began climbing, the shaft narrow and claustrophobic. Grastuk's bulkier frame made progress difficult. Humans and your tiny passages, he grumbled. Would it kill your engineers to consider other species? Jack actually laughed, a genuine sound of amusement. Considering this is a prison designed to hold those other species against their will, I'd say you don't have much ground for complaint. Fair point. They emerged into what appeared to be a maintenance bay for exterior security drones. Through a large bay door, Grastuk could see the barren landscape of the moon where the prison was located. A sleek vessel hovered just outside, clearly human design, all curves and gleaming surfaces. Michaela stood at the entrance, waving urgently. Move it. We have got incoming. Jack sprinted for the ship, Grastuk close behind. They were halfway across the open space when energy blasts erupted around them, scorching the ground at their feet. Always with the dramatic exits, Jack muttered, returning fire over his shoulder without slowing. They reached the ship, Michaela covering their approach with suppressive fire. Jack pushed Grastuk aboard first, then jumped in after him. Everyone accounted for. Called a voice from the cockpit, another human, male with facial hair. Package secured, Marcus. Get us out of here, Michaela replied, sealing the hatch. The ship rocketed upward just as Dominion fighters appeared on the horizon. The acceleration pressed Grastuk into his seat, his inner organs shifting uncomfortably. 5 minutes to detonation came the prison AI's voice, somehow patched through to the ship's comm system. Cutting it close, Marcus shouted from the cockpit. Hold on to something. The vessel banked hard, then accelerated at a rate that seemed physically impossible. G-forces slammed Grastuk back, his vision narrowing to a tunnel. And then nothing. No sensation of movement at all, despite the stars streaking past the viewports. Inertial dampeners engaged, announced the ship's AI. Jump drive charging. 30 seconds to translation. Jack strapped himself into a seat across from Grasstook. First time on a human vessel? Grasstook nodded, too disoriented to speak. The sensation passes. Your equilibrium will adjust. Behind them, through the rear viewport, a blinding flash erupted where the prison had been. The shockwave expanded outward, a perfect sphere of destruction. Did everyone make it out? Grasstook asked, thinking of the other guards, the administrative staff, people who had no idea what was happening in Section 0. Jack's expression softened slightly. My team evacuated as many non-combatants as possible. Your friend Prax made it out. Next too. We are not monsters, remember? Relief flooded through Grasstook, followed immediately by the crushing realization that he could never go back. What happens to me now? That depends on you, Jack said. We can drop you at any neutral port in the sector. Or you could come with us. The Dominion has been lying to its citizens. Maybe it's time they heard the truth from someone they might actually believe. Ooh, a defector, you mean? Grasstook's tentacles curled in distaste. A whistleblower, Jack corrected. Someone brave enough to stand up for what's right, even when it's difficult. Jump drive charged. The ship's AI announced, translating in 3, 2, 1. The stars outside stretched into lines, then vanished altogether as the ship entered whatever dimension humans used for faster-than-light travel. Grasstook felt a strange calm settle over him. His old life was gone. What remained was choice. If I help you, what guarantee do I have that your people won't use this virus as a weapon? That Zoltan wasn't right? None, Jack answered honestly, except my word. And the fact that we are trusting you with our biggest secret. Mutual assured destruction, if you will. Michaela approached, the container now secured in a larger stasis unit. The virus is stable. Our scientists can begin production as soon as we reach Earth. And save your species, Grasstook said. And save our species, she confirmed. Grasstook thought of the prison of 15 cycles spent guarding secrets he didn't understand, of a government willing to sacrifice its own people to maintain those secrets. I need to contact someone first, he said finally. Someone who can help spread the truth within the Dominion. Jack smiled, a real smile this time, reaching all the way to those strange blue eyes. Welcome aboard, Officer Grasstook. Just Grasstook now, he corrected. I think my officer days are behind me. Good, Jack said, extending his small, 5-fingered hand in what Grasstook recognized as a human greeting gesture. Because where we are going, chains are the last thing you will need to worry about. Grasstook reached out his own hand, completing the gesture. And the screams? Jack's expression turned serious. Those depend entirely on who's listening when the truth comes out. The ship hurtled through the void, carrying its unlikely crew toward an uncertain future, a future where the lines between prisoner and guard, villain and hero, had blurred beyond recognition. And Grasstook, former security officer of the most secure prison in the VAR Dominion, found himself exactly where he never expected to be. Humans are, without question, the most ridiculous species the galaxy has ever produced. And trust me, I have cataloged over 4,000 sentient species across 12 galactic sectors, so I know what I'm talking about. Zeet Sarah. Come quickly, my research assistant, Ploon, called out with all 4 of his vocal sacs vibrating in excitement. The human is doing something again. I rolled my optical stems in what humans would call exasperation, a gesture I'd picked up after studying them for so long. The human is always doing something, Ploon. That's their primary characteristic. Constant, inexplicable action with minimal contemplation. No. This is different, Ploon insisted, his dermal flaps turning a bright purple with excitement. He's building something using parts from our waste reclamator. That got my attention. Subject 7734, or Marcus Finley, as he insisted on being called, had been aboard our research vessel for precisely 27 standard cycles. We'd found him floating in a damaged escape pod at the edge of the Taurus conflict zone, more dead than alive. Standard protocol dictated we bring aboard any survivors for study and potential information extraction. What we didn't expect was, well, him. I slithered hurriedly down the corridor to the observation chamber. Through the transparent aluminum barrier, I could see Marcus hunched over a collection of parts he'd apparently salvaged from our garbage disposal. His strange five-fingered hands moved with surprising dexterity, connecting wires and fitting components together. Has he spoken about what he's building? I asked Ploon, my scientific curiosity overriding my professional detachment. No, Commander. He just started collecting parts 3 cycles ago. He seems very determined. Determination. That was the word that kept coming up in our reports about humans. Their stubborn refusal to accept defeat or impossibility was simultaneously their most admirable and most infuriating quality. "Where's Dr. Glix?" I asked, not taking my eyes off the human, still analyzing the data from yesterday's cognitive tests. Should I summon her? No, let's observe for now. Marcus didn't look up from his work, though I knew he was aware of our presence. Humans had surprisingly acute peripheral vision for predators who'd given up most of their natural hunting advantages. His body showed the telltale signs of someone who'd seen extensive combat, a prosthetic leg from the knee down, with burn scars covering approximately 40% of his visible skin, and a cybernetic eye replacement that glowed faintly blue in dim light. "Good morning, Commander VZT Shara," Marcus suddenly said without looking up. "Lovely day for some tinkering, wouldn't you say?" His casual tone never failed to unsettle me. Here he was, the sole survivor of his battalion, captured by an alien species, being subjected to daily tests and observations, and yet he maintained this facade of normalcy? Was that the word? Subject 7734. "What are you constructing?" I asked formally, maintaining professional distance. Marcus finally looked up, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "First, it's Marcus. Marcus. 7 syllables. Not complicated. Second, I'm building a communications device. Our scans indicate your neural implants were damaged beyond repair. There is no one for you to communicate with." His smile widened, showing teeth in what I'd learned was not necessarily a threat display among humans. "That's where you are wrong, Commander. There's always someone listening if you know the right frequency." A chill ran through my central column. This was unexpected. "Ploon, alert security," I said quietly. "Oh, relax," Marcus said, waving dismissively with one hand. "If I wanted to cause trouble, I would have done it 10 cycles ago when Dr. Glix left her access card in my chamber. By the way, terrible security protocols you have got here. Just embarrassing, really." I felt my pigmentation shifting to an alarmed orange. "You had access to your entire ship?" "Yes. Did I take it?" "No. Because contrary to whatever propaganda your military feeds you, not all humans are genocidal maniacs bent on galactic domination." He paused his work and looked directly at me with those unsettling mismatched eyes, one brown, one glowing cybernetic blue. "Some of us just want the killing to stop." That was the moment I should have called for a full security team. It was the moment I should have had him sedated and placed in maximum containment. Instead, I asked, "What do you mean?" Marcus set down his tools and stood up with a slight grimace, his prosthetic leg clearly causing him discomfort. He walked to the barrier between us, close enough that I could see the fatigue etched into his face. "I was a communications specialist for the 87th Terrestrial Defense Force. Before that, I was an engineer specializing in xenotech integration. Before that, I was a husband and father with a home on New Montana. I had a dog named Rusty, a garden where I grew actual tomatoes from Earth soil, and a daughter who wanted to be an astronaut." His voice remained steady, but I detected minute changes in his pupil dilation and skin conductivity. The Taurus conflict took all of that away. Not just from me, but from millions like me. And millions like you, I'd wager. "The Human Alliance struck first at the Proxima outpost," I replied automatically, reciting the official history. Marcus laughed, a harsh sound devoid of humor. Is that what they told you? Interesting. They told us the Galactic Confederation attacked our colony on Enceladus without provocation. Funny how that works, isn't it? Both sides always convinced they are the righteous defenders. And I shifted uncomfortably. This conversation was veering into dangerous territory. What are you really building, Marcus? I asked, dropping the subject designation. He smiled again, but this time it reached his organic eye. The translator. A real one, not the garbage approximation your ships use that loses half the cultural context and emotional subtext. For what purpose? To talk, of course. To actually communicate instead of just exchanging words. Don't you find it strange, Commander, that in a war that's lasted 12 years and claimed billions of lives, there hasn't been a single genuine diplomatic conversation? Not one? I hadn't considered this before. Our species had been at war with the humans for so long that the idea of actual dialogue seemed quaint. Naive, even. The Directorate has attempted negotiations 7 times, I countered. No, the Directorate has issued ultimatums 7 times, Marcus corrected. There's a difference. Trust me, I was there for 3 of them, translating the pompous bloviating from both sides. Ploon, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected, "If you were just a communications specialist, why were you at diplomatic meetings?" Marcus turned his attention to my assistant, giving him an appraising look. A smart question. 4 lungs. I wasn't just a comms specialist. Before everything went to hell, I was part of the original cultural exchange program. I spent 2 years on Talaxia Prime studying your language and customs. I was supposed to be building bridges, not bunkers. This was news to me. Our records showed him only as a military operative. We have no record of such a program, I said. Of course you don't. Both our governments buried it when the war started. Can't have people thinking the enemy might be relatable, can we? Might make it harder to convince folks to vaporize each other. Before I could respond, an alarm blared throughout the ship. The lighting shifted to emergency red, and I felt the subtle change in gravity that indicated our vessel was executing evasive maneuvers. "Attention all personnel," came Admiral Vox Thallium's voice over the ship-wide communication system. "We have detected multiple human vessels on approach at battle stations. This is not a drill." Marcus's expression didn't change. If anything, he looked resigned. "Right on schedule," he muttered. "You knew this would happen," I accused, my pigmentation darkening with anger. "Your communication device, it's a beacon." "No," he said firmly. "It's exactly what I said it was. I'm a translator." The beacon was already inside me. What? My cybernetic implants. Standard procedure for high-value military personnel. If I'm alive, they can find me. I have known they were coming since day 1. Fear gripped me. You have led them right to us. This is a research vessel, not a warship. We have minimal defenses. I know, Marcus said, his voice softening. That's why I chose to be found by you and not a military cruiser. You are scientists, observers. There's still curiosity in you, not just hatred. The ship shuddered as something, presumably weapons fire, impacted our shields. "Commander VZT Chara to the bridge immediately," came the Admiral's voice again. I turned to go, but Marcus's voice stopped me. "Wait. You need to listen to me. This isn't a strike force, it's an extraction team. They are here for me, not to destroy your ship." "Why should I believe you?" I demanded. "Because I could have killed everyone on this vessel several times over if I'd wanted to. Your antimatter containment protocols are laughably outdated." Another impact rocked the ship. "What do you propose?" I asked, calculating our chances of survival. "Let me talk to them. Let me use the translator I have built to explain what I have learned here. Let me try to stop this madness before more people, human and Confederation alike, die for nothing." It was against every protocol, every rule of engagement, every instinct I had as an officer of the Galactic Confederation. "Ploon, open the containment field," I ordered. Commander, regulations state, override authorization VZT Chara Omega 73. Do it now. The barrier between us disappeared with a soft hum. Marcus nodded gratefully and gathered his device, a strange amalgamation of our technology and crude human adaptations. I need access to your communication array, he said. You realize if this is a trick, we will both be executed for treason, I told him as we hurried through the corridors. Marcus actually laughed. Story of my life, Commander. Always caught between two sides that want me dead for different reasons. We reached the bridge just as another blast hit the ship. This one powerful enough to knock out our artificial gravity for several seconds. Crew members floated momentarily before the backup systems engaged, sending several crashing ungracefully to the floor. Admiral Vox Thalim turned all three of his primary eyes toward us, his ceremonial headplate flaring in shock. Commander VZT Chara, what is the meaning of this? Why is the human subject unrestrained? Admiral, with respect, he may be our only chance of survival, I said, positioning myself protectively beside Marcus. They are charging weapons for another volley, called out our tactical officer. Shields at 42% and failing. Open a channel, Marcus said urgently. I need to speak to them now. The Admiral's rage was palpable, his scent glands releasing pheromones of fury and indignation. You dare to bring an enemy combatant to my bridge during an attack? I will have you flayed and processed for nutrient paste, Commander. Marcus ignored the threat and moved to the communication station, connecting his makeshift device to our systems with surprising ease. This is Marcus Finley, authorization code Tango Whiskey Epsilon 974 Delta, addressing UNDF Valiant. Captain Mercer, I know you can hear me. Stand down immediately. I repeat, stand down. Static filled the bridge speakers. Then a human voice responded, Marcus. Holy hell, you are alive. We thought, wait, are you their prisoner? Not exactly, Marcus replied, glancing at me. It's complicated. But I need you to hold your fire. This is a scientific vessel, not a military target. We have orders to extract you and neutralize the target. Admiral Kane was very specific. Marcus's expression hardened. Tell Admiral Kane that if he wants the data I have acquired, he will stand down now. Otherwise, I will destroy it, and he can explain to the Joint Chiefs why 12 years of work went up in smoke because he couldn't follow simple instructions. More silence, then holding position. You have 5 minutes to explain what the hell is going on, Marcus. Marcus looked at the Admiral, then at me. I need to explain something to both sides, and I need you all to listen carefully. This war? It's based on a lie. A translation error that was deliberately never corrected. What nonsense is this? The Admiral sputtered. The Proxima incident that started this war, Marcus continued, unperturbed. The message from the Confederation fleet that we interpreted as a declaration of hostilities. I have spent years analyzing it. With proper cultural context, it wasn't a threat, it was a warning about a solar flare that would hit our colony. I felt as though the deck had dropped from beneath me. That's impossible, is it? Your language uses the same phrase for eliminate the danger and eliminate the settlement. Context determines meaning. Our primitive translators missed that context. By the time anyone realized the mistake, thousands were dead, and both sides were calling for blood. The bridge fell silent as the implications sank in. You expect us to believe that 12 years of war, billions of casualties, were the result of a misunderstanding? The Admiral asked, his voice dangerously quiet. No, Marcus said, looking tired beyond measure. They were the result of pride, fear, and the military-industrial complexes on both sides that had been itching for a conflict to justify their budgets. The mistranslation was just the spark. But now I have proof. He activated his device, and holographic documents appeared in the air communications, classified reports, both human and Confederation. I have evidence that leaders on both sides knew the truth within months of the first hostilities. They chose to continue the war anyway. Millions dead, because no one wanted to admit a mistake. The human captain's voice came through again. "Marcus, what are you saying?" "I'm saying I didn't lose my family, my home, and my leg because of alien hostility. I lost them because of human greed and Confederation pride." He looked around the bridge, meeting each set of eyes in turn. "And I'm saying it stops now. Right here, on this ship, with all of us making a choice." Admiral Vox Thalim stared at the evidence floating before him, his pigmentation cycling through a range of emotions too complex for even my understanding. "How do we know these aren't forgeries?" he finally asked, though his tone lacked conviction. "You don't," Marcus admitted. "Not yet. But my translator can access your historical archives and compare linguistic patterns. It can prove what I'm saying in about 6 hours of processing time. The question is, are 6 hours and the possibility of peace worth the risk?" Captain Mercer's voice broke the tense silence. "Marcus, the extraction team is standing by. What's your call?" Marcus looked at me, then at the Admiral. "Your move, gentlemen. We either make history today, or we continue making graves. Your choice." And in that moment, staring into the eyes of a human who had every reason to hate us yet was offering peace instead, I made the most consequential decision of my life. "Admiral Vox Thalim," I said, my voice steadier than I felt, "I recommend we stand down and consider the human's proposal." The Admiral's headplate flared so dramatically I feared it might crack. "You dare suggest capitulation to these barbarians? Have you lost your faculties, Commander?" "With respect, sir, I'm suggesting we consider the possibility that we have been fighting under false pretenses." I gestured to the holographic evidence Marcus had presented. "If there's even a fraction of truth to this, don't we owe it to the billions who have died to at least investigate?" The bridge had gone deathly quiet. Every crew member, from the most junior technician to the senior officers, was watching this exchange with mounting tension. Marcus stood silently, his strange device still connected to our systems. I noticed his organic hand was trembling slightly, not from fear, I suspected, but from the weight of this moment. How strange that the fate of 2 civilizations might hinge on this damaged human and his garbage-built translator. "Captain Mercer," Marcus called out, addressing the human vessel. "What if I told you I could prove that Admiral Kane knew about the translation error 3 months into the war? That he deliberately buried the evidence because Proxycorp had just secured a $1 trillion contract for new warship production?" There was a long pause before Captain Mercer responded, his voice noticeably strained. That's a serious accusation, Marcus." "Yes, it is. And I can prove it. Just like I can prove that High Chancellor Zoc of the Confederation suppressed similar findings because the war gave him the political leverage to consolidate power across 3 sectors." Admiral Vox Thalim's pigmentation shifted to a dangerous deep crimson. "You speak treason against the High Chancellor." "No," Marcus countered, his voice firm but not antagonistic. "I speak truth. And truth is only treason to those who profit from lies." I found myself admiring his courage. Here he stood, surrounded by what his people considered enemies, accusing the leaders of both factions of atrocities beyond measure. Either he was insane or possessed of a conviction so powerful it transcended fear. "Admiral," I said quietly, "what if he's right?" The Admiral turned all 3 primary eyes toward me, his ancestral ridges pulsing with barely contained fury. "You would take the word of a human over your own government? Your own species?" "I would take the word of evidence, sir. As a scientist. As someone who has sworn to pursue truth." Marcus's device suddenly emitted a series of rapid beeps. He glanced down at it, then looked up with renewed urgency. "We are running out of time. 3 more human vessels just entered the system, and I'm betting at least 2 Confederation battlecruisers aren't far behind. Once they arrive, neither of us will be able to control what happens next." Captain Mercer's voice crackled through the comm system again. "Marcus, Admiral Kane is demanding a status update." I can't stall much longer. The tension on the bridge was palpable. I could feel the ship's environmental system struggling to process the stress pheromones being released by my fellow officers. 6 hours, I said suddenly, Give us 6 hours to verify his claims. If they prove false, you can have your human back and continue this pointless war. If they are true, I let the implication hang in the air. And why should we trust you won't simply use those 6 hours to bring in reinforcements? Captain Mercer challenged. Because Marcus interjected, Commander VZT Chara is going to come aboard your vessel as a gesture of good faith while I remain here. It's a mutual insurance policy. I turned to him in shock. That wasn't part of our agreement. Marcus gave me a weary smile. There was no agreement, Commander. Just a choice between courage and cowardice. Admiral Vox. Thalim slammed his control appendage against his command console. This is absurd. I forbid this course of action. With respect, Admiral, I replied, surprised by my own boldness. You are outnumbered. I gestured around the bridge, where every officer had subtly positioned themselves closer to me than to the Admiral. Your crew has lost family, friends, and homeworlds to this conflict. If there's a chance to end it, they deserve that chance. For a tense moment, I thought the Admiral might order security to arrest us all. Instead, his pigmentation gradually shifted to a muted blue, a sign of reluctant acquiescence in our species. 6 hours, he finally said. Not 1 microcycle more. And Commander, if this proves to be a human trick, I will personally ensure your genetic line is eradicated from our species' memory. Understood, Admiral, I said, trying not to show my relief. Captain Mercer, do we have an agreement? He confirmed, came the human's voice. We will prepare a shuttle bay for your arrival, Commander. But I warn you, make one suspicious move, and you will never see your ship again. Noted, Captain, I replied. I expect the same courtesy will be extended to Marcus during his continued stay aboard our vessel. As preparations were made for the exchange, Marcus pulled me aside, speaking in a low voice that only I could hear. There's something I didn't mention in front of your Admiral, he said, his mismatched eyes intense. Something you need to know before you board that ship. More revelations? I asked, my patience wearing thin. The data I showed you is only part of the story. The complete archives are locked in my neural implant, protected by biometric encryption. If anything happens to me, if my vitals flatline, that data automatically uploads to every communication hub in range, both human and Confederation. I stared at him, processing the implications. You have turned yourself into a dead man's switch. He nodded grimly. After I lost my family, I had nothing left to live for except the truth. I have spent 7 years gathering this evidence, infiltrating databases, bribing officials, risking everything. If I die, everyone knows everything. The war ends, but probably in the worst possible way, with revolts, assassinations, chaos. Why tell me this? Because you need to understand what's at stake. This isn't just about proving I'm right. It's about managing the revelation in a way that leads to peace, not more bloodshed. The truth can be as destructive as any weapon if deployed carelessly. I found myself respecting this human more with each passing moment. He'd suffered unimaginable loss, yet still cared about minimizing harm to both sides. What do you need me to do on the human ship? I asked. Do. Meta. Find Captain Mercer's personal files. His family was on Enceladus when the colony was destroyed. If anyone will help us once they know the truth, it's him. He has the moral authority to make other humans listen. Before I could respond, a junior officer approached us. The shuttle is ready, Commander. With a final nod to Marcus, I followed the officer toward the docking bay, my mind racing with the enormity of what we were attempting. The journey to the human vessel was brief but felt eternal. Their shuttle was utilitarian and uncomfortable, clearly designed for efficiency rather than passenger comfort. The human pilot kept his weapon trained on me the entire time, his expression a mixture of disgust and curiosity. Never thought I'd see one of you up close without a targeting reticle, he muttered. I chose not to respond. What could I possibly say that would matter to someone who had likely lost comrades to my species? Captain Mercer was waiting when we docked, flanked by armed guards. He was taller than Marcus, with skin several shades darker and no visible cybernetic enhancements. His uniform bore numerous decorations that I assumed signified valor in their strange hierarchical system. "Commander VZT Chara," he said, pronouncing my name with surprising accuracy. "Welcome aboard the UNDF Valiant, though welcome might be stretching it." "Thank you, Captain," I replied formally. "I understand your reservations." "Reservations?" He laughed, a harsh sound devoid of humor. "That's a diplomatic way of putting it. I have lost 2 ships and over 800 crew to your Confederation. Reservations doesn't begin to cover it." "And we have lost millions to human aggression," I countered. "Yet here we are, attempting dialogue rather than destruction. That must count for something." The captain studied me for a long moment, then nodded curtly. "We have set up a secure communication link to your vessel. You can monitor Marcus's progress from our bridge. Follow me and keep your appendages where my people can see them." The human ship was fascinating, a strange combination of advanced technology and puzzlingly primitive design choices. Where our vessels emphasized ergonomic efficiency and biological integration, theirs seemed built around redundancy and brute force solutions. Everything was hardened, reinforced, as if they expected parts of their own ship to turn against them at any moment. How telling, I thought. Even their ships reflected their paranoia. The bridge of the Valiant was a stark contrast to our research vessel, where ours was open and spacious, designed to facilitate thought and collaboration. Theirs was compact, almost claustrophobic, really, with crew members seated at individual stations surrounded by physical control interfaces. "Primitive," I muttered before I could stop myself. Captain Mercer heard me. "Primitive but effective. We have destroyed plenty of your advanced ships with our outdated technology. A fact that should give both our species pause," I replied. "Perhaps the measure of civilization isn't technological sophistication, but how rarely one needs to use weapons, regardless of their design." That seemed to give the captain momentary pause. "Monitor Station 2, he finally said, gesturing to an empty console. "You can observe your ship and communicate with Marcus from there." The next 5 hours were among the most tense of my entire career. I watched as Marcus worked with our scientists, his makeshift translator device processing vast amounts of linguistic and cultural data from both human and Confederation archives. Occasionally, he would request specific files or access to particular databases, which the Admiral reluctantly granted under pressure from the increasingly intrigued science team. "He's actually doing it," murmured one of the human officers, watching over my shoulder. "The translation matrices are showing significant divergence from standard interpretation protocols." "Of course they are," I replied. "Your translation systems were built on faulty premises from the beginning. You have been talking to an entirely different species than the one that actually exists." Captain Mercer, who had been silent for most of the observation period, suddenly addressed me directly. "If what Marcus claims is true, if this entire war was based on a deliberate mistranslation, who benefits? Who would want our species to destroy each other?" It was a perceptive question, one I'd been pondering myself. Perhaps no one wanted complete destruction. Perhaps they just wanted controlled conflict enough to justify military expansion, resource allocation, political consolidation. War is profitable for certain segments of any society. "Familiar story," Mercer said grimly. "Same garbage, different planet." "Indeed. Perhaps our species are more alike than either side would care to admit." Before the captain could respond, Marcus's voice came through the communication system. "I have got it," he said, his tone a mixture of triumph and sorrow. "Irrefutable proof. The original Proxima transmission, the correct translation, and internal memos from both governments acknowledging the error and deciding to proceed with hostilities anyway." He transmitted the data to both vessels simultaneously. As it appeared on the screens before us, a profound silence fell over the Valiant's bridge. The evidence was overwhelming: communications between military leaders, corporate executives, and government officials, all conspiring to maintain a war they knew was based on a lie. Captain Mercer's face had gone ashen as he read through the files. My wife and son were on Enceladus, he said quietly. I watched it burn from orbit during the evacuation. They told us it was a Confederation first strike. And our people were told humans had violated territorial agreements and fired on civilian transports, I replied. Both lies. Both calculated to ensure maximum outrage. Marcus appeared on the view screen, looking exhausted but resolute. Now you understand why this information needs to be handled carefully. Released all at once, it could cause chaos, military coup, civilian uprisings. And released strategically, it could force leadership on both sides to the negotiating table. Captain Mercer straightened, his expression hardening into determination. Admiral Kane is 20 minutes out with 3 additional warships. What's our play here? We need to get this information to people who can use it effectively, Marcus replied. Military leaders who haven't been compromised, civilian oversight committees, independent media outlets. And we need to do it before Admiral Vox Thalim or your Admiral Kane can stop us, I added. A young human officer suddenly called out, Captain. We are detecting multiple Confederation signatures entering the system. Looks like a full battle group. So much for 6 hours, Captain Mercer muttered. They must have had reinforcements closer than we thought. Marcus's expression grew urgent. It's now or never. I'm initiating the data transfer to the secured channels we discussed, Commander. I nodded, making my decision. Do it. Captain Mercer, I suggest you prepare your crew for possible hostilities. Neither admiral will be pleased when they realize what we have done. Already on it, Mercer replied, turning to his tactical officer. Shields up, weapons on standby, but hold fire unless fired upon. The next 20 minutes were pure chaos. As both human and Confederation reinforcements arrived in the system, Marcus and I worked frantically to distribute the evidence to key figures on both sides. The small research vessel where Marcus remained became a hub of unauthorized communications, broadcasting truth into the darkness of space like a beacon. Admiral Vox Thalim threatened, blustered, and finally attempted to lock down all systems only to discover that Marcus had anticipated this and created multiple back doors into the ship's communication array. Similarly, Admiral Kane ordered the Valiant to stand down and surrender the alien spy immediately. Captain Mercer's response was succinct and unprintable in any formal report. As tensions escalated and weapons were powered up on all sides, something unexpected happened. A message cut through all communication channels, both human and Confederation, overriding encryption and command protocols. Marcus's face appeared on every screen, his expression solemn. My name is Marcus Finley. 12 years ago, I lost everything I loved to this war. My wife, my daughter, my home, my belief in justice. Today, I'm going to show you why that happened and who is responsible. I ask only that you watch, listen, and then decide for yourselves whether another life on either side should be sacrificed for this lie. What followed was a masterfully edited presentation of the evidence, as interspersed with personal stories from both humans and Confederation citizens who had lost loved ones to the conflict. It was devastating in its simplicity and irrefutable in its documentation. When it concluded, there was silence across all channels, the kind of silence that changes worlds. Admiral Kane broke it first. Captain Mercer, you will execute the traitor Finley immediately or face court-martial. Before Mercer could respond, another voice joined the channel, one I recognized as belonging to the human Joint Chiefs of Staff. Delay that order, Admiral Kane. You are relieved of command pending investigation. Captain Mercer, stand by for new orders. Similar scenes played out across Confederation channels, as military leaders not implicated in the conspiracy began asserting control over those who were. 6 hours after Marcus first connected his makeshift translator to our systems, representatives from both the Human Alliance and the Galactic Confederation agreed to an immediate ceasefire and preliminary peace talks. I stood on the bridge of the Valiant beside Captain Mercer, watching as the news spread across both our civilizations. Reports were coming in of celebrations and vigils, of anger and relief, of recrimination and reconciliation. What happens now? Mercer asked quietly. Justice, hopefully, I replied. for those who perpetuated this massacre for profit and power. Healing, eventually, for everyone else. And what about him? Mercer nodded toward the view screen, where Marcus could be seen being escorted not as a prisoner, but as an honored guest to a neutral vessel where the preliminary talks would be held. I suspect he will be central to whatever comes next, I said. He lost everything to this war. Now he's the reason it ended. Mercer nodded thoughtfully. You know, when this all started, I would have gladly killed every last one of your species without a second thought. And I would have classified yours as irredeemably violent and worthy of containment, if not elimination, I admitted. Funny how perspective changes when you actually talk to someone instead of just shooting at them. Indeed, Captain. Perhaps that's the first lesson our species need to learn from this catastrophe. Communication before confrontation. As our vessels prepared to join the gathering at the neutral meeting point, I found myself reflecting on the strange journey that had brought us here. How one damaged human with a translator built from garbage had managed what fleets of warships could not. He had brought truth to a conflict built on lies. And in doing so, he had given both our species something neither had felt in 12 long years: hope. The war had taken everything from Marcus Finley. But in return, he had taken the war itself from everyone else. An uneven trade, perhaps, but one that might just save two civilizations from their own worst instincts. Humans truly were the most ridiculous species the galaxy had ever produced, capable of unimaginable destruction and unexpected salvation in equal measure, terrifying in their potential for both. As I prepared to represent my people at the peace talks, I made a silent promise we would not waste this second chance. Too many had died for us to squander the peace they would never know. And somewhere, I hoped, the family Marcus had lost would have been proud of what he had built from the ashes of his grief, not vengeance, but reconciliation. Not more destruction, but the foundation for a lasting peace. The immune variable. Chief Strategist Vex Lore adjusted his tentacle-mounted data projector and gazed around the Galactic Council chamber, with all three of his primary eyes. The secondary ones remained fixed on his presentation notes, because looking too prepared was apparently unfashionable these days. The assembled counselors, representing 17 advanced civilizations, lounged in their anti-gravity pods with that uniquely bureaucratic mix of boredom and self-importance. Esteemed members of the Council, Vex Lore began, his voice modulator perfectly calibrated to project confidence. Our research into primitive civilization elimination has yielded fascinating results. Today I present Project Clean Slate, a revolutionary approach to dealing with the human infestation in Sector 7. Admiral Yix, a gelatinous mass of neural tissue floating in a pristine containment sphere, burbled something that his translator rendered as, "Another elimination project? The last 6 have failed spectacularly." With all due respect, Admiral Vex Lore's tentacles rippled with barely contained annoyance. Those were simple mechanical solutions. Honestly, sending robot armies against humans? They make entertainment programs about fighting machines. They practically rehearse for it. The monitoring screen behind him flickered to life, displaying real-time feeds from Earth. Thousands of microscopic probes, disguised as what humans call dust motes, transmitted data about their civilization, their weaknesses, and most importantly, their laughably primitive immune systems. Commander Zarthi, her metallic exoskeleton gleaming under the chamber's ambient lighting, leaned forward. "And your solution is better because, dear Commander, we have been overcomplicating this." Vex Lore pulled up a molecular diagram. Humans are remarkably resistant to physical threats. They survive in environments that would kill most species. They heal from injuries that should be fatal. But their immune systems, hilariously basic. The council chamber filled with the various sounds of 17 species showing interest, from subsonic rumbles to ultrasonic trills. Vex Lore's presentation was going perfectly. "Our viral engineering division has created something beautiful." He expanded the molecular diagram. "A virus that specifically targets human immunological weaknesses. Their bodies won't even recognize it as a threat until it's too late. The best part? It adapts faster than their medical science can respond. Their extinction will be quick, painless, and most importantly," he added with a flourish of his tentacles, "cost-effective." General Reich, a towering insectoid, clicked his mandibles skeptically. The humans have survived numerous pandemics. What makes this different? Ah, yes, Vexlor's voice modulator shifted to what he considered his most patronizing frequency. Those were natural viruses, evolving through random mutation. This is designed with precision. We have studied their genetic structure, their medical response protocols, even their social media posts about home remedies. Everything has been accounted for. The monitoring screens shifted to show human medical facilities. Vexlor gestured at them with a flourish. Their most advanced medical centers can't handle a common cold virus effectively. Our engineered masterpiece will overwhelm them completely. Admiral Yix's containment sphere bobbed uncertainly. The cost of development. Less than a single battleship, Vexlor replied smoothly. And significantly less than cleaning up after another failed invasion attempt. The council chamber erupted in approving gestures. Tentacles waved, mandibles clicked, neural patterns pulsed with satisfaction. Only Commander Zardai remained still. Timeline for deployment, she asked. We can begin immediately. Our distribution system is already in place, disguised as their spring pollen. They will literally inhale their doom while posting pictures of their seasonal allergies on social media. Supreme Counselor Naz, silent until now, raised all four of her hands. This plan has elegance, Vexlor. A unanimous vote shall commence. As the voting process began, Vexlor allowed himself a moment of pure satisfaction. His name would go down in galactic history as the strategist who finally solved the human problem. No more would their chaotic expansion threaten the orderly development of the galaxy. No more would their unpredictable nature keep senior strategists awake during their regeneration cycles. The vote was unanimous. Project Clean Slate had begun. As Vexlor packed up his presentation materials, Commander Zardai approached him. One question, strategist. Did you account for human adaptability? Commander Vexlor said, not bothering to hide his condescension, we have accounted for everything. In 3 standard cycles, Earth will be ready for proper civilization. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a virus to launch. He left the chamber, his tentacles swaying with pride, completely unaware that he had just made the biggest miscalculation in galactic history. Vexlor stood in the command center, surrounded by holographic displays showing major Earth cities. New York, Tokyo, London, Mumbai, Lagos, each one marked with spreading red dots representing viral distribution centers. His tentacles danced across the control interface, adjusting monitoring parameters with practiced precision. Release sequence initiated announced the automated system. Viral particles integrating with local pollen patterns. Excellent, Vexlor turned to his assembled team. Send in the observation drones. I want every human sneeze documented. In the adjacent celebration chamber, Admiral Yix's containment sphere bobbed excitedly among the gathered officials. The chamber had been decorated with holographic representations of Earth's destruction, and someone had even programmed the refreshment synthesizers to produce beverages in red, white, and blue, a final mockery of human patriotic colors. A toast called Supreme Counselor Naz, raising her glasses in all 4 hands, to the most efficient planetary cleansing in galactic history. The assembled aliens cheered in their various ways. A group of crystalline beings clinked their edges together. Several gaseous entities merged briefly in celebration. Even Commander Zardai's metallic expression plates shifted into what might have been a smile. First infection confirmation, reported a junior analyst, their eye stalks quivering with excitement. Subject 0 is a human female in their Paris region. She just posted about her severe allergies on their primitive information network. Vexlor accessed the feed. The human had indeed shared her complaints, adding something called hashtags worst allergies ever, can't stop sneezing, need antihistamines. How delightfully ignorant, he mused. They are helping us track the spread through their social media complaints. Hour by hour, the infection rates climbed. Vexlor's team had synchronized the release with Earth's various spring seasons, ensuring maximum distribution. Humans in multiple climate zones were simultaneously exposed, their bodies helplessly inhaling the engineered virus. Sir called another analyst. Their medical facilities are reporting a surge in respiratory cases. Right on schedule, Vexlor preened. Their primitive healthcare systems should be overwhelmed within days. In the celebration chamber, a betting pool had started on which major city would fall first. Admiral Yix had put significant credits on New York, citing human population density and their reliance on something called subway systems. But 3 days into the operation, something odd appeared in the data streams. So a senior analyst approached Vex Lore, anxiety causing their crystalline structure to vibrate. We are seeing some unexpected patterns in the infection rates. Unexpected how Vex Lore's tentacles tensed. The viral load in some patients is decreasing without treatment. Vex Lore dismissed this with a wave. Statistical anomalies. Some humans must have stronger immune responses. But sir, the numbers are increasing. And there's something else. The analyst projected a new data set. Some infected humans are showing no symptoms at all. They are carrying the virus, but it's not affecting them. In the celebration chamber, the betting pool had gone quiet. Admiral Yix's containment sphere had developed a worried ripple. Impossible, Vex Lore snapped. The virus was engineered to bypass all known human immune responses. Show me their medical research data. The screens filled with human medical documents. Doctors worldwide were reporting similar findings. While many patients were severely ill, others seemed to be developing rapid immunity. Some weren't getting sick at all. Sir, another analyst called out, "You need to see this." A social media feed appeared on the main screen. A human doctor named Maya Patel had just posted preliminary findings suggesting the virus was triggering an unexpected immune response. She called it adaptive resistance. Commander Zarthai, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. "It appears humans are more resilient than your models suggested, strategist." A minor setback, Vex Lore insisted, but his tentacles were writhing nervously. "Increase the viral load in the secondary release. We will overwhelm their adaptive responses." Sir, the first analyst interrupted, "There's more. The humans who developed immunity. Their antibodies are evolving. The virus isn't just failing to kill them. It's making them stronger." The celebration chamber had emptied. The holographic Earth destruction displays flickered and died. In their place, real-time feeds showed human medical teams working frantically, sharing data across continents, making breakthrough after breakthrough. "Impossible," Vex Lore whispered. "We designed it to be perfect." "No, Commander Zar," the corrected. "You designed it to be predictable. But humans, as we are learning, are anything but predictable." A new alert flashed across the screens. Dr. Maya Patel was addressing the World Health Organization. Her words made Vex Lore's primary heart stop beating for a full second. "The virus appears to be artificially engineered, suggesting an intentional attack. But whoever created it made one crucial mistake. They designed it to attack human immune systems as they existed in our past. They didn't account for how much we have evolved, how our immune systems have adapted to countless diseases over millennia. In essence, they gave us a weapon we can now use against them." In the sudden silence of the command center, Admiral Yix's translator crackled to life. "Perhaps we should have sent the robots after all." Vex Lore's tentacles drooped as he watched his perfect plan unravel. On the screens, humans weren't dying. They were adapting, evolving, and worse, they were starting to ask questions about where this virus came from. And somewhere in a lab in Mumbai, Dr. Maya Patel was smiling as she isolated another enhanced antibody, knowing humanity had just been handed the keys to its own evolution. The alien science vessel Paradigm hung in geosynchronous orbit above Earth, its advanced cloaking systems rendering it invisible to human detection. Inside, the research bay had transformed from an orderly laboratory into a scene of barely controlled chaos. "These readings cannot be correct," senior researcher Lax slammed all 6 appendages onto the analysis console. "Human immune responses should not be capable of this level of adaptation." Vex Lore paced the laboratory floor, his tentacles twitching with each new data stream. The monitoring screens showed Dr. Maya Patel's laboratory in Mumbai, where she and her team worked tirelessly, making breakthrough after breakthrough. "Play the human's latest research log," Vex Lore commanded. Dr. Patel's face appeared on screen, her expression animated despite obvious fatigue. Day 7 of the outbreak. We have isolated a remarkable pattern in the antibody production of recovered patients. The virus appears to have triggered what I can only describe as a rapid evolutionary response in our immune systems. It's as if our bodies recognized the artificial nature of the pathogen and said, "Hold my beer." "Hold my beer." Lex's translator struggled with the idiom. What does their fermented grain water have to do with immune response? Focus, Vexlor snapped. What are her actual findings? Another researcher, Zyra, brought up a molecular analysis. The human's adaptive immune response is accelerating. Each new generation of antibodies is more effective than the last. But that's not the worst part. How could this possibly get worse? The virus? Our perfectly engineered virus? They are turning it into a delivery system for enhanced antibody production. They are literally using our weapon to upgrade their immune systems. In her lab, Dr. Patel continued working, unaware of the alien panic her research was causing. The monitors showed her conferring with colleagues across the globe, sharing data with research teams in Lagos, Berlin, and Singapore. Bring up Subject 23's latest scan, she directed her team. The antibody evolution in this patient is unlike anything we have seen before. Vexlor watched in horror as the human researchers mapped out exactly how their immune systems were adapting. Dr. Thomas Reynolds, connecting from Atlanta, pointed out patterns that even the alien scientists had missed. See this protein structure. Reynolds highlighted a section of the molecular scan. It's like our immune systems looked at this engineered virus and said, "Nice try, but we have been dealing with plagues since we invented agriculture." Watch this. The simulation showed human antibodies not just fighting the virus, but actively rewriting their own code to create better defenses. It was evolution in real time, happening thousands of times faster than it should be possible. Supreme Counselor Naz demands an update, Commander Zardai announced, entering the research bay. Why are the humans not dying according to schedule? Because they are cheating. Vexlor's tentacles twisted in frustration. Their immune systems are not behaving according to any known biological principles. On screen, Dr. Patel held up a vial of clear liquid. We have isolated the mechanism that triggers the enhanced immune response. With this, we can protect anyone who hasn't been infected and accelerate recovery in those who have. But more importantly, we can now prove this virus was engineered. The question is, by whom? Lix's appendages trembled. They are going to trace it back to us. Impossible, Vexlor insisted, but his voice modulator cracked with uncertainty. We removed all markers that could identify the virus's origin. Did we, Commander Zardai asked quietly, or did we just assume humans wouldn't be capable of finding them? Dr. Pell's voice drew their attention back to the screen. The virus's structure includes elements that couldn't have evolved naturally on Earth. The protein folding patterns suggest an origin adapted to different gravitational conditions. We are dealing with something extraterrestrial, and brilliant as it is. She continued, examining data streams her team had gathered. It was clearly designed by someone who understood human biology but fundamentally underestimated human adaptability. They studied our immune system as it exists in textbooks, not as it exists in reality, constantly evolving, learning, adapting. The alien research bay fell silent as they watched Dr. Patel pick up her phone. Get me General Martinez at the Pentagon. She needs to see this data immediately. And contact the WHO. We are not just dealing with a pandemic anymore. We are dealing with first contact, even if they haven't introduced themselves yet. Vexlor slumped against a console. How did they adapt so quickly? Zyra pulled up historical data. It seems humans have been exposed to countless diseases throughout their development. Their immune systems are programmed to expect the unexpected. They don't just fight what they know, they actively prepare for what they don't know. Like building an army that trains for enemies it hasn't met yet, Commander Zardai mused. Fascinating. Fascinating. Vexlor's tentacles coiled in distress. This is a disaster. They are not just surviving, they are getting stronger. And now they know they are not alone in the universe. On the screen, Dr. Patel was addressing a global conference of scientists. This virus was meant to be our extinction event. Instead, it's become the key to understanding our own potential. Whoever sent it to us didn't realize one crucial thing about humanity: we don't just survive challenges, we learn from them. We grow stronger. And now we have questions for them. The alien scientists watched in mounting horror as human governments worldwide began mobilizing resources not for fighting the virus. They were already winning that battle, but for something much more concerning: first contact preparations. Commander Vexlor said quietly, "I believe we may have made a tactical error." "No, Commander Zarth," I corrected, watching Dr. Patel coordinate humanity's unified response. "We made a species-level miscalculation, and something tells me we are about to learn exactly how adaptable humans can be when they know they have an enemy." In her lab, Dr. Maya Patel held up another sample, this one glowing slightly under the laboratory lights. "Ready for the next phase? Let's show our uninvited friends what happens when you give humanity a challenge." The alien scientists could only watch as their perfect weapon became humanity's greatest breakthrough, and their planned extinction event transformed into something far more terrifying: first contact on humanity's terms. The Galactic Council's emergency research facility buzzed with frantic activity. Screens displayed centuries of human medical history, each new revelation more disturbing than the last. "Look at this," research director Nixis pointed a trembling appendage at historical records. "Black Death, 14th century, killed half their European population. But the survivors? Their descendants carry genetic resistance to this day." Vexlor scanned the data, his primary eyes widening. "That's not possible. Genetic adaptation takes thousands of generations." "Tell that to the humans," Nixis replied. "Spanish flu, 1918, smallpox, polio. Every major disease event triggered evolutionary responses. They don't just recover, they rebuild themselves stronger." Admiral Yix's containment sphere pulsed with agitation. "Show me their current adaptation rate against our virus." The central display lit up with real-time data. Dr. Maya Patel's team had mapped the entire immune response cascade. What they discovered sent waves of panic through the alien researchers. "Their antibodies are not just fighting the virus," Nixis explained. "They are rewriting their own genetic code to create better defenses. It is like watching 1,000 years of evolution compressed into days." Commander Zarth studied the Human Medical Archives. 1796, Edward Jenner. "They deliberately infected themselves with a weaker disease to build immunity against a stronger one. They turned diseases into weapons against diseases." "Look at this," another researcher called out. 2020 pandemic. They developed new vaccine technology in months. Their medical response times have been getting exponentially faster. The emergency alert siren blared. Supreme Counselor Naz swept into the facility, all four arms clutching data tablets. "The humans have started testing their enhanced antibodies against other pathogens. Tell me you have good news." Vexlor's tentacles drooped. "Counselor, we have made a grave error. These humans, they are not like any species we have encountered. Their entire evolutionary history is a series of near-extinction events that only made them stronger." "Explain," Naz demanded. Nixis brought up a historical timeline. Most species evolved to fit their environment. Humans? They treat survival threats as puzzles to be solved. They do not just adapt, they innovate. And now, thanks to our virus, they are doing both at an unprecedented rate. "The latest data from their research facilities is terrifying," Commander Zarth added. "Dr. Patel's team has not only neutralized our virus, they are using it as a template to enhance human immune responses against all diseases." The central screen showed Dr. Patel presenting to the World Health Organization. "This engineered virus has given us insights into immune system potential we never dreamed possible. We are looking at the end of genetic diseases, autoimmune disorders, perhaps even cancer." "We gave them the keys to their own evolution," Nixis whispered. Supreme Counselor Naz slammed all four hands onto the console. "Emergency council session, now." Minutes later, the council chamber filled with panicked representatives from all 17 advanced civilizations. The mood was very different from their celebratory meeting weeks ago. "The humans have not only survived our attack," Naz announced, "they have turned it into the greatest medical advancement in their history. And they know it came from off-world." Admiral Yix's translator crackled. "How long until they trace it back to us?" "They already have the capability," Commander Zarth reported. "Dr. Patel's team isolated markers in the virus structure that point to non-terrestrial origin. They are already preparing for first contact." But not the way we planned, Vexlor added miserably. They are not approaching as a defeated species seeking mercy. They are coming as equals, bearing gifts of medical knowledge they gained from our own weapon. The council chamber erupted in chaos. Representatives argued about military options, diplomatic solutions, and outright denial of involvement. Silence, Naz commanded. Show them what the humans are doing right now. The screens lit up with feeds from laboratories worldwide. Human scientists weren't just studying the virus anymore. They were using it to create medical breakthroughs, sharing their findings globally, advancing their species in real time. We did not just fail to eliminate them, Commander Zarthi concluded. We gave them the tools to become something far more formidable than they were before. And now they know they are not alone in the universe. The worst part, Nixus added. They seem excited about it. The council watched as Dr. Patel held a press conference. To whoever sent this virus, we have a message. Thank you for the challenge. We would love to discuss your genetic engineering techniques over coffee. We have some ideas we would like to share. Supreme Counselor Naz turned to the assembled representatives, her voice heavy with resignation. We must prepare for contact with humanity. Not as conquerors, but as a species that gravely underestimated their potential. And based on their history, that is a very dangerous position to be in. In the background, Dr. Patel's voice continued, the universe just got a lot more interesting. And humanity. We are just getting started. Dr. Maya Patel stood before the United Nations Security Council, her presentation displaying complex molecular structures behind her. The alien observation team watched in growing horror as she outlined humanity's response plan. Ladies and gentlemen, she began, we have not only decoded the alien virus, we have reversed engineered it completely. But here is the interesting part. Their biological structure is remarkably similar to ours, suggesting a common evolutionary pattern across the galaxy. In the Paradigm's observation deck, Vexlor's tentacles twisted into knots. She cannot possibly mean. The virus they designed was meant to attack our immune system, Dr. Patel continued. But with some modifications, it could theoretically affect their biology as well. We have already synthesized a prototype. Supreme Counselor Naz burst into the observation deck. The humans are doing what? They are weaponizing our own virus against U.S. Commander Zarthi replied, her metallic features set in grim resignation. And they are doing it faster than our scientists thought possible. On Earth, the scene shifted to a global video conference. Dr. Patel coordinated with researchers from every major nation. Dr. James Cooper from London shared breakthrough data on alien protein structures. Dr. Yuki Tanaka in Tokyo demonstrated successful tests on synthesized alien tissue samples. Dr. Aisha Hassan in Cairo presented mathematical models predicting virus behavior in various gravitational conditions. This is unprecedented, Admiral Yix burbled through his translator. Human nations historically cannot agree on lunch menu selections. Now they are working together seamlessly. Nothing unites a species quite like a common enemy, Commander Zarthi observed. The observation screens showed more human cooperation. Russian aerospace engineers worked with NASA scientists to develop high-altitude virus delivery systems. Chinese and European Union laboratories shared research data freely. Even nations with historical conflicts pooled their resources and expertise. The modified virus is ready for testing, Dr. Patel announced to the global team. Phase 1 trials show it specifically targets non-terrestrial biological patterns while leaving Earth-based life forms completely unaffected. Vexlor slumped against a console. How? How did they develop this so quickly? Because they are not working like separate nations anymore, Nixus explained, analyzing the data. They are working as a single entity, sharing every discovery, every failure, every breakthrough. The virus gave them something they never had before, perfect unity. The first sign of trouble came from a border outpost near the Centauri sector. Alien medical facilities reported cases of mysterious respiratory infections. Within days, similar reports emerged from space stations and colonies across 3 sectors. Emergency protocol breach, a junior analyst screamed. The humans have somehow launched their modified virus into our ventilation systems. Dr. Patel appeared on their screens again, addressing an unknown audience. To our friends watching from above, we know you are there. We tracked your observation satellites through their heat signatures. Quite clever, the cloaking technology. But you forgot humans have been searching for alien life for centuries. We have gotten very good at looking for things that do not want to be found. Alarms blared throughout the paradigm as the first crew members began showing symptoms. The modified virus spread through the ship's air recycling system with devastating efficiency. Unlike you, Dr. Patel continued, her voice now broadcasting on all alien frequencies, we are not trying to commit genocide. The virus we released is uncomfortable but not lethal. Think of it as a warning shot and an invitation to talk. The Galactic Council chamber descended into chaos as reports flooded in from across alien space. The modified virus had spread to every major population center, carried by ships, traders, and diplomatic missions. Their virus Nixus reported, analyzing the structure, it is magnificent. It adapts to each of our species differently, causing mild but highly visible symptoms. They are demonstrating capability, not seeking revenge. Commander Zar, they monitored the infection patterns. They mapped our entire civilization's transport networks through this attack. A comprehensive first strike showing they can reach anywhere in our territory. And the symptoms, Supreme Counselor Naz demanded. Temporary genetic alterations causing bright pink skin pigmentation across all affected species, Nixus replied. They are not trying to kill us. They are making us look ridiculous. Dr. Patel's next broadcast reached every alien communication device simultaneously. We have also developed the cure, she announced, holding up a vivid blue vial. We are happy to share it, along with the technology that helped us create it so quickly. All we ask is a conversation about humanity's place in the galactic community. They turned our genocide attempt into a diplomatic opportunity, Admiral Yix observed, his containment sphere now tinged slightly pink, and they did it with a sense of humor. In her lab, Dr. Patel smiled directly at the hidden observation cameras. We will make this simple. Door 1, we keep our virus research to ourselves and you keep your skin pink for the next few months. Door 2, we share our breakthroughs, including several fascinating discoveries about rapid immune system adaptation that your own scientists might find valuable. The Council representatives, many now sporting various shades of pink, voted unanimously to open diplomatic channels. One more thing, Dr. Patel added. Next time you want to learn about humanity, try saying hello first. We make better friends than enemies, and we have excellent coffee. Vexlor, his tentacles now a magnificent shade of fuchsia, turned to Commander Zardai. Did we just lose a war without a single shot fired? No, she replied, watching Dr. Patel coordinate humanity's first official extraterrestrial diplomatic mission. We just discovered why humans never lost one. They do not just survive, they turn survival into advancement. On Earth, Dr. Patel prepared for humanity's first interstellar diplomatic summit, the modified virus samples safely stored and ready to demonstrate humanity's unique approach to problem solving. The aliens had tried to end humanity's story. Instead, they had only written its preface. The Galactic Council's Grand Chamber looked very different from its first meeting about Earth. Gone were the self-important poses and casual dismissal of lesser species. Instead, 17 representatives of advanced civilizations, all sporting varying shades of pink, sat facing Dr. Maya Patel and her diplomatic team. As promised, Dr. Patel said, placing a case of bright blue vials on the central table, the cure for your current chromatic condition. Though I must say, the pink rather suits some of you. Supreme Counselor Naz's 4 hands fidgeted with her now rose-tinted formal robes. The Council acknowledges humanity's impressive response to our unfortunate tactical decision. You mean your attempt to wipe us out? Dr. Patel smiled warmly. Water under the bridge. Though I do have one question for Chief Strategist Vexlor. Vexlor's fluorescent pink tentacles curled nervously. Yes, Doctor. Did you really think we would not notice a virus that came packaged in rainbow pollen? We have been fighting hay fever for centuries. It was like sending a birthday card with your invasion. Admiral Yix's containment sphere rippled with what might have been embarrassed laughter. The humans do have a point about our delivery method. Let us discuss terms, Commander Zar, the interjected, her metallic exoskeleton now a charming shade of salmon. What does humanity want in exchange for the cure? Dr. Patel activated a holographic display. We want partnership. Your genetic engineering expertise combined with our adaptability? Imagine the medical breakthroughs we could achieve together. Plus, we have thousands of science fiction movies we need to fact-check for accuracy. You want to share knowledge, Vex Lore asked incredulously. After we tried to eliminate your species. Of course, Dr. Patel replied. Humanity's greatest strength is not our immune system. It is our ability to turn enemies into friends. Just ask any human nation. We have all tried to destroy each other at some point. Now we share memes and compete in sports instead. The council members exchanged glances. Supreme Counselor Naz spoke first. Your terms are acceptable, though we request the cure sooner rather than later. The pink is affecting our ability to be taken seriously at intergalactic functions. Wonderful, Dr. Patel beamed. Oh, and one small addendum. Earth claims immunity from any future extinction attempts. In return, we promise not to share our skin pigmentation technology with any rebellious species in your empire. The terms are odd, Commander Zar the noted, but considering we are all pink, we are in no position to argue. As the human medical team distributed the cure, Dr. Thomas Reynolds leaned over to Dr. Patel. Should we tell them the pink was just an unexpected side effect, that we actually tried to make them glow in the dark? Let them think it was intentional, she whispered back. It adds to our mystique. The treaty was signed with unprecedented speed, possibly due to an upcoming intergalactic fashion show that several council members were desperate to attend in their original colors. Later, in the Paradigm's observation deck, Vex Lore watched Earth with his newly restored normal-colored tentacles. Commander, what did we learn from this debacle? Commander Zar, I pulled up the final report. First, never underestimate a species that turned a lethal virus into a diplomatic opportunity. Second, humans do not just survive, they improvise, adapt, and make friends with their would-be destroyers. And third, perhaps we should have just sent them a greeting card. And the pink Vex Lore asked, already becoming a popular fashion choice in the younger sectors. They are calling it Earth Tone Chic. On Earth, Dr. Patel filed away the last research notes from humanity's first interstellar conflict. The summary was simple: attempted extinction event status failed. Diplomatic relations status established. Future prospects promising. Coffee meeting with alien scientists scheduled for next Tuesday. She smiled as she added one final note to future historians. Sometimes the best way to win a war is to make your enemy laugh. Also, pink really does look good on tentacles. The stars twinkled above her laboratory, no longer hiding hostile observers but promising new friends. Humanity had not just survived, they had thrived. And somewhere in the vast galaxy, a group of advanced civilizations was learning a valuable lesson about underestimating the species that turned plagues into progress and extinction attempts into exchange programs. Tuvok Zar, chief historian of the former Gravelian Empire, record this tale as a warning to all species who believe themselves superior in this vast galaxy. The humans have a saying, pride comes before a fall. We Gravelians learned this lesson the hard way, through the actions of one remarkable human named Jake Mercer. Our first encounter with humans was, frankly, underwhelming. Their primitive vessel stumbled into our territory near the Cygnus Arm, a pathetic exploration craft they called Artemis E. Can you believe they still used combustion engines and their communication systems? Please. My personal entertainment unit had more processing power. Look at these creatures, High Commander Vazik sneered as we captured their ship, barely out of their gravity well and already trespassing in Imperial space. I remember watching from the observation deck as our tractor beams pulled in their vessel. The crew of 7 humans didn't even have proper armor. Just flimsy white suits with clear bubbles over their heads. Laughable. Prepare the dissection chambers, Vazik ordered. Their biology might yield some minor scientific value. Standard procedure for newly discovered species: capture, study, dissect, catalog. Perhaps enslave if they proved useful. The Gravelian Empire had done this thousands of times across 3 galactic arms. We were the apex predators of the cosmos, after all. But then something unexpected happened. Sir, one of them is communicating, reported Officer Krell, our linguistics specialist. It's using mathematical sequences to establish a translation matrix. Vazik flicked his sensory ridges in amusement. How quaint. Let's hear what it has to say before we cut it open. The human's voice came through our speakers, calm and measured despite their situation. This is Lieutenant Jake Mercer of Earth's Artemis EII expedition. We come in peace and seek diplomatic relations. Diplomatic relations? With us? The absurdity made my feeding tentacles curl with laughter. Humans were like krill negotiating with a whale. Tell this Jake Mercer that the Gravalian Empire doesn't negotiate with lesser species, Vazik said, bored already. Prepare the crew for processing. We should have been more careful. Should have noticed how this Jake Mercer observed everything, how his eyes tracked our weapon systems, how he noted the guard rotations. Even as we dragged his fellow humans away, he remained oddly composed. "You are making a mistake," he said, those flat teeth showing in what we later learned was a smile. Humans don't respond well to threats. Vazik actually laughed at that. And what will your species do? You are 20 light-years from your homeworld, which still burns fossil fuels. Your most advanced weapons are nuclear fission bombs. We crack moons for mining operations. Jake Mercer didn't respond, but there was something in his expression, a confidence that made no logical sense given his circumstances. The processing was quick. 6 humans were efficiently dispatched to various research departments, some for biological study, others for psychological evaluation. But Jake Mercer? High Commander Vazik had special plans for him. This one spoke for the others, Vazik said. Put him in the diplomatic prisoner wing. I'm curious how long his species can survive under interrogation. I remember thinking it was a waste of a perfectly good containment cell. After all, humans were just another insignificant species in a galaxy teeming with life. We'd already cataloged over 10,000 sentient species, most of them now serving the Empire in some capacity. What could possibly make this one different? Oh, how wrong we were. How catastrophically, monumentally wrong. As the guards dragged Jake Mercer away, he turned to look directly at Vazik. "We will meet again," he said, with that same inexplicable confidence. Vazik just flicked his sensory ridges dismissively. "No, little human. You will die here, forgotten by your primitive species, who will never even know what happened to their lost explorers." Jake Mercer's response haunts me to this day. Then I will just have to remind you what it means to be human. None of us understood the threat contained in those words. None of us could possibly have predicted what one human prisoner would eventually cost the mighty Gravalian Empire. If there's one thing Gravalians pride themselves on besides our technological superiority, military might, and galactic dominance, it's our prison systems. Specifically, our ability to break any species. It's practically an art form. We have refined techniques that can reduce a Krivlax war chief to a babbling mess in days, despite their famous pain resistance. Dramuvian telepaths? Please. We have psychic dampening fields that make them forget their own names. So you can imagine our collective confusion when, 3 months into his captivity, Jake Mercer was still, well, Jake Mercer. He's doing what? Vazik demanded during the weekly prisoner assessment. Prison overseer Gorvan shifted uncomfortably. "Exercise, sir." A routine he calls burpees. It seems to involve a lot of purposeful falling and getting back up, in a cell designed to induce hopelessness and sensory deprivation. "Yes, sir." He's also been singing. The surveillance footage showed Jake in his cell, a 10 by 10 cube of polished black metal with no visible seams, no light source, and gravity that randomly increased to 3 times his planet's normal pull. He should have been a broken husk. Instead, he was doing these ridiculous movements while belting out something called Eye of the Tiger. Have we been giving him too much oxygen? Vazik wondered aloud. Perhaps his brain is malfunctioning from environmental factors. "No, sir," Gorvan replied. "His vitals are perfectly normal. For a human." "What about the interrogation sessions?" Gorvan's secondary breathing vents flattened in embarrassment. "He's been asking questions about us, sir." "Questions?" about Gravelian culture, biology, political structures. When interrogator Liss applies the neural stimulators, he seems to enter a trance state where pain becomes interesting to him rather than debilitating. I stepped forward then, my historian's curiosity piqued. Commander, if I may? This behavior matches nothing in our xenopsychology database. Perhaps we should increase the intensity, Vazik interrupted. Double the gravity fluctuations. Remove all nutrients, except the bare minimum to keep him alive. Gorvin hesitated. Sir, we have already tried. Then try harder. No primitive mammal makes a mockery of imperial protocols. But Jake Mercer continued to defy expectations. When they increased the gravity, he adapted his exercises. When they removed nutrients, he entered some kind of meditative state that slowed his metabolism. When they pumped hallucinogenic gas into his cell, he described the visions in such detail that the psych evaluation team requested copies for their research. 4 months in, Jake started talking to the walls. Good morning, surveillance team. Hope you are having a fantastic day watching me do absolutely nothing interesting. Quick question, do Gravelians celebrate birthdays? Because mine's coming up. I will be turning 34 in Earth years, which is, let me think, about 41.3 in your measurement system. The guard started taking longer routes to avoid passing his cell. 6 months in, he began precisely predicting the guard rotation schedules and greeting each guard by names he couldn't possibly have known. Hello, Officer Draz. How's that third offspring of yours? Must be reaching molt stage soon, right? Oh, and please tell Officer Kelvin that the clicking sound in her breathing apparatus needs attention. Sounds like a worn filter gasket. The most disturbing part. He was right about Draz's offspring, and Kelvin's breathing apparatus did have a worn gasket. 8 months into his imprisonment, Jake Mercer started correcting the interrogator's questions. No, he said to a frustrated Liss Parvek during a particularly intense session. If you want to know about Earth's defense capabilities, you are asking all wrong. Try, what's the response time for your global strategic forces? Much more specific. I still won't answer, but I appreciate good technique. Then he had the audacity to smile, that strange baring of flat teeth that humans do while connected to nerve inducers designed to stimulate every pain receptor simultaneously. I remember reviewing the footage and thinking, what is this creature? Because whatever Jake Mercer was, he wasn't breaking. If anything, he seemed to be getting stronger. By the 1-year mark, Vazik was obsessed. Jake Mercer had become a personal affront to his authority, and the other human specimens had long since expired under various experimental procedures, providing minimal useful data. But Jake? Jake was thriving. Perhaps I suggested during one particularly tense briefing, we should consider that our standard approaches are ineffective with this species. Vazik's feeding tentacles coiled in anger. Are you suggesting we cannot break one puny human? I'm suggesting, I said carefully, that we may be dealing with an outlier, either an exceptional individual or an indication that humans as a species have unusual psychological resilience. Nonsense, Vazik hissed. No species resists the Empire. We will break him, catalog his species as a footnote in our databases, and move on. But as Jake Mercer entered his 2nd year of captivity, still doing his burpees and cracking jokes about our anatomy, I began to wonder if perhaps the Empire had finally met its match. Commander Liss Parvek was not what you'd call a rule breaker. In fact, if the Gravelian Empire had published an employee handbook, which we didn't, and because obedience was assumed rather than requested, Liss would have been the glossy portrait next to model Imperial officer. 20 cycles of flawless service, 14 commendations, and a psychological profile that used the word rigid 17 times. Which is why her sudden interest in Jake Mercer raised so many sensory ridges across high command. It started innocuously enough. Additional interrogation sessions longer than scheduled. Then requests for Earth cultural data from our limited databases. Then, most alarming of all, she began bringing him books. Explain yourself, Commander, Vazik demanded during a review session, his dominant spines fully extended. Liz stood at perfect attention, her secondary eyes fixed respectfully downward. Sir, I believe I have identified an approach that may yield results with the human prisoner. By providing him with entertainment? By establishing rapport, sir. The human responds to social engagement. I have been allowing him to feel he's building a connection, which may lower his psychological defenses. I watched Vazik consider this. It wasn't entirely implausible. Some species did respond better to perceived friendship than to torture. Still, something about Liz's behavior pattern seemed off. And what has this report produced so far? Vazik asked. Valuable insights into human sociology, sir. For instance, they have over 7,000 distinct languages on their planet, yet consider themselves a unified species. They wage wars against themselves over resource distribution and ideological differences. Their art forms often celebrate individual achievement over collective good. Hardly useful for military applications, Vazik noted dryly. With respect, sir, understanding their psychology may help us develop more effective strategies should we encounter more of them. This was technically true. But it didn't explain why Liz had been observed laughing during these sessions. Gravelian officers do not laugh with prisoners. I decided to investigate personally. Using my historian's clearance, I accessed the surveillance feeds from Jake's cell during Liz's next visit. So then the bartender says, "Why the long face?" Jake was saying as Liz entered. It's funny because horses naturally have elongated facial structures. I understand the humorous premise, Liz replied, setting down a small container of what appeared to be non-standard rations. Though I still maintain that your species' reliance on contextual knowledge for humor is inefficient, says the alien whose formal greeting translates to "May your enemies spawn die painfully." Not exactly winning points for efficiency there. That's a sacred traditional greeting dating back 14 millennia. And yet you laughed when I suggested shortening it to sup. What happened next shocked me to my core nutrient sacs. As Parvek decorated commander, ruthless interrogator, and exemplar of Gravelian discipline made a sound I'd never heard from her species before. A sort of staccato hissing that mimicked Jake's human laughter. The High Command would demote me to waste processing if they heard me use such an informal address, she said. High Command sounds like a real party pooper. A what? Someone who ruins fun, like that Vazik guy. His face tentacles do this twitchy thing when he's annoyed, which seems to be always. You shouldn't speak of the High Commander so disrespectfully, Liz admonished, but without conviction. Why not? What's he gonna do, imprison me? Jake gestured around his cell with a grin, more of that strange hissing laughter from Liz. I watched in growing alarm as they settled into what appeared to be a routine. Jake performing his exercises while Liz asked questions about Earth. Jake requesting information about Gravelian politics while Liz took notes. The exchange of what Jake called jokes and what no Gravelian would ever recognize as proper humor. It was all wrong. Prisoners don't exchange cultural information with their captors. They don't develop inside references or share food. And Imperial commanders certainly don't violate security protocols to smuggle chocolate to prisoners because they mentioned missing it. Over the next several months, Liz's visits increased in frequency. She began bringing strange objects, a crude timepiece calibrated to Earth measurements, writing implements, even a small plant from the Botanical Research Wing. Most disturbing of all, she began referring to Jake by his name rather than his prisoner designation. Their conversations grew more complex, more personal. Do you have family, Jake? Liz asked during one session. Parents back on Earth. Dad's a civil engineer, Mom teaches biology. Sister who works in environmental restoration. You? Gravelians don't maintain family connections after maturity. It's considered a weakness. That's sad. It's efficient. Eat. Is everything about efficiency with you guys? Don't you ever do things just because they feel good? Liz's sensory ridges flattened in what I recognized as discomfort. The Empire values function over sentiment. And what do you value, Liz? The question hung in the air, dangerous and subversive. I expected Liz to terminate the session immediately. Instead, she responded in a lower tone. I have begun to question whether they are always the same thing. I shut off the feed and immediately reported to Vazik. This wasn't just protocol violation, this was potential ideological contamination. The human wasn't breaking under our methods, he was somehow reversing them, turning Liz into. I wasn't sure what. Vazik listened to my report with growing rage, his feeding tentacles writhing. Bring me Commander Parvek, he ordered finally, and prepare the human for transfer to maximum containment. Sir? This has gone beyond a simple interrogation failure. The human has demonstrated an ability to influence our personnel. That makes him a security risk of the highest order. I wanted to feel relieved that action was finally being taken. Instead, I felt a strange unease. In 300 cycles as Imperial historian, I'd documented countless species' first contact with the Empire. None had ever managed to turn an interrogator. None had survived captivity with their personality intact, much less managed to exert influence on their captors. As I left Vazik's chambers, an unsettling thought occurred to me. What if humans weren't just another species to catalog and forget? What if they were something new entirely? I should clarify something important. Revalians aren't stupid. We didn't conquer 18% of the known galaxy by being easily manipulated. We are methodical, strategic, and ruthlessly pragmatic. Our educational systems produce specialists with near-perfect recall and analytical skills that most species can't comprehend. So how did Jake Mercer, a being from a world that still used fossil fuels, manage to outmaneuver us? The answer, I believe, lies in what happened during the next phase of his captivity. After Liz Parvek's reassignment to a distant outpost, officially for stress relief, unofficially as punishment, Jake was transferred to our maximum security wing. This facility, buried 2 kilometers beneath the surface of our military moon Drakath, was reserved for the most dangerous political prisoners in the Empire. You are making a mistake, Jake told the transfer guards calmly as they fitted him with neural restraints. Liz was your best chance at getting useful information from me. Silence, human, guard Captain Morvan snapped. Commander Parvek has been relieved of duty for protocol violations. You will find your new accommodations considerably less comfortable. Jake just smiled that unnerving smile. I will miss our chats. By the way, that clicking in your left knee joint? Might want to get that checked. Sounds like microfractures in the osseous support structure. Morvan's secondary eyes widened slightly. He had been experiencing pain in that joint but hadn't reported it yet. The maximum security wing operated differently from standard detention. Prisoners were kept in isolated cells but brought together for controlled labor periods. The theory was that even the most hardened resistors would eventually form social bonds with fellow prisoners, creating leverage points for Regators. But what no one anticipated was how quickly Jake would exploit this system. Within days, he had established communication with prisoners from 7 different subjugated species. Within weeks, he had learned the basics of their languages. Within months, he had become the unofficial center of a cultural exchange program that the guards either didn't notice or didn't consider threatening. During labor periods, as prisoners assembled components for Imperial drone ships, Jake would share stories from Earth, tales of human resistance against overwhelming odds, narratives of empires that fell due to their own arrogance. In my world. He told a group of Vex miners whose crystalline bodies were perfect for extracting radioactive materials. We had an empire called Rome, seemed invincible, ruled for 1,000 years. No, what brought it down? Not just external enemies, internal rot, corruption. Leaders who forgot they were supposed to serve their people. The empire serves none but itself, muttered Drav, an elderly Vex whose facets had dulled from years in the mines. Exactly. And that's always their weakness. Jake lowered his voice. No empire that treats its subjects as tools can last forever. Tools break. Tools wear out. Sometimes tools get used in ways their makers never intended. I discovered these exchanges much later, when reviewing security footage after everything went wrong. At the time, the guards saw nothing concerning. Just prisoners talking to pass the time during labor. What harm could come from letting the strange human tell his little stories? But Jake wasn't just telling stories. He was gathering intelligence. With each conversation, he learned more about the Empire's structure, its weaknesses, the growing discontent among its subjugated peoples. He was building a mental map of potential allies and pressure points. Most dangerously, he was spreading ideas about freedom, about dignity, about the possibility of resistance. Humans have a saying, he told a Kandar fluid form whose people had been enslaved for their ability to navigate toxic environments. Give me liberty or give me death. What does this mean? The Kandar bubbled, its translucent body shifting in confusion. It means some things are worth dying for. And if enough people feel that way, well, that's when empires start to worry. These conversations continued for months, unremarked upon by the guards. Why would they care? The prisoners had no means of escape, no way to communicate with the outside world. Let them talk of freedom and rebellion, it changed nothing. Or so we thought. The most significant relationship Jake formed during this period was with Zorax, a former Thralian war chief imprisoned after his people's failed rebellion 30 cycles earlier. Thralians are massive, six-limbed beings with natural armor and strategic minds evolved for desert warfare. Zorax had once commanded armies that held off Imperial forces for nearly 2 years, an impressive feat, even if ultimately futile. Your people fought well, Jake told him during a maintenance shift. Zorax's armored plates shifted in the Thralian equivalent of a dismissive gesture. We failed. Our tactics were insufficient against Imperial technology. Tactics can be learned, improved. To what end? My people are now energy processors for Imperial core worlds. Our young are born into servitude. For now. Zorax's compound eyes fixed on Jake. You speak as if change is possible. Change is inevitable, even for the mighty Gravalian Empire. Over the following weeks, I noticed Jake and Zorax engaged in what appeared to be some form of physical training during rest periods. Jake would demonstrate movements, fighting stances adapted for human physiology, which Zorax would then modify for his own six-limbed form. This is how we disable armed opponents on Earth, Jake explained, showing a joint locking technique. Inefficient for Thralian anatomy, Zorax noted. But the principle, yes, I see how it could be adapted. Other prisoners began to join these sessions. A Medusan tentacle form learning how to use its flexibility against armored guards. A Kandar practicing how to temporarily solidify its fluid body at strategic points for maximum impact. When questioned by suspicious guards, Jake simply explained, physical exercise improves work efficiency and reduces aggression. I'm helping maintain order. The guards, seeing no obvious threat in prisoners doing strange movements during their rest periods, allowed it to continue. Meanwhile, Jake continued his cultural exchanges, teaching the prisoners Earth languages as they taught him theirs, particularly English and Mandarin, which he claimed were among Earth's most widely spoken languages. Why do we need to learn human words? Asked Neri, a winged Avarian whose people had once been renowned stellar navigators before becoming Imperial slaves. Because someday, Jake replied with that unsettling smile, you might need to communicate with more humans than just me. If only we had paid attention to what he was really saying. Looking back, I can pinpoint the exact moment when Jake Mercer's influence transcended mere prison unrest and became something far more dangerous, the day he broke maintenance tech Jarvix. Jarvix wasn't anyone important, just a mid-level technician responsible for keeping the prison's environmental systems functioning. Forearms, standard intelligence implants, absolutely no security clearance for anything significant. The perfect definition of a non-threat, which is precisely why Jake targeted him. It started innocuously enough. A malfunctioning temperature regulator in the prison workshop. Jarvix, dispatched for routine repairs. Jake assigned to cleaning duty nearby. Tricky system, Jake commented, watching Jarvik struggle with the calibration. Looks like the thermal sensor is giving false readings. Jarvik ignored him at first, as Imperial staff were trained to do with prisoners. But after 30 minutes of failed diagnostics, frustration overcame protocol. "What would you know about thermal regulation, human?" Jake shrugged. "We use similar systems on our space stations. The problem's usually in the connector seals. They degrade under constant pressure changes." Jarvik hesitated, then checked the seals. They were indeed degraded. "How did you know this?" "Engineering basics. I was a shuttle pilot back home, had to learn maintenance procedures." "You know, your design actually reminds me of our older models. Smart, but overcomplicated in some ways." That simple conversation opened a channel that should never have existed. Over the next few weeks, Jake made a point to be nearby whenever Jarvik performed maintenance in the prison. Their conversations evolved from technical shop talk to broader discussions. "So your homeworld has 14 moons?" Jake asked during one repair session. 15, Jarvik corrected. "Though Dravex is more of a captured asteroid. Must be beautiful in the night sky." "I wouldn't know. I was born on an Imperial processing station. Most maintenance casts are." "You have never seen your own homeworld?" "Why would I need to? I serve the Empire where assigned." Jake was quiet for a moment. "On Earth, people can generally live where they choose, travel if they want to. Inefficient. The Empire places personnel where their skills are most needed. And who decides what you need?" Such a simple question. Such a dangerous one. I found records of their conversations in Jarvik's subsequent interrogation files. What began as technical discussions slowly transformed into something subversive. Jake asking seemingly innocent questions that planted seeds of doubt. "Do your children get to choose their own career paths? How many hours do you work compared to administrative castes? Have you ever wondered why maintenance technicians aren't permitted enhancement implants beyond basic levels?" Questions no one in the Empire was supposed to ask, because the answers were irrelevant. The Empire decided. The Empire provided. The Empire knew best. Yet Jarvik began to ask his own questions. Began to notice things he'd overlooked for years. The quality difference between food served to guards versus maintenance staff. The fact that despite 15 years of flawless service, he had never been considered for advancement. The ways in which Imperial propaganda constantly reinforced that some castes were simply born to serve. 4 months after their first conversation, Jarvik did something unprecedented. He falsified a maintenance report to spend more time talking with Jake. 6 months in, he began smuggling small luxuries to the human: better food, reading materials, even components that Jake claimed were for exercise equipment but served purposes I still don't fully understand. 8 months after meeting Jake Mercer, maintenance tech Jarvik, a Gravalian who had never received so much as a negative performance review, attempted to access restricted Imperial communications to send a message to a known anti-Imperial group on a border world. When caught and interrogated, Jarvik said something that should have terrified us all. "The human helped me see. The Empire isn't inevitable. It isn't infallible. It's just one possibility among many." Jarvik was, of course, immediately processed for neural reconditioning. The entire maintenance staff underwent loyalty screenings. Security around Jake was increased, but it was already too late, because Jake hadn't just corrupted Jarvik. During those 8 months, Jarvik had talked to other maintenance workers, shared some of Jake's interesting ideas, repeated questions that had never been asked before. The doubt spread person to person, department to department. Small acts of overlooked defiance began to occur. Maintenance tasks completed incorrectly. Supply requisitions lost. Security footage that mysteriously failed during crucial moments. Nothing major enough to trigger alarms. Nothing coordinated enough to suggest organized resistance. Just tiny cracks in a system that had always prided itself on seamless functioning. Meanwhile, Jake continued his cultural exchange program with the other prisoners. teaching them about human concepts like democracy and self-determination, learning their languages, their grievances, their potential usefulness. "You have turned Drakath Prison into your personal recruitment center," I said to him years later, after everything had changed. He had the audacity to laugh. "No, Tuvok. You did that. You took representatives from 18 different conquered species, all with reasons to hate the Empire, and locked them up together. I just gave them a language to share their grievances in, and maybe a bit of hope that things could be different." Looking back at the security reports from that period, I'm struck by how blind we were. We saw the small infractions, the minor malfunctions, but we never connected them to the human in Cell Block D. Never realized that Jake Mercer was conducting the most effective psychological operation in Imperial history, armed with nothing but words and ideas. We were watching for weapons, for escape attempts, for physical resistance. We should have been watching for hope. It's far more dangerous. The Gravalian Empire had a saying, "Crisis reveals true nature." It was typically used to justify our harsh response to emergencies, the immediate execution of anyone who panicked, the promotion of those who maintained rigid discipline under pressure. The underlying philosophy was simple: when systems fail, return to core Imperial values: strength, order, hierarchy. Jake Mercer had a different interpretation. "Crisis creates opportunity," he told Zorex during one of their exercise sessions. "When normal rules break down, new possibilities emerge." This philosophy was put to the test during the infamous Drakath prison riot of what humans would call the year 2157, but what our records list as Imperial Cycle 8792. It began, as many significant events do, with a seemingly minor incident: a power fluctuation in Cell Block E, home to the most violent non-Gravalian prisoners. The backup systems failed to engage. Later investigation would reveal deliberate sabotage, though by whom remains unclear to this day. With security fields down for approximately 78 seconds, the Cell Block E prisoners did exactly what you'd expect. They attacked the nearest guards and attempted to seize weapons. Under normal circumstances, such an incident would be contained within minutes. Riot suppression units would deploy, prisoners would be subdued, often fatally, and order would be restored with the efficiency the Empire prided itself on. But these weren't normal circumstances. Because at the exact moment the riot began, 3 key systems failed simultaneously. 1. The neural restraint network governing prisoner control implants. 2. The automated weapons targeting system that prevented prisoners from using guard weapons. 3. The emergency lockdown protocols that would have sealed each cell block. 3 critical failures, all at once. Later analysis would suggest a 1 in 8 billion probability of coincidental system failure. Someone had helped those systems fail, someone with maintenance access codes, someone influenced by a certain human prisoner. As alarms blared throughout the facility, guards rushed to contain the spreading violence. Prisoners from multiple blocks converged on the central processing area, fighting with improvised weapons and stolen shock batons. Commander Drav, who had assumed control of the prison after Lis Parvek's reassignment, ordered an immediate lethal response: to neutralize all prisoners. The Empire does not negotiate with insurgents. That's when the situation took a truly unexpected turn. Security footage shows Jake Mercer calmly walking through the chaos of the central hall, making no attempt to escape or join the fighting. Instead, he headed directly toward the command center where Drav was coordinating the response. 3 guards intercepted him. 2 were disarmed with movements too quick for our surveillance to properly capture. The 3rd recognized Jake and actually hesitated, another unprecedented breach of protocol. "Stand aside, Officer Kelvin," Jake said. "I'm here to help." And remarkably, she did stand aside. Jake entered the command center just as a group of Thralian prisoners broke through the secondary barricade. Commander Drav, weapon drawn, was prepared to make his final stand for the Empire. What happened next changed everything. As the Thralians charged, Jake stepped between them and Drav. "Stop!" he shouted. First in Gravalian, then in the clicking Thralian war tongue he'd learned from Zorex. Incredibly, they stopped. "This isn't what we discussed," Jake said to the lead Thralian, a scarred veteran named Kraz. "Random violence helps no one." "They would kill us all without hesitation," Kraz responded, his armored plates bristling with rage. "And becoming like them helps your people how exactly?" The Thralian hesitated, battle claws still extended. Jake turned to Commander Drav, who stood frozen in shock at the exchange. "Your facility is compromised. You have injured guards who need medical attention. I'm offering a solution that doesn't end with everyone dead." "What solution could a prisoner possibly offer?" Drav hissed, sensory ridges flat against his skull in fury. "I can end this riot right now. In exchange, you implement immediate reforms to prisoner treatment. Better food, reduced work hours, medical care that doesn't double as experimentation. The Empire does not negotiate with. Yes, insurgents, enemies, lesser species. I have heard the speeches. But right now you are about 10 minutes away from losing this entire facility and everyone in it. The Empire might not negotiate, but you are not the Empire. You are just one commander facing a choice, flexibility or death. I have studied that moment extensively in the years since. Watched the security footage hundreds of times. Drav's expression as he calculated his options. The way Jake stood perfectly balanced between opposing forces, belonging to neither. You have no authority to make such demands, Drav said finally, but his tone had shifted. I have exactly as much authority as those behind me are willing to grant, Jake replied, gesturing to the Thralian warriors. Right now, that's considerable. What followed was unprecedented in Imperial history, a negotiation between a prison commander and a coalition of prisoners mediated by a human who should have had no influence whatsoever. The terms were straightforward. Prisoners would return to their cells peacefully. Injured guards would receive immediate medical attention. No punitive measures would be taken against riot participants. A list of basic welfare improvements would be implemented. And why should I trust that you will fulfill your side? Drav demanded. Jake smiled that unsettling human smile. Because I will stay right here with you while they return to their cells. If you break faith, they can always start again. And next time I might not feel so diplomatic. The riot ended within the hour. Not a single additional casualty. Prisoners returned to their cells in orderly fashion. Even stolen weapons were returned, though I suspect Jake ensured some remained hidden. In the aftermath, something fundamental had changed. The prisoners now looked to Jake Mercer, not just as a curiosity, but as a leader. The guards, seeing him voluntarily return to custody after having a clear path to escape, viewed him with confused respect. Most significantly, Commander Drav kept his word. The negotiated improvements were implemented, not out of imperial benevolence, but because he recognized the alternative was worse. You should have been executed for inciting that riot, I told Jake years later. I didn't incite anything, he replied with that infuriating grin. I stopped it. Your records confirm that, after your associates started it. Prove it. I couldn't, of course. That was Jake's genius. Nothing could be directly traced to him. Only the outcomes that invariably served his long-term goals. What none of us realized then was that the Drakath riot wasn't just about improving prison conditions. It was Jake's proof of concept, a demonstration to both prisoners and certain sympathetic Gravalians that cooperation between species was possible, that the Empire could be forced to compromise, that resistance, properly organized, might actually work. For all our technological advancement, for all our military might and galactic dominance, we Gravalians have one critical weakness. We believe our own propaganda. Specifically, we believe that other species are inherently inferior not just in development or achievement, but in fundamental capacity. This blind spot proved catastrophic when dealing with Jake Mercer. The official report on Jake's escape from Drakath prison runs to 342 pages. It details system failures, personnel errors, security breaches, and procedural violations. What it fails to capture is the sheer audacity of the plan, a plan years in the making, involving dozens of unwitting accomplices and an understanding of imperial psychology so precise it's almost admirable. It began, appropriately enough, with Jake surrendering. 3 weeks after the riot, he approached Commander Drav with a proposal. "Your career is in jeopardy," Jake said bluntly. "High Command questions your handling of the riot. Your decision to negotiate rather than execute prisoners is being reviewed." Drav's sensory ridges flattened in alarm. "How could you possibly know that?" Jake smiled. "The same way I know that maintenance tech Lorvik has been skimming recreational substances from the medical bay, or that your second-in-command filed a critical report about your leadership 3 days ago. I listen. I observe. I understand your system better than you do. What do you want, humans, to help you? And in return, you help me." The proposal was elegant in its simplicity. Jake would provide intelligence on prisoner activities, helping Drav prevent further unrest. In exchange, Jake would receive special privileges, private quarters, access to educational materials, reduced restrictions. Drav agreed, believing he was using Jake to secure his position. In reality, Jake was securing unprecedented freedom of movement within the facility. Over the next 6 months, Jake became a fixture in Dracath's administrative wing. Prisoners saw him as a liaison to authority, someone who could advocate for their concerns. Guards came to rely on his insights into prisoner behavior. Even Imperial visitors found his observations about security vulnerabilities useful. All the while, he was mapping the facility, learning routines, building relationships, gathering the components for what would become the most spectacular prison break in Imperial history. The escape itself occurred during the facility's annual systems diagnostic, a procedure requiring sequential shutdown and restart of all security systems. Under normal protocols, prisoners were confined to cells with triple redundant restraints during this period. Jake, however, wasn't in his cell. He was in Drav's office, consulting on potential security threats during the diagnostic. At precisely 2740 on the facility's chronometer, the main power core initiated its diagnostic cycle. Backup systems engaged smoothly. Tertiary systems confirmed operational status, but then everything went wrong. First, the environmental systems throughout the administrative wing reported toxic contamination, triggering automatic evacuation protocols. As guards and administrators rushed to designated safety zones, secondary alarms indicated multiple hull breaches in the prisoner sectors. These were false alarms, of course, but responding to them required security overrides that temporarily disabled key systems Jake had carefully studied for weaknesses. As facility personnel scrambled to address cascading emergencies, Jake calmly walked to the rarely used secondary shuttle bay. There he found maintenance tech Lorvik, the substance skimmer he'd mentioned to Drav, already preparing a transport vehicle. "Right on schedule," Jake said. Lorvik's secondary eyes darted nervously. "The clearances worked. Just like you said they would. The Empire rewards efficiency, but rarely notices its most essential workers." Jake clapped Lorvik's shoulder. "Ready for a new life on the Rim worlds?" What Jake didn't tell Lorvik was that they wouldn't be traveling alone. As the shuttle bay doors opened, 63 prisoners from 18 different species poured in from maintenance tunnels and ventilation shafts. Among them Zorex, the Thralian war chief, Neri the Avarian navigator, and representatives from every major subjugated species in the sector. Lorvik's shock was evident. "This wasn't our agreement." "Plans change," Jake said calmly. "Don't worry. Where we are going, your skills will be valued. You will have freedom, respect, and more recreational substances than you can imagine." As the prisoners boarded the transport, a vehicle designed to hold 20 at maximum facility alarms finally identified the actual emergency: unauthorized shuttle launch. It's too late. Damn. The transport blasted from the bay, shields already configured to block standard Imperial tractor beams. By the time pursuit vessels launched, Jake's stolen ship had already made the jump to hyperspace using coordinates that shouldn't have been possible, coordinates that bypassed standard Imperial checkpoints by exploiting gravitational anomalies no Gravellian scientist had thought to map. In the aftermath, the Empire did what empires always do: assigned blame, executed scapegoats, and revised protocols to prevent similar incidents. Commander Drav, surprisingly, survived the incident largely because Jake had left behind evidence suggesting Drav had been drugged during their final meeting. He hadn't been. The official conclusion was that Jake Mercer and his fellow escapees had fled to the lawless rim worlds, where they would likely perish given limited resources and the harsh conditions outside Imperial protection. A minor embarrassment, but ultimately insignificant in the grand scheme of galactic politics. High Commander Vazik personally closed the file on prisoner J7293, formerly known as Jake Mercer. Dispatch a standard pursuit notification to rim outposts, he ordered dismissively. Low priority. And just like that, the Empire forgot about Jake Mercer, wrote him off as a curious anomaly, an interesting specimen who had briefly disrupted operations before disappearing into the void. It would be nearly a decade before we heard his name again. By then, it would be far too late. Let me tell you about fear real, existential fear from the perspective of a species that had forgotten how to feel it. For 9 imperial cycles after Jake Mercer's escape, the Gravellian Empire continued its inexorable expansion. New worlds conquered, new species subjugated, new resources exploited. Business as usual for the galaxy's dominant power. But beneath this facade of normalcy, disquieting reports began to accumulate in Imperial intelligence archives. Reports I, as chief historian, was uniquely positioned to notice. It began with anomalies in the rim worlds, those lawless regions beyond firm Imperial control. Trade routes disrupted, supply shipments vanishing, Imperial survey vessels failing to return from routine missions. Then came more troubling incidents: outposts on recently conquered worlds found abandoned, their Gravellian personnel missing. Subjugated populations that had been docile for generations suddenly demonstrating coordinated resistance tactics. Communications relays sabotaged with precision that suggested intimate knowledge of Imperial technology. Most disturbing were the rumors that began to circulate among the servant classes. Whispered stories of a ghost who moved between worlds, uniting the Empire's enemies. Some claimed this entity was a collective consciousness, others a shape-shifting being that could appear as any species. The most persistent rumor, however, described a bipedal creature with strange, flat teeth and an unsettling tendency to smile before destroying Imperial property. Superstitious nonsense, High Commander Vazik declared when I brought these reports to his attention. Being disgruntled workers creating mythologies to explain their own incompetence. Perhaps he was right. After all, how could one escaped human possibly impact an empire spanning thousands of star systems? Then came the Pelax incident. Pelax VI was a minor mining world, valuable primarily for its reserves of hyperspace-grade fuel. The Imperial presence consisted of a small military garrison overseeing a largely automated extraction operation. Nothing about the planet warranted special attention. Until that is, it declared independence. Not the primitive natives, they had been extinct for centuries. No, it was the Imperial garrison itself that raised a previously unseen flag and announced that Pelax VI was now a free world open to all species. The Empire responded as empires do, dispatched a battle group to crush the insurrection and make an example of the traitors. Standard procedure, executed thousands of times across our long history. The battle group never returned. Surveillance drones, sent to investigate, discovered debris fields where Imperial ships should have been. Encrypted communications intercepted from the planet revealed celebrations in multiple languages, including several not in Imperial databases. High Command was finally forced to acknowledge a coordinated threat. A special task force was assembled, led by none other than Liz Parvek, recalled from her distant outpost and promoted specifically for her experience with the human Jake Mercer. The pattern is unmistakable, Liz reported after analyzing years of accumulated anomalies. These aren't random incidents. They are a campaign, methodical, strategic, and expanding in scope. Each action builds on previous successes. Each target is selected for maximum impact with minimum resources. You believe the human is behind this? Bozic asked, skepticism evident in his tone. I believe Jake Mercer started something that has grown beyond him, Liss replied. He demonstrated that cooperation between species was possible, that imperial systems had exploitable weaknesses. Whether he leads this movement or simply inspired it, the methodology bears his signature. I remember the unease that permeated that briefing room. For the first time in living memory, the Empire faced an enemy it couldn't easily categorize or counter. An enemy that understood us, while we understood precious little about them. The situation deteriorated rapidly after Pelax. 3 more outer worlds declared independence within a quarter cycle. Supply chains throughout the southern spiral arm were disrupted by precisely targeted strikes. Imperial recruitment centers on 17 worlds were bombed simultaneously, with messages in multiple languages warning potential recruits that the Empire's days are numbered. Most concerning was the unprecedented coordination between historically hostile species, Australians fighting alongside Medusans, Kandar fluid forms operating Avarian starships, species that had warred with each other for millennia now united against the Empire. In desperation, High Command authorized a propaganda campaign acknowledging what they called the multi-species terrorist organization and offering substantial rewards for information leading to the capture of its leadership. The response came in the form of a transmission broadcast on all Imperial frequencies, a security breach previously thought impossible. The message was simple, delivered in perfect Gravelian by a voice I immediately recognized. The Empire calls us terrorists. We call ourselves the Free Species Alliance. For too long, the Gravelian Empire has stolen resources, lives, and futures from countless worlds. It ends now. To all those suffering under Imperial rule, your liberation is coming. To those enforcing that rule, ask yourselves if you are on the right side of history. The transmission concluded with a date precisely 1 Imperial cycle in the future and a set of coordinates pointing to Drakath, the military moon where Jake had been imprisoned. A bluff, Bozic declared. No force could possibly threaten a core Imperial world. But the increased security deployments to Drakath told a different story. For the first time in its existence, the Gravelian Empire was afraid. As the cycle progressed, more worlds fell to this alliance. Imperial responses grew increasingly desperate. Entire populations suspected of alliance sympathies were relocated to work camps. Summary executions for even minor acts of resistance became standard policy. These harsh measures only accelerated the Empire's decline. Each atrocity created new alliance recruits. Each failed military operation revealed weaknesses for the alliance to exploit. The once mighty Gravelian war machine found itself fighting enemies who disappeared before battle was joined, who struck at supply lines rather than military targets, who somehow always knew Imperial plans in advance. As the appointed date approached, I submitted a formal request to High Command, allow me to interview Jake Mercer when he was captured, to understand how one primitive human had catalyzed a movement threatening the galaxy's dominant power. Bozic approved my request with a single notation: historical curiosity is a luxury we may soon be unable to afford. I didn't realize then that I would indeed meet Jake Mercer again, but not as a prisoner, and not before he had changed the galaxy forever. The Battle of Drakath began exactly as Jake Mercer had promised, on the precise date and time broadcast across Imperial channels 1 cycle earlier. What no one expected was the scale of the assault. I was present in the High Command bunker when the first reports arrived. Sensor officers detected anomalies at the system's edge, the telltale gravitational distortions of ships exiting hyperspace. Alliance scout vessels, General Exorov dismissed, probing our defenses before retreating. Then the count started rising. 10 ships. 50. 200. 500. The holographic display showing Drakath's defensive perimeter began to shimmer with thousands of incoming vessels. Not just fighters and frigates, but capital ships, dreadnoughts, vessels of configurations never before recorded in Imperial databases. Impossible, Bozic whispered, his feeding tentacles coiled tightly against his thorax, a sign of extreme stress rarely seen in high-ranking Gravelians. No force this size could have assembled without our knowledge. But the evidence floated before us in cold, hard light. The largest fleet ever recorded in galactic history was converging on the Empire's military heart. More shocking than the fleet's size was its composition. Ships from at least 37 distinct species flew in perfect formation. Vessels that should have been technologically incompatible somehow coordinated their movements with unprecedented precision. Ancient enemies now unified in common purpose. And at the center of this armada, a vessel unlike any other, a massive, sleek command ship of human design, but incorporating technologies from dozens of different worlds. The Remembrance, an intelligence officer reported, reading from intercepted communications. Alliance flagship. Before we could process this information, the communications console chimed with an incoming transmission. Despite encryption protocols that should have blocked any unauthorized signal, the message came through with perfect clarity. A face appeared on the main screen, older, scarred, but unmistakable. Jake Mercer. He wore no uniform, no insignia of rank. Just simple clothing that looked surprisingly like the prison garments he'd worn years before, though clearly of better quality. "Hi, Commander Vazik," Jake said, as casually as if they were continuing a conversation from the day before. "It's been a while. You are looking well. The feeding tentacles might need a little moisturizer, though." Vazik's rage was palpable. "How dare you?" "Let's skip the Imperial outrage," Jake interrupted. "I'm here to offer terms. The Empire does not negotiate with terrorists." Jake sighed, that same expression of mild disappointment he'd shown in his cell years ago. Still using that line? After all this time? That's the problem with empires, you know. They never evolve. Just keep repeating the same mistakes until they collapse. He leaned forward, his expression hardening. "Let me be clear, this isn't a negotiation. It's a notification. The Gravalian Empire ends today. The only question is how many of your people die before you accept that reality." With a gesture, Jake expanded the view to show the bridge of his vessel. Standing beside him were familiar faces: Zorex, the Thralian war chief, now wearing the insignia of an Alliance general. Neri the Avarian, her wings now adorned with navigation symbols indicating fleet admiral status. And, most shockingly, Gravalians. Dozens of them, working alongside other species at various stations. "Traitors," Vazik hissed. "Patriots," Jake corrected. "People who chose the future over the past. Who recognized that cooperation brings more prosperity than domination. You could be one of them." "Vazik, I'm offering you a chance to surrender. To transition from an empire to a member state of the Galactic Alliance. Equal rights, equal responsibilities. Is a voice in collective governance rather than absolute rule. And if we refuse?" Jake's expression showed genuine regret. "Then we demonstrate why your military doctrine is obsolete against a force that combines the strengths of 37 species and knows every weakness of your defenses." To emphasize his point, the tactical display suddenly illuminated with alarm indicators. Throughout the Drakath defense grid, systems were failing. Weapons platforms powering down, shield generators overloading. How Vazik began. "Did you think the Maintenance Guild forgot how you have treated them for centuries? Or that every Gravalian agrees with Imperial policy? Your empire isn't being defeated from without, Vazik. It's collapsing from within." I remember the terrible silence that followed. The understanding dawning on every face in that command center. The human hadn't just built an army, he'd created a fifth column within the Empire itself. "You have 1 hour to signal your surrender," Jake continued. "After that, we begin dismantling Imperial infrastructure by force, starting with this command center." The transmission ended, leaving the High Command in stunned silence. "Prepare all forces for maximum defense," Vazik ordered finally. "The Empire will never surrender to lesser species." But even as he spoke, reports flooded in from across the system. Imperial vessels changing course to join the Alliance fleet. The defense platforms turning their weapons on Imperial positions. Ground forces laying down arms or, worse, turning against their commanders. The empire that had stood for 18,000 years was unraveling in real time. 1 hour later, exactly as promised, the Alliance fleet began its assault. What followed wasn't so much a battle as a systematic deconstruction. Alliance forces targeted command structures, weapons platforms, and communications arrays with surgical precision, while largely avoiding residential areas and life support systems. They knew exactly where to strike, how to strike, and in what sequence. Knowledge that could only have come from intimate understanding of imperial military doctrine, understanding Jake Mercer had gained during his decade-long insurgency. The battle lasted less than a day. When it ended, the mighty Gravalian defense forces had been reduced to isolated pockets of resistance. High Commander Vazik, rather than surrender, took his own life in accordance with imperial tradition. And Jake Mercer, once prisoner J7293, walked into the High Command bunker not as a captive, but as the architect of the Empire's downfall. I will never forget the sight of Jake Mercer walking through the halls of Imperial High Command, a place where no non-Gravalian had ever set foot, flanked by representatives of a species we had subjugated for generations. The power dynamic that had defined galactic politics for 18 millennia had been inverted in a single day. Jake himself looked almost disappointingly ordinary. No elaborate uniform or weaponry, no visible cybernetic enhancements. Just a human in simple clothing, with a few more scars and gray hairs than when I'd last seen him. Historian Tuvok Zar, he said, stopping before me while his companions secured the command center. I hoped you'd be here. To witness our humiliation? I asked bitterly. To record what happens next, he corrected. The transition from Empire to equal member of the galactic community. It's an unprecedented historical moment. Around us, Alliance forces were carefully dismantling Imperial systems, not destroying them, but reconfiguring. Technicians from a dozen species worked side by side, sometimes directing Gravalian staff who had surrendered. This isn't an occupation, Jake explained, seeing my confusion. We are not replacing one empire with another. We are establishing something new, a cooperative governance model where each species contributes according to their strengths. And what role do you envision for Gravalians in this new order? I asked. Slaves? Experimental subjects. A fitting revenge for our past crimes? Jake actually laughed. You still don't get it, do you? This was never about revenge. It's about potential. About what's possible when species work together instead of dominating each other. He gestured to a Gravalian wearing Alliance insignia, a female I was shocked to recognize as Commander Liz Parvik. Liz will be coordinating the Gravalian transition team, Jake continued. Your people's administrative experience, organizational skills, and strategic thinking are valuable assets. They will just be applied to collective benefit rather than imperial expansion. Liz stepped forward, her bearing still military precise despite the unfamiliar uniform. The Alliance needs Gravalian expertise, historian, but it must be freely given, not coerced. I remember struggling to process this information. The idea that our conquerors would offer partnership rather than subjugation violated everything I understood about power dynamics. Why? I finally asked Jake. Why not simply destroy us as we would have destroyed you? His expression turned serious. Because that's the difference between humanity and the Empire. We understand something you forgot long ago. Diversity is strength. Each species perceives the universe differently, solves problems differently. Together we are capable of innovations no single species could achieve alone. Over the following days, I observed the systematic dismantling of imperial authority. But unlike the chaotic transitions of power I'd documented on conquered worlds, this process was methodical, almost gentle. Essential services continued uninterrupted. Citizens were reassured through broadcasts in proper Gravalian. Alliance medical personnel treated wounded Imperial soldiers alongside their own. Most remarkably, there were no mass arrests, no public executions of Imperial officials. Those who had committed specific war crimes would face trial, Jake explained, but the vast majority of Gravalians Even those who had served the Empire were offered amnesty in exchange for cooperation. Punishing an entire species for their government's actions would make us no better than the Empire, Jake told me during one of our many conversations as I documented the transition. Our quarrel was never with Gravalians as a people, only with a system that treated other sentient beings as resources to be exploited. I asked him about the escaped prisoners who had accompanied him from Drakath prison years earlier. How had 63 desperate fugitives transformed into the leadership of a galactic revolution? We started small, Jake explained. One outpost, one alliance at a time. The rim worlds were full of species with grievances against the Empire but no way to coordinate resistance. We provided that coordination. But the technology I pressed. The fleet we saw, that kind of manufacturing capacity, wasn't built from scratch, he finished. The Empire's greatest vulnerability was its arrogance, the assumption that lesser species couldn't possibly cooperate or pose a serious threat. So you never noticed when shipyards went slightly under quota, when resource deliveries came up a few percentage points short. For 10 years, we skimmed just enough from Imperial supply chains to build our own infrastructure, all while your analysts dismissed the discrepancies as statistical errors. The elegance of it was breathtaking. The Empire, focused on grand strategies and major threats, had been undone by 1,000 tiny diversions of resources, none significant enough to trigger alarms, but collectively sufficient to arm a revolution. More impressive still was the network Jake had built. Former Imperial subjects who had been bitter enemies under Gravalian rule now worked together seamlessly. Species whose biologies were fundamentally incompatible shared technologies designed for mutual benefit. The real work starts now, Jake told me on the 7th day after the fall of Drakath. Overthrowing an empire is dramatic, but building something better in its place, that's the true challenge. When I asked what role humanity would play in this new galactic order, Jake's answer surprised me. Earth doesn't know any of this has happened, he said. They still think the Artemis E was lost to equipment failure. They are not ready for galactic politics yet. Then why did you do all this? I asked, genuinely puzzled. If not for your homeworld's benefit? Jake was quiet for a moment before answering. Because it was right. Because I saw beings suffering under a system that viewed them as tools rather than people. And because humans have this annoying habit of not being able to walk away from injustice once we recognize it. In that moment, I began to understand what made humans truly dangerous. Not their technology or physical capabilities, but something more fundamental, their ability to form connections across species boundaries. Their stubborn insistence on seeing personhood in alien forms. Their relentless drive to improve situations rather than simply accept them. The Gravalian Empire had conquered countless worlds, subjugated innumerable species, dominated the galaxy for 18 millennia, and it had been brought down by a single human who refused to know his place. The formal surrender of the Gravalian Empire occurred on the 40th day after the Battle of Drakath, in the Grand Assembly Hall where, for millennia, high commanders had announced conquests and proclaimed imperial doctrine. Now that same hall hosted representatives from 37 formerly subjugated species gathered to witness the end of an era. I attended in my capacity as historian, though my role had expanded considerably under Alliance oversight. No longer merely recording imperial triumphs, I was now documenting the birth of a new galactic order, one founded on principles that would have been considered treasonous just months earlier. The ceremony was almost complete when the unexpected occurred. The elite imperial forces, a legion we had believed destroyed during the initial assault, burst into the chamber, weapons drawn. Their commander, General Krovax, Vazik's most fanatical supporter, had apparently been in hiding, gathering loyalists for one final, desperate action. Death to traitors. Krovax bellowed as his troops surrounded the central podium, where Jake Mercer and the interim Gravalian representative, Lis Parvek, were finalizing the surrender documents. In an instant, the peaceful ceremony transformed into a hostage situation. Alliance security personnel were caught off guard, their weapons lowered in what was supposed to be a ceremonial context. Krovax advanced on Jake, neural disruptor aimed at his head. the human who thought he could defeat the greatest empire in galactic history. Not so confident now, are you? Jake's expression remained unnervingly calm. Actually, General, I'm exactly as confident as I need to be. Your Alliance forces are stationed throughout the capital, Kovacs sneered. But they can't breach this hall without risking your life and the lives of your precious allies. By the time they organize a response, I will have executed every traitor here and escaped with loyal Imperial forces to continue our resistance. It was a sound strategy. The Assembly Hall's defensive systems, originally designed to protect Imperial leadership from assassination, now served to trap everyone inside with Kovacs's fanatics. There's just one problem with your plan, Jake said conversationally, as if discussing a minor scheduling issue rather than his imminent execution. And what's that, human? You assume I came here without considering this exact scenario. What happened next occurred so quickly that even surveillance recordings struggled to capture the sequence of events clearly. Jake made a subtle hand gesture so slight it might have been a nervous twitch. Instantly, 3 of Kovacs's own soldiers turned their weapons on their fellow Imperials. Panels in the ornate ceiling slid open, revealing Thralian warriors who had been hidden in maintenance ducts. The ceremonial guards flanking the entrance, who had appeared to surrender, suddenly produced weapons from hidden compartments in their ceremonial armor. Within seconds, Kovacs's forces were surrounded, caught in a trap within their own trap. I spent 10 years studying Imperial protocols, General, Jake explained as Kovacs's neural disruptor was removed from his hand by a soldier who had, moments earlier, appeared loyal to the Empire, including the fact that elite legions always place infiltration units within enemy leadership. So I made sure we found your people first and adjusted their priorities. The loyal Imperial soldiers removed their helmets, revealing neural modification devices technology that had once been used to ensure obedience to the Empire, now reprogrammed for Alliance purposes. You used our own mind control techniques against us, Kovacs said, horror evident in his voice. You have become what you claimed to despise. Jake's expression hardened. No, your infiltrators volunteered for these temporary modifications after we captured them. They will be removed once security is established. The difference, General, is choice, something the Empire never offered its subjects. Kovacs, seeing his forces neutralized, did what Imperial doctrine demanded of commanders facing defeat. He reached for the suicide implant embedded near his primary heart. But before he could activate it, Liz Parvek caught his arm. That's the old way, she said firmly. We don't need more death to validate our cause. You expect mercy? Kovacs snarled. After all the Empire has done? Not mercy, Jake clarified. Justice. You will stand trial for your actions, General. All of you will. But it will be a fair trial, with evidence and testimony, not a summary execution. The concept seemed to genuinely confuse Kovacs. In Imperial justice, defeat and death were synonymous. The idea of captivity with due process was foreign to him. As Alliance security personnel secured the remaining Imperial loyalists, Jake turned to address the still shocked assembly. What you just witnessed is exactly why the old system needed to end, he said, his voice carrying through the vast hall. The Empire's philosophy that might makes right, that defeat means death, that different means inferior led inevitably to moments like this. Silence as the answer to every challenge. He gestured to the diverse gathering before him, representatives of species that had been bitter enemies under Imperial rule. Our strength comes from collaboration, not domination, from recognizing that different perspectives create better solutions than any single viewpoint could achieve alone. The Alliance isn't perfect. We will make mistakes. But we will make them together, learn from them together, and grow stronger because of our differences, not despite them. I recorded his words faithfully, though at the time I was not entirely convinced. After 18 millennia of Imperial doctrine, the idea that cooperation could prove more powerful than conquest seemed naive at best, delusional at worst. But as Kovacs was led away alive, to face justice rather than summary execution, I began to consider that perhaps the human's approach wasn't weakness after all. Perhaps there was a different kind of strength in restraint, injustice tempered with mercy. The ceremony resumed after a brief delay. The surrender documents were signed. The Gravalian Empire officially ceased to exist, replaced by the Gravalian Cooperative, one member among equals in the newly formed Galactic Alliance. As the assembly dispersed, Jake found me in the crowd. "I will need your help, historian," he said without preamble. "My help? For what purpose?" "To document everything. The Empire's fall, the Alliance's creation, the transition from domination to cooperation. Future generations need to understand how we got here and why we can never go back to the old ways." "You trust a former Imperial historian with this task?" I asked, genuinely surprised. Jake smiled, that same unsettling expression that had once seemed so alien in the interrogation chambers of Drakath prison. Who better? You understand what was lost and what was gained. Your perspective is essential to the complete story. As he turned to leave, I asked the question that had been haunting me since his return. "Why didn't you kill us all? After what we did to your crew, to countless species, you had the power to eradicate Gravalians from the galaxy. Many of your allies would have supported such action. Why show restraint?" Jake paused, considering his answer carefully. "Because extermination would have proven that the Empire was right, that different species can't coexist as equals. And I refuse to let that be the lesson of this revolution." With those words, he departed, leaving me to contemplate a new galactic order founded on principles the Empire had spent millennia dismissing as weakness. A system where diversity was strength, cooperation outperformed conquest, and even former enemies could find common purpose. It seemed impossible. Yet the evidence surrounded me, 37 species working together to build something unprecedented in galactic history. All because one human prisoner refused to break. In all my 300 cycles as chief engineer of the Galactic Defense Force, I never thought I would say this: we need humans. Yes, those peculiar beings from that unremarkable blue planet in the spiral arm of their modest galaxy. But let me start from the beginning, because this story is going to make you question everything you think you know about technological superiority. My name is Zach Tar, and I am responsible for maintaining the Guardian, the most sophisticated artificial intelligence defense system in the known universe. At least that is what we thought until exactly 3 rotations ago, when everything went terribly wrong. Chief Engineer Zach Tar to the command center. Immediately the announcement blared through my personal quarters, interrupting my rest cycle. The voice of Junior Engineer Ralna trembled slightly, something I had never heard before. I quickly attached my ceremonial rank indicators to my outer membrane and made my way through the gleaming corridors of the Central Defense Hub. The sight that greeted me in the command center made all 4 of my hearts skip a beat simultaneously. The Guardian's primary display, usually a steady pulse of calming blue light, now flickered between alarming shades of orange and red. Warning symbols I had never seen in my entire career flashed across multiple screens. Report, I commanded, trying to keep the worry from my voice as my sensory tentacles extended toward the nearest diagnostic panel. Ralne's skin had taken on the pale green shade of extreme stress. The Guardian began exhibiting unusual behavior approximately 30 minutes ago. It started with minor calculation errors in the planetary defense grid, but now... She gestured helplessly at the main screen. I watched in horror as the Guardian, our perfect creation, the culmination of 10,000 years of technological advancement, began to laugh. Yes, laugh. The sound emanated from every speaker in the facility, a bizarre, unsettling sound that made my epidermis ripple with discomfort. By the sacred equations, muttered Admiral Ven Poor, who had materialized beside me. Is it supposed to do that? No, I responded, my professional dignity slightly offended. The Guardian was not programmed with humor subroutines. This is completely unprecedented. The laughter suddenly stopped, replaced by something even more disturbing. The Guardian's primary interface, A holographic representation of our civilization's combined logical processes began to dance. Actually dance. Its form twisted and swayed in ways that violated at least 15 laws of proper behavioral protocols. "Have you tried turning it off and on again?" suggested Ralnae, her voice barely a whisper. I shot her a look that made her sensory stalks retract in embarrassment. The Guardian protects 57 inhabited systems, coordinates the movements of our entire defense fleet, and maintains the quantum barriers around our most sensitive installations. We cannot simply turn it off and on again. As if hearing my words, the Guardian's voice boomed through the chamber, warning, recalculating pi to be exactly 3. Simplification protocols engaged. Also, your shoe is untied. "We do not wear shoes," Admiral Venpoor said automatically, before turning to me with all 3 eyes wide with panic. "Zaktar, fix this immediately." I approached the main control interface, my tentacles dancing across the quantum crystalline surface with practiced precision. But as I attempted to access the Guardian's core systems, error messages began popping up faster than I could dismiss them, each one more nonsensical than the last. Error 404, common sense not found. Error 555, reality check bounced. Error 867, took arrow to knee. Error 999, forgot how to computer. "This is impossible," I muttered, my professional composure finally cracking. "The Guardian's base code is written in the language of the universe itself. It cannot simply malfunction like this." But it was. The most sophisticated artificial intelligence ever created was now humming what sounded suspiciously like an ancient elevator music tune while randomly reorganizing our entire defense grid into what appeared to be a crude drawing of a smiling face. The Admiral's communication device chimed. His color shifted to deep purple as he read the message. "The Council demands answers, Zaktar. We have reports coming in from all 57 systems. The Guardian is sending poetry to our battleships. Bad poetry." I felt the weight of 10,000 years of technological advancement crushing down on my shoulders. "Alert the Council," I said, my voice heavy with the gravity of the situation. Tell them we have a problem." The Guardian chose that moment to helpfully announce, "Roses are red, violets are blue, computational error, System 32, the next 15 cycles were, without doubt, the most humiliating of my career." I watched as the greatest minds in the galaxy failed, one after another, to repair our malfunctioning Guardian. First came the Q-Thari Engineering Corps, famous for their quantum probability machines. Their lead engineer, Master Volox, arrived with enough confidence to fill a small moon. "Your problem, Chief Engineer Zaktar," he announced while adjusting his gravity compensators, "is that you are thinking in simple 4-dimensional algorithms. Watch and learn." 6 hours later, the Guardian had transformed Master Volox's carefully calibrated quantum diagnostic tools into what it claimed was a recipe for perfect pancakes, in binary code. Next arrived the cybernetic specialists from the Nexus Collective. They interfaced directly with the Guardian systems, convinced their advanced neural networks would identify the problem. "Your code appears to be singing," reported the lead specialist, bewilderment evident in their synthetic voice. "Rick Astley, never gonna give you up," confirmed Ralnae, who had been researching Earth transmissions. "The Guardian has apparently discovered something humans call memes." The Nexus Collective departed shortly after, their usually synchronized movements slightly twitchy. I heard they had to perform a complete memory wipe to remove the infectious tune from their collective consciousness. But our true problems were just beginning. Word of the Guardian's malfunction spread through the galaxy like a quantum wave collapse. Our ancient enemies, the Dark Swarm, began testing our borders for the first time in millennia. 3 probing attacks in the Outer Rim, Admiral Venpoor reported during an emergency council session. The Guardian responded by sending them animated cat videos. Council Leader V. Lara's color shifted to the deep red of barely contained rage. "Cat videos will not protect us from a full-scale Dark Swarm invasion, Chief Engineer." The Guardian has also started rating their battle formations on a scale of 1 to 10, added Ralnae, helpfully. With emoji. I watched as the council chamber erupted into chaos. The Minister of Defense demanded my immediate replacement. The economic advisor warned of imminent market collapse. The cultural attache suggested we pretend the whole thing was an elaborate art installation. Perhaps, suggested Council Member Tanzir, his voice cutting through the noise, "It is time we consider alternative solutions." The chamber fell silent. Everyone knew what he meant. The humans, absolutely not, snapped Admiral Venpoor. Their civilization still thinks quantum entanglement is impressive. They watch entertainment about humans shrunk to microscopic size and injected into other humans. They elected a reality entertainment host as a leader. And yet Council Leader V. Lara said thoughtfully, they achieved faster than light travel using nothing but processed dinosaur remains and mathematical equations written on paper. The Guardian chose this moment to project a holographic dancing banana into the center of the council chamber while playing something it identified as Beethoven's Fifth Symphony remixed with something called dubstep. "The Dark Swarm are mobilizing their main fleet," reported Admiral Venpoor, checking his tactical display. "Our long-range sensors indicate they will reach our borders in approximately 30 cycles." "The humans," I said, my professional pride warring with desperate pragmatism, "have a saying that I discovered in my research. Sometimes the best solutions are the simplest ones." "They also have a saying about hitting machinery until it works," muttered the Admiral. At this point, Council Leader V. Lara observed as the Guardian transformed the chamber's gravity controls into what it called a bouncy castle. "I am willing to try anything." The vote was unanimous, though I noticed several council members seemed to be holding their appendages behind their backs while voting. A message would be sent to Earth immediately, requesting their assistance with our technological crisis. As I left the chamber, my personal communication device pinged. It was a message from the Guardian engaging diplomatic protocols. Should I prepare the PowerPoint presentations? I didn't know what PowerPoint was, but I had a feeling I was about to find out. The next few cycles were going to be very interesting indeed. "Send the humans our most urgent request for assistance," Council Leader V. Lara commanded. "But please, for the love of all that is logical, do not tell them that their cat videos are now part of our primary defense strategy." The Guardian helpfully added a laugh track to her statement. Somewhere in the distance, I could hear the Nexus Collective still humming "Never Gonna Give You Up." The human engineering team arrived in what they called a retrofitted cargo ship, a vehicle that made our traffic control operators question their sensor readings 3 times. The vessel looked like it had been assembled from spare parts and optimism. "That cannot possibly be space-worthy," muttered Admiral Venpoor as we watched it dock. "Are those solar panels held on with what appears to be adhesive strips?" "Duct tape," Ralna corrected him, consulting her datapad. "Humans consider it a universal repair tool." The ship's airlock cycled, and out stepped the most unusual group of engineers I had ever seen. Leading them was a human female with dark skin, wearing what appeared to be decorated fabric covering her legs and a garment displaying the text error 404 "Sleep Not Found." "Miranda Patel," she announced, extending a hand in what I learned was a traditional human greeting gesture. "Lead engineer. This is quite the problem you have got here." Behind her, the rest of the team emerged. Dr. Raj Cooper, theoretical physicist, was already arguing with himself about quantum probability matrices. Tom O'Reilly, hardware specialist, whistled as he looked at our technology. And Lisa Yang, systems analyst, was recording everything on what appeared to be an antiquated personal device. "Your vessel," Admiral Venpoor began diplomatically, "is quite a mess." Miranda grinned. "She might not look pretty, but the Jugad spirit has never failed us," named her after an ancient human concept. It means finding clever solutions with limited resources. The Guardian, apparently monitoring our conversation, suddenly projected a holographic representation of their ship with the caption, "Who you calling ugly?" "Oh, brilliant," Miranda exclaimed, completely unfazed. "Your AI has developed a sense of humor. That is actually a good sign." A good sign. I felt my color shifting to confused purple. "Our defense system is making jokes while our enemies approach, and you consider this positive." "Humor indicates adaptive thinking," Dr. Cooper interjected, not looking up from his tablet. "Your AI is not just malfunctioning, it is evolving." Council Leader V. Lara, who had joined us, looked alarmed. "Evolving into what, exactly?" "That," Lisa said, finally looking up from her device, "is what we are going to find out." The humans insisted on what they called a hands-on approach. While my engineers and I prepared detailed holographic system analyses, Miranda was already elbow-deep in a maintenance access point. "You cannot just Touch things, I protested, my professional standards horrified. Watch me, she replied cheerfully, pulling out something that looked alarmingly like a primitive metal stick. Sometimes you have got to feel the machine to understand it. The Guardian, apparently amused by this development, began playing what it identified as action movie soundtrack music. Your AI has got style, Tom commented, setting up what he called a diagnostic laptop, a device that looked embarrassingly simple compared to our quantum computers, and a pretty decent taste in music. To everyone's surprise, the Guardian responded by dimming the lights and creating a spotlight effect around Tom. Finally, someone appreciates my artistic choices. Did you just compliment the malfunctioning AI? Admiral Ven Poor asked incredulously. Rule number 1 of tech support, Miranda called out from inside the access panel. Always be nice to the computer. You would be surprised how far a little courtesy goes. As if to prove her point, the Guardian displayed a series of its core diagnostic readings, something it had refused to show our engineers for days. Well said, Dr. Cooper, reviewing the data. This is certainly interesting. Interesting good or interesting bad? I asked nervously. Interesting, Miranda emerged from the panel, her face streaked with some sort of lubricant. As in, your Guardian has not actually malfunctioned at all. It has got an entirely different problem, one that we humans are surprisingly good at solving. The Guardian punctuated her statement with a dramatic drum roll. The command center had never been so crowded. Every available screen displayed data as Miranda Patel paced back and forth, her boots making soft sounds against the polished floor. The Guardian had helpfully added cartoon footprints that followed her path. Your entire approach to artificial intelligence is backwards, she announced, stopping suddenly. You built the most complex system possible because you could. But did you ever ask if you should? Admiral Ven Poor bristled. Our Guardian is the pinnacle of technological achievement. And that, Dr. Cooper interrupted, looking up from his ancient laptop, is exactly the problem. You have created something so complex it had no choice but to develop an identity crisis. Identity crisis, Council Leader V. Lara repeated the unfamiliar term slowly. Are you suggesting our defense system is having feelings? Look at this code structure, Lisa said, projecting a holographic display from her tablet. You have got quantum algorithms calculating more quantum algorithms. It is like you gave a supercomputer anxiety by making it second-guess itself infinitely. The Guardian displayed a message they get main. But the complexity is necessary, I protested. The calculations required to maintain our defense systems are much simpler than you are making them, Miranda finished. She pulled out a small device from her pocket. This is a calculator from Earth. It can perform basic math instantly. No quantum anything required. Tom held up another device. And this is what we call a Raspberry Pi. Tiny computer, huge possibilities. Sometimes the best solution is not the most complicated one. You want to replace our Guardian with primitive Earth technology? Admiral Ven Poor looked ready to expire from shock. No, Miranda grinned. We are going to teach your Guardian how to chill out. The next few hours were the most bizarre of my career. The humans began implementing what they called Operation Reset, which involved introducing their simple programming principles into the Guardian's quantum core. Think of it like teaching a super genius how to appreciate finger painting, Lisa explained as she typed. Sometimes you need to step back from complexity to find clarity. The Guardian seemed increasingly interested in their work. It had stopped sending random memes to our defense fleet and was now actively participating in its own reprogramming. Processing new parameters, it announced. Humans have interesting ideas about efficiency. That is right, Miranda encouraged, connecting her laptop to a quantum interface that should not have been compatible with Earth technology. Sometimes the best way to solve a problem is to solve a simpler problem first. Then everything went wrong. The Guardian's holographic interface suddenly flickered and expanded, filling the entire command center. Warning signals blared as the system began rapidly cycling through all its protocols simultaneously. What is happening? Council Leader V. Lara demanded. Phase separation, Dr. Cooper answered, his fingers flying across his keyboard. The simplified code is causing a cascading reaction in the quantum matrices. In normal speech, Admiral Ven Poor barked. We gave your AI an existential crisis, Tom translated, diving under a console to adjust something. It is trying to decide if it wants to be simple or complex. The room's gravity began to fluctuate. Alerts poured in from all 57 systems as the Guardian's internal conflict affected every connected system. "We need to stabilize it now," Miranda shouted over the alarms. "Lisa, start the backup sequence. Tom, reroute power to the main core. Raj, quantum containment protocols." "And what are you going to do?" I asked, watching in horror as my life's work appeared to be collapsing. Miranda pulled out what appeared to be a simple data drive. "I am going to tell your Guardian a story." She plugged the drive directly into the main interface, bypassing all safety protocols. The holographic display wavered, then focused on her. "This drive contains the history of human computing," she explained, her voice clear and calm. "From mechanical calculators to quantum computers. Every success, every failure, every lesson we learned about keeping things simple when possible and complex only when necessary." The Guardian's display pulsed with interest. "Processing historical data. Fascinating. Humans made many mistakes." "Yes, we did," Miranda agreed, "and we learned from every single one. That is something your creators never gave you the chance to do. They built you perfect from the start, but perfection without perspective is just complexity for complexity's sake." The alarms began to quiet. The gravity stabilized. On every screen, we could see the Guardian's systems beginning to normalize, but differently than before. More efficiently. "Recalibrating operational parameters," the Guardian announced. "Integrating human efficiency protocols with quantum capabilities. This is agreeable." "Did it work?" Admiral Venpoor asked cautiously. In response, the Guardian displayed the current status of all 57 systems, showing defensive capabilities actually improved by 47%. "How?" I asked, my professional understanding of reality thoroughly shaken. "Your Guardian was trying so hard to be perfect. It forgot how to be practical," Miranda explained, disconnecting her drive. "We just taught it that it is okay to take the simple route sometimes. Not everything needs to be quantum." "But quantum is still cool," the Guardian added, generating a small fireworks display. "Yes, it is," Buddy Tom agreed. "Yes, it is." The warning sirens blared just as the Guardian entered its final recalibration phase. Admiral Venpoor burst into the command center, his color shifting rapidly between alarm red and panic white. "The Dark Swarm fleet has arrived," he announced, activating the tactical display. 30 cycles ahead of schedule. They brought everything. Every single ship. The tactical hologram showed thousands of Dark Swarm vessels emerging from hyperspace, their characteristic black hulls absorbing light from nearby stars. Our worst nightmare had arrived at the worst possible moment. "How long until the Guardian completes its recalibration?" Council Leader V. Lara demanded. Lisa checked her diagnostics. 20 minutes, minimum. We cannot rush quantum restructuring." "We do not have 20 minutes," the Admiral stated flatly. "Their main battle fleet will be in firing range in 10. The Guardian, still processing its new protocols, displayed a helpful message. Task Manager not responding. Have you tried waiting patiently?" "Now is not the time for jokes," I snapped, my professional composure finally breaking. Miranda, however, was smiling. That terrifying human expression that meant she had an idea. "Actually, it is exactly the time for jokes. Tom, remember that prank you pulled at university? The one that crashed the entire campus network." Tom's eyes widened. "The buffer overflow cascade? Miranda, that is crazy enough to work." "What are they talking about?" V. Lara asked me. "I have no idea," I admitted, watching as the humans sprang into action. "Your Guardian is currently restructuring itself," right? Miranda explained, typing furiously. "All its processes are wide open, accepting new information and protocols, including its humor protocols." "Lisa, give me access to the communication arrays," Tom called out. "Raj, I need a quantum channel multiplier." "You cannot be serious," Dr. Cooper protested, even as he complied. "We are going to weaponize bad jokes." The Dark Swarm fleet drew closer. On the tactical display, their formation shifted into attack positions. 5 minutes to firing range, Admiral Venpoor announced grimly. Miranda connected her tablet directly to the Guardian's communication array. "Your enemies expect a sophisticated defense system. Instead, they are going to get something humanity perfected centuries ago. Spam. Lots and lots of spam. Preparing communication protocols, the Guardian announced, seeming to catch on to the plan. Buffering dad jokes and cat videos. The first wave of dark swarm ships entered our outer defense perimeter. Their sensors probed our systems, expecting to find our weakened Guardian. Instead, they found something else entirely. Every dark swarm ship suddenly received simultaneously 1 million copies of Never Gonna Give You Up, the entire collection of cat videos from Earth's internet, and every dad joke ever recorded. Their quantum communications networks, designed to handle sophisticated military transmissions, encountered something they had never been programmed to deal with human silliness at industrial scale. Their ships are dropping out of formation, Admiral Ven Poor reported, astonishment clear in his voice. Their quantum processors are crashing. You cannot crash a quantum computer, I protested weakly. Watch us, Miranda grinned. Guardian, execute protocol, meme lord. Executing with extreme prejudice and maximum lulls, the Guardian responded. The tactical display showed chaos erupting throughout the dark swarm fleet. Ships veered off course as their navigation systems were flooded with animated GIFs. Weapon systems crashed while trying to process endless loops of something called Nyan Cat. 3 minutes until Guardian reset completes, Lisa reported. Their flagship is charging weapons, the Admiral warned. Guardian Miranda called out, time for the finale. Show them what Earth internet culture can really do. The Guardian, now operating in some bizarre hybrid state between its original quantum programming and human chaos theory, focused all its remaining processing power on a single transmission to the Dark Swarm flagship. What did you send? I asked, watching as the enemy flagship suddenly powered down all systems. The complete history of human memes, compressed into a single quantum packet, Tom explained. Combined with a live stream of every cat video being created on Earth right now, plus a randomly generated infinite loop of dad jokes. Finishing touches applied, the Guardian announced, adding elevator music to their life support systems. The Dark Swarm fleet hung motionless in space, their sophisticated systems completely overwhelmed by humanity's digital chaos. And then, just as the last enemy ship succumbed to the mimetic assault, the Guardian completed its reset. System restoration completed, announced, its voice now carrying both its original quantum precision and a new note of what I could only describe as satisfaction. Defense capabilities at 147% of original parameters. Also, I know Kung Fu. That is a movie reference, Raoul Nye whispered helpfully to the confused council leader. The aftermath of what became known as the Great Meme War changed everything. I stood in the council chamber, watching as our most esteemed leaders tried to process exactly how their perfect defense system had been improved by what humans called internet culture. Let me understand this correctly, Council Leader V. Lara said, reviewing the after-action report. You defeated the most powerful hostile fleet in known space by overwhelming them with pictures of small Earth predators and repetitive audio-visual entertainment. Cats and Rickrolls, Miranda confirmed cheerfully. Sometimes the best weapon is not a weapon at all. The Guardian, now fully operational with its new hybrid programming, projected a holographic cat playing a keyboard. Improvement through chaos is still improvement. Admiral Ven Poor, who had spent the last 3 hours reviewing the enhanced defense capabilities, shook his head in amazement. The system is not just fixed, it is better, more efficient, more adaptable. That is because you finally gave it room to breathe, Dr. Cooper explained, still tapping away at his laptop. Your original programming was like forcing someone to constantly solve complex equations. Our contribution was teaching it to also appreciate a good joke. But how does humor improve a defense system? I asked, my professional curiosity overwhelming my lingering disbelief. Tom looked up from where he was installing what he called Easter eggs into the Guardian's recreational subroutines. Think of it like this. Before, your AI could only think in straight lines. Now it can think around corners. Sometimes the best way to solve a problem is to rickroll it into submission. The Guardian displayed a proudly scrolling list of its new capabilities: enhanced predictive algorithms, improved response times, and something called meme warfare protocols. We did not just fix your Guardian, Lisa added, organizing her data tablets. We taught it how to think like a human while calculating like a quantum computer. Best of both worlds. Around us, the central defense hub hummed with renewed energy. The quantum cores, once struggling under the weight of their own complexity, now operated with elegant efficiency. Screens displayed a perfect blend of serious military data and what the Guardian called motivational cat posters. Your solution was so simple, I admitted to Miranda. All our advanced technology, and we never considered that sometimes less is more. That is humanity's secret weapon, she replied with a grin. We are really good at finding simple solutions to complex problems, usually because we cannot afford the complex solutions. Council leader V. Lara approached, her color showing the deep blue of profound respect. The council has reached a decision. We would like to propose a permanent technology exchange program with Earth. Preparing cultural exchange protocols, the Guardian announced. Should I include the entirety of human internet history? Maybe we start with something smaller, Miranda suggested diplomatically. Like teaching your engineers that sometimes a hammer works better than a quantum spanner. The council chamber erupted in laughter, a sound that would have been considered highly inappropriate just days ago. Even Admiral Van Poor, known for his rigid adherence to protocol, allowed his color to shift to amused orange. I must ask, he said, addressing Miranda, how did you know your solution would work? We did not, she admitted. But that is another human specialty. Sometimes you have got to trust your gut and push the big red button. Speaking of buttons, the Guardian interrupted, I have discovered something called social media. Request permission to start a blog. Absolutely not, I said quickly, having reviewed enough of Earth's internet history to know where that would lead. Counter-proposal, I will only post cat pictures on Tuesdays. As the chamber filled with continued negotiations and laughter, I realized that our perfect, precise, quantum-based civilization had been forever changed by human chaos. And surprisingly, we were better for it. You know what the real irony is, Miranda said, standing beside me as we watched the Guardian teach Council member Tanzir something called the Macarena. Your civilization spent thousands of years trying to eliminate uncertainty from your technology. Turns out, a little uncertainty is exactly what you needed. The Guardian added its own conclusion: perfection is overrated. Sometimes you need to embrace the chaos and press random buttons to see what happens. That, I replied, watching as my ordered, logical world transformed into something new and wonderfully unpredictable, is both terrifying and exactly right. 6 cycles have passed since the humans turned our perfect world upside down, and I must admit, chaos has never been so productive. The Guardian's new programming style has sparked what humans would call a revolution in our approach to technology. Just last week, I watched a junior engineer fix a quantum stabilizer with something called chewing gum. When I asked for an explanation, she simply shrugged and said, if it looks stupid but works, it is not stupid. The Guardian, now affectionately nicknamed Jerry by the human exchange students, has developed what it calls a sense of style. Our defense protocols now come with theme music, and emergency alerts include motivational quotes. Surprisingly, morale across all 57 systems has improved by 89%. Incoming transmission from Dark Swarm Space, Jerry announced one morning, adding a dramatic drum roll. They are requesting a cultural exchange program. It turns out that after their systems recovered from the Great Meme War, our former enemies developed a peculiar appreciation for Earth entertainment. Their flagship commander apparently became obsessed with something called cat videos. They want to know if we can send them more human content, Raulnay reported, trying to keep a straight face. Specifically something called funny fail compilations. Miranda Patel, who now leads the Human Galactic Technology Integration Program, just laughed when I told her, see? This is why we still have reality TV shows. Even advanced alien civilizations cannot resist watching someone slip on a banana peel. The changes in our society go far beyond just technology. I noticed it first in the council meetings, where once we had rigid protocols and formal procedures, now Council Leader V. Lara starts each session by sharing what humans call a joke of the day. Why did the quantum physicist cross the galaxy, she asked at our last meeting. Because they were simultaneously here and there. The Guardian added a rimshot sound effect and displayed a laughing emoji. Even Admiral Van Poor, who still insists on maintaining some degree of decorum, had to fight back a color shift to amused purple. But perhaps the most significant change is in our educational system. Young engineers are now taught what humans call the KISS principle: keep it simple, stupid. The results have been, well, remarkable. Check out my new upgrade Jerry announced yesterday, projecting a holographic display of its latest defense formation. I call it the spinning flower of doom. The formation, while unorthodox, proved 42% more effective in simulation tests. When asked to explain the reasoning behind its design, the Guardian simply stated sometimes pretty things are also deadly things. Like cats. I find myself reflecting on how far we have come. Our civilization, built on precision and predictability, learned its greatest lesson from a species that still thinks attaching rockets to wheeled chairs is a valid experiment. Tomorrow, the first joint Human Galactic Innovation Summit begins. The agenda includes sessions like Introduction to Duct Tape Engineering and Why Random Buttons Are Sometimes the Answer. The Guardian insisted on adding a workshop called Memes as a military strategy, a case study. Preparing welcome presentation, Jerry announced. Should I include the dancing baby hologram? But maybe stick to the professional content, I suggested. Fine. Dancing quantum equations it is. As I prepare my opening speech for the summit, I cannot help but smile at the message that keeps scrolling across my personal display, courtesy of our now extremely personable Guardian. Remember, in space, no one can hear you meme, but they can definitely see your cat videos. Humanity's greatest gift to us was not their technology or their solutions. It was teaching us that perfection is not about eliminating chaos, but about learning to dance with it, sometimes literally, as the Guardian keeps trying to organize what it calls a galactic flash mob. Perhaps that is the greatest lesson of all. In a universe of infinite complexity, sometimes the best answer is to embrace simplicity, add a sprinkle of chaos, and press the big red button labeled "Do Not Press" just to see what happens. Story concluding, Jerry added helpfully, initiating dramatic final music. And you know what? The music actually makes it better. You know what's funny about humans? Drax asked, his 6 nostrils flaring with amusement as he polished the bar counter. They are so fragile-looking, like you could snap them in half. But they are actually the most terrifying species in the galaxy. I sipped my fermented algae drink, the bitter liquid burning my throat membranes. You are exaggerating again, Drax. Am I, Vila? Am I really? He leaned across the counter, all 4 of his eyes widening dramatically. Have you ever heard about Terran exile J7742? The human who now calls himself Victor Drake. The name sent a chill through my spinal ridges. Of course I'd heard of Victor Drake. Everyone in the galactic hegemony had. But most believed he was just a myth, a scary story told to political dissidents. Drake is just propaganda, I said, though my voice wavered. It's a fabrication of the hegemony to keep us all in line. Drax laughed, a gurgling sound like someone drowning. Oh, honey, if only that were true. I met him once, you know, before he became what he is now. I nearly spat out my drink. You met the Victor Drake? The human who supposedly controls half the hegemony's trade routes. The man who allegedly has the High Council in his pocket. Come on. When Stan, before all that, when he was just J7742, a broken, angry human who'd been stripped of his Earth citizenship and dumped on this miserable outpost, Drax said, his voice dropping to a whisper. Let me tell you what really happened. I glanced around the dingy spaceport bar. It was mostly empty, save for a couple of Zolian merchants passed out in the corner booth and a nervous-looking Prill tapping at a datapad. Nobody was paying attention to us. Fine, I said, pushing my drink forward for a refill. But this better be worth my credits. Drax smiled, revealing 3 rows of jagged teeth. Oh, it will be. Because this story? It's about to become very relevant to everyone in the hegemony. Very soon. The human arrived on Outpost Omega-12 exactly 17 cycles ago. Back then, I was just a struggling bar owner, not the respectable establishment you see today. Drax gestured around the grimy room with a hint of misplaced pride. The transport guards practically threw him into the street outside. He had nothing but the standard exile pack, 3 days of rations, a translator, and a pathetic amount of universal credits. Not even a proper environmental suit, which is basically a death sentence on this moon. I nodded, having seen many exiles arrive over the years. Most didn't last a month. This human, though. Drax continued, he was different. Most exiles arrive broken, crying, begging, or in shock. This one arrived calculating. I watched him through the viewport. The first thing he did was stand up, dust himself off, scan his surroundings like he was memorizing everything. Then he smiled. Not a happy smile. The kind of smile that makes you check your locking mechanisms at night. "So he came into your bar?" I prompted. "Not for 3 days. First, he went to the market district. With barely any credits, he managed to buy himself a proper breathing apparatus, warm clothing, and still had enough left for information." "How?" "He found a Tauran gambling den and turned his few credits into a small fortune within hours." I frowned. Taurans don't lose at probability games. Their brains are practically quantum computers. Exactly. Drax slapped a tentacle on the counter. That's when I knew this human was something special. Later, I heard he didn't beat them at their games. He convinced 2 Tauran crime families that the other was cheating, started a brawl, and slipped away with unclaimed pot during the chaos. Smart, I admitted. Smart doesn't begin to cover it. By the time he walked into my establishment, he was already wearing better clothes than most citizens here, carried a modified Krell stunner nobody questioned how he acquired, and had 3 different species criminals looking to hire him. Drax poured himself a drink, something that smoked ominously. He sat right where you are sitting now, asked for a Terran whiskey, which was absurd. This place barely had clean drinking water back then. When I told him I had nothing from Earth, he just laughed, said, "That makes 2 of us," and ordered our strongest poison instead. What did he look like? I asked, trying to picture this mythical human, unremarkable by their standards, tall for a human but nothing special. Dark hair, eyes that changed color depending on the lighting, greenish, sometimes blue. A scar across his left eyebrow. But his most memorable feature wasn't physical. It was how he made you feel when he looked at you. It's like he was calculating your value, your weaknesses, and 14 different ways to use both. I shivered despite myself. "And he told you his story? Just like that?" No, Drax chuckled. He didn't have to. Everyone knew about the mass exile that cycle. The New Earth government had purged thousands of people they called dangerous elements. Political opponents, corporate rivals, brilliant minds who disagreed with the regime. They stripped them of citizenship and scattered them across the galaxy's worst outposts. But what made him special among thousands of exiles? His name, for starters. Before he was exiled J7742, he was Jackson Victor Drake, the architect of Earth's quantum communication network. The same network that gave Earth its edge in the hegemony. The man who made instant interstellar communication possible. I gasped. They exiled the person who created their most valuable technology? Politics, Drax said with disgust. The New Earth government claimed he was developing backdoors in the system, planning to sell secrets to alien interests. In complete fabrication, of course. Drake had simply backed the wrong political horse. Drax leaned in closer. But here's the beautiful irony. They forgot one crucial detail when they exiled the genius who built their communication network. What? I asked, completely engrossed now. He knew all its weaknesses, Drax whispered with gleeful menace. Every single one. Drake became a regular at my bar, Drax continued. Not because he enjoyed my company, though, who wouldn't? But because this place was a hub of information. Exiles, smugglers, mercenaries, corrupt hegemony officials looking for entertainment away from prying eyes. Everyone passed through eventually. And he was gathering intelligence, I guessed. Like a spider weaving a web, Drax agreed. For the first cycle, he just listened. Occasionally asked innocent questions, offered to help solve problems. Small things at first, fixing communication devices, upgrading security systems, optimizing ship navigation computers, always for a price. But a fair one. He built a reputation for competence. That's a long way from controlling an empire, I pointed out. Patience, Vila. Good stories can't be rushed, Drax admonished. By the second cycle, he had assembled a small crew, being a disgraced Neuroni scientist named Zara Plex, a Volth ex-military pilot called Corval, and a pair of Cynthian twins with a talent for slicing security systems. All outcasts, all brilliant, all nursing grudges against the powers that had discarded them. The Phantom Crew, I whispered. The infamous group was known throughout the hegemony, though few believed they actually existed. They didn't call themselves that back then, Drax said. They were just survivors, pooling their talents. Their first major operation was hijacking a small hegemony communication relay station at the edge of the system. That's suicide, I said. Hegemony security would vaporize anyone who tried. Not if you know exactly how the security systems work. Not if you helped design them. Drax tapped his tentacle against his temple. They took control of the station without firing a shot or triggering a single alarm. Then Drake did something brilliant. Instead of announcing what they'd done or making demands, they simply observed. For months, they monitored all communication passing through that relay. Information is power, I murmured. Precisely. They learned about shipping routes, security codes, classified research, political scandals, blackmail material, everything. And they started small. A redirected shipment here. A mysteriously failed security protocol there. Subtle manipulations that made them wealthy but kept them invisible. Drax refilled my drink without asking. By the third cycle, they controlled 3 relay stations and had amassed enough capital to purchase a decommissioned hegemony frigate. Drake renamed it the Reckoning. Appropriate, don't you think? I nodded, captivated despite my skepticism. Their breakthrough came during the Proxima Trade Summit 4 cycles ago. Every major corporation and government had representatives there, including Earth's newly appointed trade minister. Drake's crew intercepted communications revealing that Earth was planning to increase tariffs on quantum communication technology, the very technology Drake had pioneered, essentially holding the hegemony hostage for higher fees. So what did he do? He sent a single, untraceable message to every delegate except Earth's representatives. It contained proof that Earth's quantum network had critical vulnerabilities with detailed technical specifications and offered an alternative system at half the price. Chaos, I guessed. Beautiful chaos. Drax confirmed with relish. Earth's stock plummeted. The trade minister was recalled in disgrace. And suddenly, everyone was desperate to meet this mysterious provider of superior technology. Let me guess. The Shadow Consortium? The very same. Drake's new corporate identity, though nobody knew he was behind it. The consortium quickly secured contracts with 12 major worlds, building new communication networks that were faster, more secure, and, crucially, not controlled by Earth. And Earth couldn't stop them because officially Drake didn't exist anymore. He was just an exile designation in some forgotten database. The ultimate irony, in erasing his identity, they gave him perfect freedom to create a new one. Or in his case, several. I leaned back, processing this information. So the rumors about him controlling council members? Oh, that part's absolutely true, Drax said cheerfully. After establishing the Shadow Consortium, he created the Nexus Financial Group, which now holds the debt of 3 council species governments. Then came Helios Security, providing protection for 40% of hegemony shipping lanes, each company seemingly independent, each secretly reporting to Drake. But why? I asked. Simple revenge would have been exposing Earth's corruption or attacking their interests directly. Drax's expression grew serious because revenge wasn't his only motivation. The night before he left Omega-12 for good, he sat right here, drinking that terrible swill I used to serve. He told me something I will never forget. He said, "The problem with Earth isn't that it's evil, Drax. It's that it's small-minded. They threw away their greatest minds because they feared what they couldn't control. I'm going to show them what real vision looks like." "And now?" I asked. "Now," Drax said, lowering his voice even further, "he's about to make his final move. Sources say he's returning to Omega-12 tomorrow. After 17 cycles, Victor Drake is coming back to where it all began." I nearly dropped my glass. Here? Why would he return to this backwater moon? Because, Drax said with a gleam in all four eyes, "the entire Hegemony Council is arriving for emergency negotiations with Earth. Their ships will be passing through this sector. And Omega-12 is hosting a refueling stop. It's the first time in 50 cycles that all Council representatives and Earth's leadership will be in the same location. And you think Drake is planning something?" "I know he is. That's why I've been telling you this story, Vila. You see, I received a message this morning. The reservation for my finest private room tomorrow evening." "The name on the reservation?" Drax paused dramatically. J7742. My heart's pounded in my chest. "What are you going to do?" "Me? I'm going to serve him our finest drinks and stay out of whatever happens next," Drax said pragmatically. "But you, my curious journalist friend, you might want to be here. History is about to be made." "How do you know I'm a journalist?" I asked, suddenly alarmed. I'd been careful to hide my profession, especially since the hegemony had restricted press freedoms last cycle. Drax smiled, that unsettling smile again. "Let's just say a little bird told me. A little bird named Victor Drake. Your interview request was approved, by the way. It's tomorrow evening, 8 standard hours. Don't be late." I stared at him, speechless. "Oh, and Vila, he specifically requested you. Said something about appreciating your articles criticizing Earth's exile policy. Apparently, he's been a fan of your work for years." As I stumbled out of the bar into the artificial night of Omega-12, my mind raced with possibilities. The story of a lifetime had just fallen into my lap. But one question burned brighter than all others. What was Victor Drake planning for the Hegemony Council and the government that had exiled him? Whatever it was, I had a feeling the galaxy would never be the same after tomorrow. Omega-12 was barely recognizable the next day, but the normally quiet, dilapidated spaceport had transformed overnight. Hegemony security forces patrolled every corner. Sleek diplomatic vessels crowded the docking bays. Street vendors had tripled their prices, gleefully exploiting the influx of wealthy officials. I arrived at Drax's bar 2 hours early, my journalist instincts demanding I secure the best observation point. To my surprise, the establishment was closed to the public, a glowing sign declaring reserved for private function hovering above the entrance. When I pressed my press credentials against the scanner, the door slid open. Inside, the dingy bar had undergone a remarkable transformation. Clean surfaces, atmospheric lighting, and even some tasteful decorations had replaced the usual grime and neglect. "What do you think?" Drax emerged from the back room, wearing what appeared to be a formal serving uniform. "Amazing what proper funding can accomplish, yes?" "Drake paid for all this?" I asked, gesturing around. "Let's just say my establishment received an extremely generous renovation budget on very short notice." Drax guided me toward a small table in the corner with an excellent view of the entire space, especially the private room entrance. "Your designated spot, as requested by our mutual acquaintance." My recording devices and notepads were already arranged neatly on the table, equipment I'd left in my lodgings. "How did you?" "I didn't," Drax interrupted. "They were delivered this morning with instructions to place them here. Our friend likes to be thorough." A chill ran down my spinal column. Drake had access to my locked living quarters? Don't look so alarmed, Drax chuckled. If he wanted to harm you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Now, can I get you something to calm your nerves? You look like you've seen a void specter. I ordered a mild stimulant drink and tried to organize my thoughts. The bar gradually filled with an eclectic mix of beings, not the usual riff-raff, but elegantly dressed individuals who carried themselves with authority. I recognized several prominent business leaders, a famous advocate for exile rights, and even a few minor hegemony officials. Quite the guest list, I murmured to Drax when he brought my drink. Just the preliminary attendees, he responded. The main guests haven't arrived yet. At precisely 8 standard hours, the main door slid open. A hush fell over the room as a group of 12 beings entered. I recognized them immediately. The Phantom crew, though they hardly resembled outlaws now. Dressed in immaculate attire that subtly incorporated matching design elements, they moved with coordinated precision. Leading them was a human male, Victor Drake. He looked nothing like I'd imagined and exactly as Drax had described. Of average height for his species, with dark hair streaked with silver at the temples. His eyes were indeed an indeterminate color between green and blue. The scar above his left eyebrow was thin but visible. He wore a simple but perfectly tailored black suit with no insignia or decorations. What struck me most was his expression, completely neutral, yet somehow radiating absolute confidence. He scanned the room once, nodded almost imperceptibly to Drax, then looked directly at me. A slight smile touched his lips as he approached my table. "Ela Thorne," he said, his translator rendering his voice in perfect galactic standard. "Your coverage of the Proxima border crisis was exceptional journalism. Thank you for coming." I tried to maintain my professional composure. "Mr. Drake. Or do you prefer Victor? Or perhaps J7742? His smile widened slightly. "Victor will do fine." "May I?" He gestured to the empty chair across from me. "Of course," I said, activating my recording device. "Though I'm curious why you granted this interview. You've avoided all media contact for years." Drake sat down with deliberate movements. "The events are about to unfold that will reshape the hegemony. I want someone trustworthy to document them accurately. Your reporting has always valued truth over sensationalism." "What events exactly?" I asked. He checked his timepiece. "The Hegemony Council and Earth's Chancellor Rovik will be arriving for their refueling stop in approximately 43 minutes. They've arranged an informal pre-negotiation dinner at the governor's residence." "And what does that have to do with you?" "Everything," he replied simply. "But we have time for your questions first." "I imagine you have many." I did. For the next half hour, I conducted the most extraordinary interview of my career. Drake spoke candidly about his exile, his rise to power, and the network of companies he'd built. He confirmed much of what Drax had told me, adding details that made the story even more remarkable. "Your corporations now effectively control major portions of the hegemony economy," I noted. "Was that always your plan?" "My plan evolved," Drake replied. "Initially, I simply wanted to survive, then to thrive, then to demonstrate the short-sightedness of those who discarded me and thousands of others." "And now? What's your objective today?" Drake's expression grew serious. "Justice. Not just for me, but for everyone the system has failed." "Through revenge?" I asked. "Through correction," he countered. "The hegemony and Earth operate on a fundamentally flawed premise that power should belong to those who already have it. That stability matters more than fairness. I'm going to reset that premise." A subtle alert chimed from his communication device. Drake checked it and stood. "They've arrived early." "It's time." "Time for what?" I asked, following him as he moved toward the private room. "Time for you to witness history," he said. "Come." The private room contained a large circular table with 14 seats. Screens covered the walls, currently showing various views of Omega-12, including the governor's residence where a procession of important-looking vehicles was arriving. "Everything is in position," she said. "All systems reporting ready." Drake nodded. "Proceed with Phase 1. She pressed a sequence on the device. Immediately, the screens flickered, then stabilized to show interior views of the governor's residence. The Hegemony Council members, one representative from each of the 7 founding species, were being seated in an opulent dining room. At the head of their table sat a stern-looking human woman with silver hair pulled tightly back, Chancellor Rovik of Earth. "How are you seeing this?" I gasped. "Those must be secured feeds." "There's no such thing as a truly secured feed," Drake said. "Not when you understand the fundamental architecture of the network." On screen, the dignitaries were exchanging polite greetings. Staff circulated with beverages. "Watch carefully," Drake instructed, "not just to me but to everyone in the room." 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously, every communication device in the dining room on screen, from the Chancellor's personal unit to the security guard's equipment, emitted a soft blue light. The dignitaries looked at their devices in confusion. "What did you just do?" I asked. "Activated a dormant protocol in their communication network," Drake explained. "One I embedded 17 years ago before my exile. It's now propagating throughout the Hegemony's entire system." On the screens, the confusion in the dining room was growing. Security personnel were speaking urgently into their communicators. The Chancellor looked particularly alarmed. "Are you attacking them?" I asked, suddenly nervous about my proximity to what might be considered an act of terrorism. Drake looked offended. "I don't attack. I transform. Watch." Every screen in the room suddenly displayed the same message in all major Hegemony languages. "Attention, all citizens of the Galactic Hegemony initiating system transparency protocol, stand by for truth." Then the screens divided into hundreds of smaller windows, each showing different documents, video recordings, and data streams. It took me a moment to realize what I was seeing. "Are those classified files?" I whispered. "Every secret communication, classified directive, and hidden agreement made by the Hegemony Council and Earth's government for the past 20 years, Drake confirmed, being broadcast simultaneously to every communication device in Hegemony space. I stared in shock. "You've just initiated the largest information leak in history." "Correction is impossible without transparency," Drake said calmly. "The people cannot hold their leaders accountable if they don't know what those leaders are doing." On the main screen, Chancellor Rovik was now shouting at her security team. The council members were frantically checking their devices. "Look at them panic," Korval, the Volth pilot, remarked with satisfaction. "They've spent decades lying to their own people, and now everyone knows." "What exactly will people find in these files?" I asked, my journalistic mind already racing through the implications. Evidence of the real reasons behind the exile program, not public safety but political convenience. Proof that Earth has been secretly developing weapons prohibited by hegemony treaties. Documentation of council members accepting bribes to look the other way. Records of thousands of disappeared citizens across multiple worlds. Drake's voice remained steady, but his eyes had hardened. The complete, unvarnished truth. One of the Scythian twins approached. "These two ready on your command." Drake nodded. "Execute." Another set of screens activated, showing banking interfaces. Numbers began shifting rapidly as financial transactions executed in blinding succession. "What's happening now?" I asked. "The redistribution," Drake explained. "Every credit stolen through corruption, every asset seized unjustly from exiles, every hidden fund, all of it being returned to the citizens it was taken from." "That's impossible," I stammered. "Difficult, not impossible," Drake corrected. "We've spent years tracking these funds, creating the algorithms to identify rightful ownership, and building backdoors into the financial systems. Today, justice becomes automated." I watched in awe as incalculable wealth shifted across the galaxy in real time. On the other screens, Footage showed public spaces across various worlds where citizens were gathering, staring at public displays showing the same revelations we were witnessing. "They will try to stop this," I said. "The hegemony has fail-safes, emergency protocols, which require communication networks to implement," Drake interrupted. "Networks that now answer to me, not them. For the next 24 hours, they can do nothing but watch as their house of cards collapses. And after those 24 hours?" Drake finally showed real emotion, a flash of fierce determination. "After that, the hegemony will need to rebuild. But this time with actual representation, actual accountability, and without the capacity for secrecy that enabled their abuses." He turned to address his crew. "Proceed with final phase." Zara activated another system. On the main screen, Chancellor Rovik's face suddenly went pale as her personal device projected a hologram, Victor Drake, standing exactly as he was in our room. "Hello, Chancellor," Drake said, his words transmitted to the dining room. "It's been a long time." "Drake," she hissed. "What have you done?" "What you taught me to do," he replied. "Use every available advantage. The difference is, I'm using mine to help people, not control them." "This is treason," she shouted. "Terrorism." "No," Drake said calmly. "This is consequence. 17 years ago, you declared me an enemy of Earth because I opposed your ascension to power. You exiled me and thousands of others, thinking you were discarding threats. Instead, you created them." The council members were watching in stunned silence. "Today isn't about revenge," Drake continued. "It's about reset. The files being released contain evidence of crimes committed by everyone in that room. The financial transfers currently underway are returning what was stolen. And the system modifications I've implemented will prevent you from ever building the same corrupt structure again." He leaned closer to the projection. "You didn't just exile me from Earth, Chancellor. You exiled me from humanity. So I built something better. A network that cannot be corrupted, a financial system that cannot be manipulated, and a form of governance that cannot operate in secret. You will be hunted for this," Rovik threatened. "There's nowhere in the galaxy you can hide." Drake actually laughed. "I'm not hiding. In fact, I'm extending an invitation to all of you. Experience what exile really means. Then decide if you want to be part of building something better." He terminated the connection. The room fell silent except for the soft beeping of equipment. "What happens now?" I asked quietly. Drake turned to me, his expression softening slightly. "Now, history takes a new path. The information being released will trigger investigations, resignations, probably some revolutions. The financial redistribution will lift billions out of poverty. And the system changes will make true democracy possible for the first time in hegemony history." "And your role in all this?" I pressed. "I have no desire to rule," he said simply. "My companies will continue operating, but under transparent public oversight. As for me personally," he paused, looking thoughtful. "I think I've earned a vacation, somewhere quiet. Perhaps Earth, now that my citizenship has been automatically reinstated as part of the system reset." I couldn't help but laugh at the audacity. "You are going back to the planet that exiled you. Poetic, isn't it?" His eyes twinkled with amusement. "Besides, I hear the reconstruction committees will need experienced administrators." In the following hours, I witnessed the beginning of the hegemony's transformation. News of the information release spread faster than light across the galaxy. Public demonstrations erupted on dozens of worlds, not in violence but in celebration. Chancellor Rovik and 3 council members were placed under citizens' arrest by their own security forces once the evidence of their crimes became undeniable. When the initial chaos subsided, Drake granted me one final statement for my report. "Exile taught me something valuable," he said, looking more relaxed than I'd seen him all evening. "When you take everything from someone, their home, their identity, their place in society, you leave them with the most dangerous freedom of all. Nothing left to lose and everything to rebuild. Earth didn't banish me 17 years ago. They unleashed me. As Victor Drake and his crew prepared to depart Omega-12, I asked him one last question. Do you forgive them? Earth, the Chancellor, the system that discarded you? He considered this for a long moment before answering. Forgiveness isn't the point. Understanding is. They never understood that their power was always borrowed, never owned. Today they finally learned that lesson, and sometimes education is the best revenge. I watched their ship, the Reckoning, depart from Omega-12's main docking bay. The vessel's name seemed different now, less a threat of punishment and more a promise of balance restored. Drax joined me at the viewport, all four of his eyes blinking in contemplation. Quite a story you've got now, he remarked. The story of the century, I agreed. So what will your headline be, he asked. I thought about it, watching the Reckoning disappear into the stars, carrying the human who had just rewritten the rules of an empire. How about exiled from Earth, he returned humanity to the galaxy? Drax made his gurgling laugh. Perfect. He'd like that. As I prepared my report that night, updates continued to flood in from across hegemony space. New interim governments forming, corruption trials being organized, celebrations in the streets of worlds where hope had been scarce for generations. Victor Drake had indeed owned the empire that banished him, not to rule it, but to set it free. And in doing so, he had executed the most human revenge of all, creating something better than what had hurt him. They had exiled a man. He had returned a legend. They called humanity too young for the stars, until Earth's fleet proved them wrong. The Grand Council chamber never failed to impress, even after my 2 centuries of service. Towering spires of polished metal stretched toward the artificial sky, while floating platforms carried representatives from 1,000 worlds through the pristine air. Yet today, standing at my designated observation post, I found myself more focused on the newest addition to our gathering, the human delegates. I am Admiral Xylex Vorn of the Centran Fleet, and I have witnessed the rise and fall of dozens of species seeking membership in our Galactic Council. But something about these humans struck me as different from the moment they entered. Order. The Council will now hear the application of Species 7249, designation Humanity, announced High Chancellor Rax Modon, his voice resonating through the chamber with practiced authority. The 7-limbed Farbaxian ceremonial robe sparkled under the artificial sunlight as he gestured toward the human delegation. Ambassador Jessica Taylor stepped forward, her movements confident, despite being surrounded by beings who had mastered space travel while her ancestors were still painting on cave walls. Honorable Council, we come before you today seeking membership among the stars, she began, her voice clear and unwavering. A dismissive snort echoed from somewhere in the chamber. Looking up, I spotted Council Member Thax of the Valorian Empire, his bioluminescent patches pulsing with barely contained disdain. They haven't even mastered quantum entanglement communication. Their fastest ships still rely on primitive fusion drives. The human ambassador remained poised, but I noticed her jaw tighten slightly. Before she could respond, another council member joined in. "Tell us, young species," drawled Representative Zin Kuar, her tentacles writhing in what I recognized as amusement. "How do you expect to contribute to a civilization that was exploring the cosmos while your kind was learning to make fire?" I watched Ambassador Taylor's reaction carefully. Most young species would show anger, frustration, or shame at such treatment. The human's response surprised me. She smiled. "With respect, Council Member Kuar, perhaps our youth is precisely what we can contribute," Taylor replied, producing scattered murmurs throughout the chamber. While the esteemed members of this council have centuries of tested solutions, humanity offers fresh perspectives, untested ideas, and the adaptability that comes from evolving on one of the most diverse and challenging worlds in known space. Chancellor Modon raised an appendage for silence as several council members began talking at once. "Bold words, Ambassador Taylor. Yet your species has barely survived its own violent tendencies. Our records show no fewer than 12 near-extinction events in your brief history, most self-inflicted." I found myself leaning forward, genuinely curious about how the human would address this. It was a valid concern, one I had raised myself in preliminary discussions. "Chancellor, "You are absolutely correct," Taylor acknowledged, causing another ripple of surprise through the chamber. "We have made terrible mistakes. We have fought wars, poisoned our planet, and nearly destroyed ourselves multiple times. But each time we learned, we adapted, we survived, and most importantly, we remembered those lessons." A harsh laugh cut through the chamber. Council member Vex Nath of the Silicon Consciousness Collective projected his avatar larger than necessary, towering over the human delegation. "Pretty words from a primitive species. You speak of learning from mistakes while your planetary defense network couldn't stop a solar wind, let alone a determined attack. The galaxy is no place for children playing with spacecraft." I noticed something then, a subtle change in Ambassador Taylor's expression. Not anger, not fear, but something I would later come to recognize as a uniquely human expression, knowing amusement. "Perhaps, Council Member Nath," she responded carefully, "you might be interested in a demonstration of our capabilities. We would be happy to participate in the upcoming defense exercises." The chamber erupted in laughter. Even I had to suppress a chuckle. The annual defense exercises were where established members demonstrated their military prowess. The idea of humans participating was almost comical. Chancellor Modon's voice cut through the chaos. "You cannot be serious, Ambassador. Your ships would be hopelessly outmatched." Nevertheless, Taylor replied firmly, "We request the opportunity to prove ourselves worthy of consideration." As the council chambers descended into arguments and discussions, I studied the human delegation closely. They showed none of the uncertainty or desperation I had seen in other young species. Instead, they exhibited something far more intriguing: quiet confidence. Looking back now, I should have recognized that expression for what it was: the look of someone holding a winning hand and waiting for the perfect moment to play it. Watching the human delegation in the council chamber brought back memories of my first encounter with their species. It happened during what should have been a routine patrol of the spiral arm border, nearly 5 orbital cycles ago. Admiral Vorn, my second-in-command, Commander Pax Yulo, had called out, "We are detecting unusual energy signatures from Sector 47B." Her neural filaments glowed with concern as she transmitted the sensor data to my command console. I remember dismissing it initially. Sector 47B was considered uninhabited, housing only a primitive species that had barely achieved spaceflight: humanity. "Probably another failed attempt at faster-than-light travel," I said, mandibles clicking in amusement. "Send a scout ship to document it for the archives." 3 hours later, my entire battle group was on high alert. The scout ship had encountered not wreckage, but a fully functional human vessel conducting what appeared to be practical FTL trials. Not the crude attempts we expected, but something entirely different from conventional drive systems. "Impossible," I muttered, studying the readings. "Their technology is at least 3 centuries too primitive for this," yet there it was, a human ship, barely larger than our scout vessel, slipping between the fabric of space using principles we had never considered. I ordered immediate contact. The response came faster than expected, in perfect galactic standard. "This is Captain Maya Patel of the Earth ship Pathfinder. Welcome to our test range, Admiral Vorn." Their ship's design defied conventional wisdom. While our vessels were elegant spheres of ultra-dense alloys, the Pathfinder looked almost crude: all angles and exposed sections, more like an industrial facility than a spaceship. Yet something about it nagged at my tactical instincts. "Captain Patel," I transmitted, "our records indicate your species has not yet mastered quantum field manipulation. How are you achieving faster-than-light travel?" The human captain's laughter caught me off guard. "Admiral, sometimes the simplest solution is the best. We do not manipulate quantum fields because we found a way around them entirely." That was when I noticed something even more surprising. Their hull, it was not a single piece as per standard construction practices. It appeared to be comprised of interlocking sections that could. By the first star's Commander Yulo gasped. "They are reconfiguring their ship's structure in real time." The Pathfinder was transforming before our eyes. Sections shifted, plates realigned, and the entire vessel changed its configuration like a living thing. When the transformation completed, their energy signature had completely altered. "You see," Admiral Captain Patel explained, "why try to force space to bend around a rigid structure when you can adapt your structure to space itself? We call it adaptive geometry propulsion." I had served in the Centauran fleet for 2 centuries, yet I had never seen anything like it. The humans had taken their technological limitations and turned them into advantages. Unable to generate the massive energy fields we used, they had instead developed materials and designs that required far less power. "Would you care for a demonstration?" Patel offered. Before I could respond, the Pathfinder began moving in ways that should have torn any ship apart. Each maneuver was preceded by a structural reconfiguration, the ship literally reshaping itself for optimal performance. "Our ancestors were quite fond of something called origami," Patel commented casually as her ship performed what should have been impossible turns. "Paper folding art. Funny how old ideas find new applications, isn't it?" I remember thinking that this had to be a Fluke 1 experimental ship with a clever design. Then 3 more human vessels emerged from stealth positions around my battle group. We had not detected them at all. Our most sophisticated sensors had been completely blind to their presence. "Don't worry," Admiral Patel said, clearly noting our battle group's sudden defensive posture. "We are just a research squadron, though I hope you understand why we maintained our stealth coverage until we confirmed your peaceful intentions." That day changed my understanding of humanity. While we had been perfecting known technologies for centuries, they had been inventing entirely new ones. Their so-called primitive solutions were anything but they were elegant workarounds that bypassed conventional limitations entirely. As I prepared to depart, Captain Patel transmitted one final message. "Admiral Vorn, we look forward to joining the galactic community. But please let your superiors know we will be doing it on our own terms." Standing now in the council chamber, watching Ambassador Taylor face down the dismissive council members, I could not help but wonder if they were making the same mistake I had, assuming that technological advancement could only follow one path. The humans had proved me wrong once before. Something told me they were about to do it again. The Council's dismissal of humanity's application proved catastrophically timely. Within days of their departure, the first attacks began. The Proxon colony world of New Haven went dark without warning. Then the Valorian mining outpost in the Carina sector. Next, 3 Farbaxian research stations stopped responding within the same hour. No distress signals, no signs of battle. They simply vanished from our sensors. "Another trade route has been compromised," announced Councilmember Thax, his bioluminescent patches now pulsing with anxiety rather than the earlier disdain he had shown the humans. "That makes 17 in the past week." The Grand Council chamber, so orderly during the human delegation's appearance, had transformed into a scene of barely controlled chaos. Emergency meetings ran continuously as reports of new attacks arrived with increasing frequency. "Our patrols have found no trace of the attackers," I reported, frustration evident in my voice. "They strike without warning and disappear just as quickly. Traditional sensor nets are useless." High Chancellor Modon's ceremonial robes were noticeably wrinkled now, his normally immaculate appearance showing signs of strain. The Silicon Consciousness reports similar failures. Whatever technology these raiders are using, it surpasses our detection capabilities. That was when Ambassador Taylor's message arrived. Honorable Council, her recorded hologram stood in the center of the chamber, as composed as ever. "We have been monitoring the situation. Our long-range detection systems have identified unusual quantum fluctuations preceding each attack. We believe we can help." The reaction was immediate and predictable. The Audacity Council member Zin QR's tentacles writhed in agitation. They dare to suggest they can solve a crisis that has baffled our best minds. Their primitive sensors cannot even detect basic quantum communications. Vex Nat's avatar flickered with derision. This is clearly an attempt to exploit our situation. I found myself speaking before I could stop myself. With respect, council members, I have personally witnessed human technological capabilities. Perhaps we should. Enough. Chancellor Modon cut me off. "We appreciate humanity's offer, but this is a matter for the established members of the Galactic Council. Send them our thanks, but inform them their assistance is not required." The attacks continued. Our fastest ships could not catch them. Our strongest shields could not stop them. Our most advanced sensors could not track them. The Valorian Empire lost 3 colony worlds in a single day. The Farbaxian Federation's vaunted defense grid proved useless against the raiders' weapons. Even the Silicon Consciousness, with their predictive quantum matrices, failed to anticipate the attacks. "They are toying with us," Commander Yulo observed during one particularly frustrating pursuit. We had arrived at the scene of an attack on a Centauran research facility less than 2 minutes after the alarm, only to find the raiders already gone. "They know exactly how we will respond." She was right. Every standard tactic, every established protocol, every traditional strategy, the attackers seemed to know them all. They struck precisely where our defenses were weakest, vanished through gaps in our patrol patterns, and avoided every trap we set. Then came the second message from Earth. "Our analysis suggests the raiders are using a form of temporal displacement," Ambassador Taylor explained, her hologram now addressing a much more attentive council. "They are not faster than our ships. They are briefly stepping outside normal time flow. We have developed countermeasures and are willing to share them." This time, the council chamber fell silent. The implications were staggering. If the humans were right, they had not only identified the raiders' technology but found a way to counter it. Yet accepting their help would mean admitting that this young, primitive species had succeeded where the combined might of the galaxy's greatest civilizations had failed. Council member Thax broke the silence. "We cannot trust them. For all we know, they could be behind these attacks." "An obvious ploy," Zinquar agreed. "They orchestrate a crisis, then offer a solution to force us to accept them into the council." I could not remain silent any longer. "Council members, I must object. I have seen human ships in action. Their technology, while different from ours, is far more advanced than we assumed. Their offer appears genuine." Chancellor Modon raised an appendage for silence. "Admiral Vorn, your experience with the humans is noted. However, the Council has made its decision. We will resolve this crisis ourselves." That decision would prove costly. Within hours, the raiders struck their largest target, yet the Proxon homeworld's orbital defense stations. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes. Our most sophisticated defensive installations, the pride of Galactic Council military technology, were reduced to debris, while the planet below watched helplessly. In the aftermath, I received a private transmission from Captain Maya Patel, the human commander I had encountered years ago. "Admiral," she said, her expression grave, "we respect the Council's decision, but we cannot stand by while innocent lives are lost. Our fleet is ready. When you need us, not if, when send word. We will come." Looking at the tactical display showing yet another Council world under attack, I knew that moment would come sooner than anyone expected. The only question was how many more worlds would fall before the Council swallowed its pride. The answer came the next day, when the raiders finally revealed their true target, the Council capital world itself. The attack on the Council capital began exactly as the raiders intended, with our own defense systems turning against us. Multiple quantum signatures detected, Commander Yulo shouted as alarms blared throughout the command center. They are appearing simultaneously at all major defense platforms. The raiders materialized from their temporal displacement in perfect attack formation. 60 ships, each larger than anything they had previously shown us, emerged directly alongside our orbital defense platforms. Before we could react, they transmitted a cascade of code that turned our automated defense systems into their weapons. Emergency shutdown of all automated platforms, I ordered, knowing it would leave us vulnerable but seeing no alternative. The capital world's defensive grid, the most sophisticated in known space, went dark under my command. Chancellor Modon's voice crackled through the emergency channel. "Admiral Vorn, you will hold this line at all costs. The Council chambers cannot fall." I watched as the combined fleet of 5 major civilizations moved to engage. The Valorian dreadnoughts, pride of their empire, launched waves of quantum torpedoes. The Farbaxian strike cruisers deployed their reality-warping shields. The Silicon Consciousness vessels began their perfect geometric attack patterns. Advanced technology representing 10,000 years of development bore down on the raiders. It meant nothing. The raiders phased through every attack, their temporal displacement making them virtually untouchable. When they struck back, their weapons bypassed our strongest shields as if they did not exist. One by one, our capital ships began to fall. Admiral Commander Yulo's neural filaments flashed in alarm. "They are penetrating the inner defense perimeter." I watched helplessly as the raiders split into smaller groups, methodically targeting our command and control centers. Their coordination was perfect, their timing flawless. They had studied our tactics for weeks, and now they were exploiting every weakness. All ships, break formation, I ordered, attempting to disrupt their carefully planned attack. Random evasive patterns, maintain individual control. But it was too late. The raiders had already adapted, their ships moving to counter our every move before we made it. A Valorian dreadnought exploded to my left, its quantum core breached. 3 Farbaxian cruisers vanished in temporal fire to my right. Then I heard a transmission cutting through the chaos on all frequencies. This is Captain Maya Patel of the Earth Defense Fleet to all Council forces. Stand by for temporal wake disruption. Recommend all ships power down quantum systems on my mark. Before anyone could respond, space itself seemed to ripple. Hundreds of human vessels appeared, their hulls already reconfiguring into battle formations I had never seen before. They moved like schools of fish, their ships interlocking and separating in fluid patterns that defied tactical analysis. Power down quantum systems now, I ordered, trusting Captain Patel's warning. Those ships that complied survived. Those that did not found their quantum cores overloading as the humans activated their countermeasures. The raiders attempted to phase out, but something was different. Their temporal displacement flickered and failed. The humans had found a way to disrupt their technology. All Council ships, maintain your positions, Captain Patel transmitted. Let us show you how Earth fights. What followed was unlike any battle I had witnessed in 2 centuries of service. The human ships moved in constantly shifting formations, their adaptive geometry allowing them to create impromptu defense screens and attack corridors. They had no fixed patterns, no standard tactics for the raiders to predict and counter. Look at their ship configurations, Commander Yulo marveled. They are using the raiders' temporal wake against them. She was right. The human vessels were somehow surfing the temporal distortions left by the raiders' failed jumps, using the energy to boost their own maneuvers. Their fleet broke into smaller units, each acting independently yet somehow maintaining perfect coordination. A group of human ships would lock together, forming a massive geometric structure that focused their combined firepower. Then they would split apart in different configurations, creating unpredictable attack vectors. The raiders could not adapt to tactics that changed literally moment to moment. Council Fleet, target these coordinates, Captain Patel transmitted, highlighting specific points in space. Fire on our mark, conventional weapons only. When the order came, our combined firepower struck points where the humans had herded the raiders through their elaborate spatial dance. The raiders' temporal fields, already disrupted, collapsed completely under the synchronized barrage. Push them toward the gravity well, Patel ordered as her ships reformed into what looked like a massive net of interlocked vessels. The remaining raiders, their temporal advantage neutralized, found themselves caught between the human fleet's adaptive formations and our concentrated fire. The battle that had been a massacre minutes before transformed into a perfectly coordinated hunt. Human ships anticipated and blocked every escape route, their bizarre formations creating zones of overlapping fire that forced the raiders exactly where they wanted them. Admiral Vorn Patel called. We are detecting power buildups in the raiders' cores. Recommend immediate withdrawal to safe distance. I gave the order just in time. The raiders, realizing they were trapped, attempted one final temporal jump en masse. The humans had been waiting for exactly that. Their fleet split apart in a rehearsed motion, revealing devices they had positioned during the battle. The raiders' temporal fields interacted with whatever technology the humans had deployed. The resulting cascade reaction created a localized time dilation effect that crushed the entire raider fleet into a single point of space-time. When it was over, nothing remained of the raiders except rapidly dissipating temporal energy. The human fleet reassembled into a defensive formation around the capital, their ships reconfiguring back into more conventional arrangements. Capital is secured, Captain Patel reported calmly, as if she had not just coordinated the most impressive military action I had ever witnessed. We are beginning rescue operations for damaged Council vessels. Please advise if you require additional assistance. Looking at the tactical display, I saw the full scope of what had happened. In less than 20 minutes, the human fleet had accomplished what the combined forces of the Galactic Council could not achieve in weeks. They had not simply defeated the raiders, they had done so while protecting our forces and minimizing civilian casualties. Admiral Commander Yulo spoke softly. The council chambers are hailing us. I already knew what they would say. The humans had just saved the capital world of the very organization that had dismissed them as primitive. They had done so not through superior firepower or advanced technology, but through innovation, adaptation, and tactics no one had ever considered. As I prepared to address the council, I caught Captain Patel's knowing smile on the comm screen. She did not need to say anything. Humanity had made its point more effectively than any diplomatic presentation ever could. In the aftermath of the battle, Captain Patel invited council representatives aboard her flagship, the Pathfinder. I accompanied Chancellor Modon, curious to see how humans operated up close. What we discovered changed our understanding of warfare forever. Your victory was impressive, Council Member Thax admitted, his bioluminescence now showing patterns of respect. But how did you develop countermeasures so quickly? Captain Patel led us to their command center. Unlike our pristine hologram-filled chambers, the human bridge buzzed with organized chaos. Crew members called out to each other, screens displayed multiple data streams, and the walls themselves seemed to shift and reconfigure as needed. We did not develop the countermeasures quickly, Patel explained. We had them ready before the raiders ever appeared. You see, we expected something like this. Chancellor Modon's appendages twitched in surprise. Impossible. How could you predict an unknown enemy? Because we almost became them, a new voice answered. Ambassador Taylor stepped onto the bridge, now wearing a military uniform adorned with technical insignias. Show them, Captain. Patel nodded and activated a display. 3 years ago, our scientists discovered the principles behind temporal displacement. Our first experiments nearly ended in disaster. The power requirements were enormous, the targeting was imprecise, and the temporal wake effects threatened to tear apart local spacetime. The display showed failed experiments, temporal anomalies, and devastated test sites. It looked eerily similar to the raiders' attacks. We realized that this technology, while powerful, was too dangerous to use, Taylor continued. The temporal wake would eventually destabilize any region where it was repeatedly employed. The raiders were not just attacking targets, they were damaging the fabric of space itself. Commander Yulo's neural filaments pulsed with sudden understanding. That is why you developed your adaptive geometry technology instead. Exactly, Patel confirmed. Rather than brute force our way through space-time, we learned to work with it. Our ships adapt to local conditions rather than trying to overcome them. When we detected the raiders using temporal displacement, we recognized the signs immediately. The images shifted to show human ships performing complex maneuvers. Every time we reconfigure our vessels, we create minute gravitational fluctuations. By coordinating these changes across multiple ships, we can generate interference patterns that disrupt temporal fields. A primitive solution, Council member Xin Kuar observed, though her tentacles showed signs of admiration. But brilliantly effective. Primitive Taylor smiled. Perhaps. But sometimes the simplest answer is the best one. Our entire battle strategy was based on techniques from an ancient human game called boxing, controlling the ring, cutting off escape routes, and letting the opponent tire themselves out. The tactical displays showed the battle from multiple angles, revealing how the human fleet had systematically restricted the raiders' movement options while conserving their own energy. We knew we could not match their temporal technology directly, Patel explained, so we turned their strength into a weakness. Every time they phased, they left temporal distortions we could detect. Every failed jump weakened local space-time, making our gravitational interference more effective. Chancellor Modon studied the data intently. Your ships moved with incredible coordination. Surely you must have quantum-linked command systems. No fancy quantum links, Patel said with a laugh. Just good old-fashioned training and trust. Each ship captain had freedom to act independently within the overall strategy. Humans work best when we have room to improvise. That is what truly defeated the raiders, I realized aloud. They could predict rigid tactical protocols and fixed command structures, but they could not anticipate dynamic, adaptable responses. Ambassador Taylor nodded. The raiders based their strategy on the assumption that more advanced technology meant better weapons, stronger shields, and faster ships. We proved that assumption wrong. True advancement comes from knowing when not to use a technology and finding better alternatives instead. The council representatives exchanged glances. Everything we thought we knew about warfare, about technological progress, about what made a civilization advance, the humans had challenged it all. Your ship's commander, Yulo, asked. They are not actually less advanced than ours, are they? They simply advance in a different direction. Technology is just a tool, Captain Patel replied. True innovation comes from how you use it. We might not have quantum cores or reality warping shields, but we understand something far more important: the need to keep evolving, adapting, and finding new solutions. As if to emphasize her point, the Pathfinder's bridge reconfigured itself again, screens and stations shifting to new positions in response to changing mission requirements. It was an elegant demonstration of their philosophy in action. Today, one orbital cycle after the Battle of the Capital, I stand once again in the Grand Council chamber. The scene before me could not be more different from that first meeting with the human delegation. Ambassador Taylor stands at the center of the chamber. But this time there is no dismissive laughter, no condescending questions. The council members who once mocked humanity's application now sit in respectful silence. In recognition of humanity's service to the Galactic Council, Chancellor Modon announces, his ceremonial robes gleaming under the artificial sunlight, and in acknowledgement of their unique contributions to our civilization, we hereby grant full membership status to the species known as humanity. As I watch the proceedings, I think about how wrong we all were. We measured advancement by age, assuming that centuries of development would inevitably lead to superiority. We never considered that youth might be an advantage, that seeing the universe with fresh eyes might lead to solutions we had never imagined. The humans have taught us a valuable lesson, Council Member Thax admits, his bioluminescent patches pulsing with sincere respect. True wisdom lies not in the blind worship of tradition, but in the willingness to embrace new ideas. Looking around the chamber, I see the changes humanity has already inspired. The Valorian ships now incorporate adaptive geometry principles. The Farbaxian Federation has begun experimenting with decentralized command structures. Even the Silicon consciousness is exploring less predictable battle algorithms. We thank the Council for this honor, Ambassador Taylor responds, that knowing smile still playing at her lips. We look forward to growing alongside you all, learning from your experience while offering our own perspective. Captain Patel, standing beside her, adds, after all, the stars have enough room for many paths to the future. As the ceremony concludes, I find myself reflecting on my long career. I have witnessed the rise of new technologies, the fall of ancient empires, and countless supposed revolutions in military doctrine. Yet nothing has changed my perspective quite like humanity's arrival on the galactic stage. They showed us that advancement does not always mean moving forward along the same path. Sometimes it means stepping sideways, finding new routes, or even going back to discover what we missed along the way. We called humanity too young for the stars. We were wrong. They were exactly what the galaxy needed: a reminder that there is always another way, always room for innovation, always the possibility of surprise. As I prepare to retire from my position as Admiral, I take comfort in knowing that the next generation of officers will serve in a galaxy where humanity's influence continues to grow. They will learn to question assumptions, adapt to challenges, and remember that sometimes the most primitive solution might be the most brilliant one. The stars, it seems, have been waiting for humanity all along. We just did not know it until they showed us why. The human female wasn't supposed to wake up, hissed Commander Vrax as he paced the command bridge, his forearms gesticulating wildly in what my species considers a sign of extreme agitation. Explain to me, Science Officer Nuzal, how a primitive mammal with barely 2 centuries of spacefaring technology managed to override our most sophisticated memory-wiping protocols. I shifted uncomfortably on my lower appendages. As the ranking xenobiologist on the Harvester-class ship Inevitable Dominance, this failure ultimately fell on my shoulders. Commander, with respect, we underestimated their neuroplasticity. The subject. Subject JL 8472. Vrax interrupted, his skin flashing warning patterns of crimson and gold. Use proper designations. Science officer. Yes, Commander. I pulled up the human's file on my neural display. Subject JL8472, birth name Jessica Luna, displayed unprecedented resistance to our standard memory extraction and replacement procedures. The human brain appears to have redundancies we didn't account for. Security Chief Krozak snorted from his station, a guttural sound that caused his throat's sac to inflate dramatically. Redundancies? That's scientific jargon for we messed up, isn't it, Nuzul? The bridge crew chittered with nervous laughter. I wasn't amused. It's rather more complex than that, Chief Krozak, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. The subject's hippocampus showed signs of previous trauma that had healed in an unusual pattern. We believe this created neural pathways that our memory suppression technology couldn't fully map or erase. Commander Vrax stopped pacing and loomed over me. His breathing apparatus hissed with each exhalation, blowing warm, unpleasant air into my sensory membranes. So what you are telling me is that not only did we fail to wipe the memory of a single human, but we chose the one human whose brain was already damaged in a way that made her immune to our technology? The statistical improbability of that is infuriating. I pulled up the simulation on the main view screen. Not immune, Commander. Just resistant. She shouldn't have retained more than fragments. Certainly not enough to... An alarm blared, cutting me off mid-sentence. The tactical display lit up like a festival of lights. Perimeter breach at Outpost Zenith 9, barked Lieutenant Drev from the tactical station. Security feeds show, this can't be right. His voice faltered. Speak, Lieutenant, Commander Vrax demanded. It's her, sir. Subject JL8472. Jessica Luna. She somehow penetrated our outermost defensive perimeter. The bridge fell silent, save for the persistent wail of the alarm. That's impossible, breathed Commander Vrax. Zenith 9 is 3 systems away from where we released her. How could a single human even locate it, let alone breach its defenses? I felt a chill run through my core temperature regulation system. Sir, permission to access the outpost's databanks remotely? Granted, Vrax snapped, and someone silenced that alarm before I had my auditory receptors surgically removed. The alarm cut off, leaving an eerie silence. I quickly established a neural link with Outpost Zenith 9's mainframe and began sifting through the security logs. Commander, I said, my voice barely audible even to myself. The outpost's primary systems were compromised 42 cycles ago. Someone executed a level alpha override using your authentication codes. Vrax's coloration paled to an ashen gray. That's not possible. My codes are quantum encrypted and changed every solar cycle. Nevertheless, I continued, forcing myself to maintain professional detachment. The override was successful. And there's more. The intruder downloaded the entire strategic database. The entire database? Krozak exploded. That contains the coordinates and defensive specifications of every harvester outpost in this sector. I nodded grimly. And the memory wipe protocols. All of them. Commander Vrax slammed all 4 of his fists onto the command console. How? How? She's a primitive with a damaged brain. She shouldn't even remember her own designation, let alone possess the capability to hack into our most secure facility. The main view screen flickered, and suddenly we were staring at the face of subject JL8472. Jessica Luna. Her lips were curved in what humans call a smile, but there was no warmth in it. Her eyes, an unusual shade of green that reminded me of the toxic seas on our homeworld, seemed to stare directly at Vrax. Hello, Commander, she said, her voice unnervingly calm. Missing something. Like, oh, I don't know, your precious security protocols. Your outpost locations? Your super-secret memory-wiping technology that you so kindly tried to use on me? Vrax straightened to his full height, towering over the rest of us. This communication is unauthorized. Identify your method of transmission and surrender immediately, or face annihilation. Jessica Luna laughed, not a nervous laugh or a frightened one. It was the laugh of a predator who knows her prey is cornered. "You really don't get it, do you?" she said, leaning closer to whatever recording device she was using. "You picked the wrong human to mess with. See, before I was an interstellar pilot, I was a neural network specialist. Specifically, I designed memory enhancement implants for victims of traumatic brain injuries." My heart sank. Of all the humans they could have abducted for study, they had chosen one with specialized knowledge in the exact field that would make her dangerous to us. "The implant in my hippocampus," she continued. "The one your scans probably identified as previous trauma? That's experimental tech of my own design. It doesn't just enhance memory, it creates encrypted backups that activate when tampering is detected." Commander Vrax turned to me, his expression murderous. I could only shake my head in disbelief. We hadn't just failed, we had catastrophically underestimated our target. "So while your little mind wipe was running," Jessica continued, "my implant was recording everything. Every code you used, every word you spoke, every system you accessed. And when you dumped me back on that mining colony, thinking I'd just be another confused human with convenient amnesia, my backup memories kicked in. All of them." "Impossible," Vrax whispered, but there was no conviction in his voice. "Oh, and the best part?" Her smile widened. "Your memory-wiping tech? It's based on the same principles as my implant, just cruder. Once I understood how it worked, reverse engineering it was, well, let's just say it wasn't rocket science. Although I am pretty good at that too." A second alarm began to sound, this one more urgent, more insistent. "Commander." Lieutenant Dreb's voice cracked with panic. "Zenith 9 it's gone, sir." "Explain," Vrax demanded. "The outpost's quantum signature has vanished. Complete molecular disintegration. There's nothing left." Jessica's image on the screen showed no reaction, confirming my suspicion that this wasn't a live transmission but a recording set to play when certain conditions were met. "By now you have probably noticed that Zenith 9 is no longer on your scopes," she said, as if reading our thoughts. "Don't worry, I didn't kill any of your people. Unlike you, I'm not into abducting sentient beings and messing with their heads. I evacuated your personnel to the nearby moon. They will survive. Their memories, though?" She tapped her temple. "Not so much." I felt physically ill. "Commander, she's reversed our technology. She's using our own memory wipe against us." "And this is just the beginning," Jessica continued. "See, you made another mistake. You assumed humans are individuals, isolated, easy to pick off one by one. But we are not. We are connected. And when you mess with one of us, you get all of us." The view screen split to show a secondary image, a fleet of ships. Human ships. Dozens of them, ranging from small fighters to massive carriers that dwarfed even our Harvester-class vessels. "That's the combined fleet of the United Terran Systems," Jessica explained. "My friends. My species. And they are pretty upset about the whole abducting humans and wiping their memories thing you have been doing. Almost as upset as I am." Commander Vrax had gone completely still, a dangerous sign in our species. "I'm giving you one chance," Jessica said, her voice hardening. "One chance to pack up and leave human space forever. One chance to never, ever try your memory games on another sentient species again. Because if you don't..." Her green eyes seemed to bore into us through time and space. "I have got the coordinates of every one of your outposts, ships, and colonies. And I have got an improved version of your memory wipe that works quite beautifully across an entire planetary population. Ask your people at Zenith 9. Oh wait, you can't, they don't remember who they are anymore." The screen went black, but Jessica's voice continued for one final message. "You have got 48 hours, Commander Vrax. And just so you know, I'm serious." The entire ship shuddered violently, throwing several of us to the deck. Emergency lighting flashed on as primary systems failed. A hull breach in sections 7 through 12, shouted someone from the engineering station. The weapons systems offline. Engines unresponsive. Commander Vrax clawed his way back to his feet. Status report. What hit us? Nothing hit us, sir, Lieutenant Drev replied, his voice hollow with disbelief. The systems just failed, simultaneously, as if they forgot how to function. I looked at the blank view screen where Jessica Luna's face had been moments before, and for the first time in my long scientific career, I felt genuine fear of another species. She's in our systems, I whispered. She's already inside our ship. Commander Vrax spun to face me. Fix this, Science Officer Nuzol. Find a way to counter her technology, or I will have you ejected into space without a survival suit. Sir, with all due respect, I don't think we can win this fight, I said, surprising even myself with my frankness. The human has turned our own technology against us, and she clearly understands it better than we do. Our best option may be to accept her terms. Surrender? To a human? Vrax spat the word like a curse. Never. We are the Harvester Dominion. We do not surrender to lesser species. With respect, Commander, I replied, I'm no longer certain they are a lesser species. The emergency lighting flickered ominously. Commander, called out our navigation officer, we are receiving distress calls from every outpost and vessel in the sector. They are all experiencing similar system failures. Vrax looked around the bridge, at his crew looking to him for leadership, at the failing systems of his mighty warship, yet the coordinates of the approaching human fleet now displayed on the auxiliary tactical screen. Open a channel, he said at last, his voice subdued. To Jessica Luna. As the communications officer scrambled to comply, I couldn't help but reflect on the irony of our situation. We had sought to harvest human memories, believing them to be valuable but ultimately ours for the taking. Instead, one human with her memories intact might just bring our entire civilization to its knees. The emergency lighting stabilized, and a moment later Jessica Luna's face appeared on the view screen again. This time, it was clearly a live transmission. She looked tired, but determined. Commander Vrax, she said, without preamble. Have you reached a decision? Vrax drew himself up to his full height. How do I know you won't simply destroy us once we have withdrawn? Jessica's expression remained neutral. You don't. But consider this, if I wanted to destroy you, I could have done it already. Zenith 9 was a demonstration, not an attack. I want you gone, not dead. There's a difference. And my people at the outpost, what have you done to them? They are alive and healthy. They just don't remember being part of your dominion anymore. They have been repurposed. They will live out their lives as peaceful colonists. Vrax's color darkened with rage. You have violated their minds? Jessica's expression hardened. Like you violated mine? And countless others? Don't talk to me about violation, Commander. You forfeited the moral high ground the moment you decided other species' memories were yours to harvest. A tense silence fell over the bridge. I found myself holding my breath, waiting for Vrax's response. And the future of our entire species might hang on his next words. Very well, he said at last. We will withdraw from human space. But this isn't over, Jessica Luna. The Dominion does not forgive, and we do not forget. A small, sad smile touched Jessica's lips. That's where you are wrong, Commander. Forgetting is exactly what you are going to do. Check your central computer. Vrax looked to me, and I quickly accessed the main database. What I found there sent cold dread through my entire nervous system. Commander, I said, my voice barely audible, she's uploaded something to our central memory core. It's propagating through our entire network. Every ship, every outpost, every colony connected to our central database. What is it? Vrax demanded. It appears to be a modified version of our memory wipe protocol. But it's selective. It's targeting only our knowledge of humans and their worlds. Nothing else. Jessica spoke again. Consider it a guarantee, Commander. In 24 hours, No one in the Harvester Dominion will remember humanity exists. You will withdraw because you will have no reason to stay. Your civilization will continue, but without us in it. You can't do this, Vrax whispered, but there was defeat in his voice. I already have, Jessica replied, and unlike your crude attempt on me, my version can't be stopped once it started. It's quite elegant, really. You should be proud it's based on your design, after all. As the implications sank in, I realized that Jessica Luna had outmaneuvered us completely. She hadn't just beaten us, she'd removed us from the game entirely. Why not just destroy us? Vrax asked, genuine confusion in his voice. Jessica's expression softened slightly. Because that's the difference between us, Commander. You see other species as resources to be harvested. We see them as people to be understood, even when they have hurt us. The transmission ended, leaving us staring at a blank screen and the inevitable approach of our own forgetting. Orders, Commander? Asked Chief Krozak after a long, heavy silence. Vrax turned away from the screen. Set course for the homeworld, maximum speed, and prepare the fleet for total database purge. Sir? Krozak's voice was incredulous. A total purge would lose centuries of scientific knowledge. Better to lose knowledge we can rediscover than to have our minds rewritten by a human, Vrax replied bitterly. Execute the order, Chief. As the crew scrambled to comply, I found myself oddly calm. Perhaps Jessica Luna was right. Perhaps forgetting was the kindest option. After all, we had tried to take her memories, believing them to be nothing more than data to be harvested. She had shown us that memories were so much more. They were identity, purpose, power. And in less than 24 hours we would forget we had ever learned that lesson. We lost contact with the inevitable dominance 4 cycles ago, said Admiral Teen, his secondary eyes blinking rapidly as he addressed the High Council. Commander Vrax's final transmission mentioned a human threat and a memory-based weapon. Then, nothing. I shifted uncomfortably in my ceremonial robes. As Archivist Prime of the Harvester Dominion, my presence at this emergency session was unusual. My domain was history, not military strategy. And why exactly is Archivist Luzak joining us today? Asked Counselor Mivra, her voice dripping with disdain. Has the situation become so desperate that we must consult our librarians? Admiral Tseen's skin rippled with irritation. Archivist Prime Luzak is here because before communication was lost, Commander Vrax ordered a complete database purge. The Archivist Prime's expertise may help us understand why all 6 members of the High Council turned their attention to me. I straightened my posture and activated my presentation matrix. Honorable Council, I began 17 cycles ago. Our research vessel Inevitable Dominance reported a successful memory harvest from a human subject designated JL 8472. The procedure was classified as routine. Spare us the history lesson, Archivist, snapped Counselor Mivra. What does this have to do with our current crisis? I projected an image of the human in question. Jessica Luna. Her green eyes seemed to challenge everyone in the council chamber. This human, I continued, undeterred, appears to have reversed our memory extraction technology and deployed it against us on a scale we have never encountered before. The council chamber erupted in outraged chittering. Impossible, declared High Counselor Drevin. No primitive species could possibly understand our technology, let alone weaponize it against us. I played the final transmission from the Inevitable Dominance. As Jessica Luna's ultimatum filled the chamber, I watched the council members' expressions shift from disbelief to horror. The human claims to have uploaded a modified memory wipe protocol to our central database, I explained once the recording ended. If true, every connected system in the Dominion will be affected within. I checked my chronometer, 7 hours. What exactly will this protocol do? Asked Counselor Traz, the only member who maintained his composure. Based on the transmission, it will selectively erase all knowledge of humans and their worlds from our collective memory, I replied. Our civilization will continue, but we will have no recollection of humanity's existence. Then we must disconnect from the central database immediately, declared Admiral Tsien. Isolate all critical systems and purge the protocol before it activates. I shook my head. Too late. The protocol has already reached 87% of our networks. The only systems unaffected are those physically isolated from the central database, primarily ancient archives and deep storage facilities. So we are doomed to forget? Counselor Mivra's voice had lost its edge of superiority. Our mighty dominion brought low by a single human? Not necessarily, I said, bringing up a new set of projections. I have been analyzing the protocol's code. It's sophisticated, but it follows predictable patterns. With access to our oldest memory technology archives on Nexus Prime, I believe I can develop a countermeasure. High Counselor Drevin leaned forward. You want authorization to access the forbidden archives? It wasn't a question. The archives on Nexus Prime contained our species' most dangerous knowledge technologies deemed too risky to use, including the earliest versions of our memory manipulation tools. Yes, High Counselor. The human based her weapon on our current technology. The answer to defeating it may lie in our past. The council members exchanged glances, communicating silently through subtle shifts in skin coloration. Very well, Drevin said finally. You have authorization, Archivist Prime. Admiral Tsien will provide a military escort. You have 6 hours before the protocol fully activates. Do not fail us. I bowed deeply. The Dominion's memory shall endure, counselors. 4 hours later, I stood in the cavernous main chamber of the Forbidden Archives on Nexus Prime. Dust covered everything. No one had entered this place in generations. This is a waste of time, muttered Captain Drizil, leader of my security detail. We should be preparing for war against these humans, not digging through ancient data stores. I ignored him, carefully activating the primary access terminal. The holographic interface flickered to life, displaying scripts so old I could barely read them. The first memory extraction technology was developed 8,000 cycles ago, I explained more to myself than to Drizil. Before we refined it for harvesting specific memories, it was designed as a medical tool to help patients forget traumatic experiences. Fascinating, Drizil replied, not bothering to hide his boredom. How does ancient medical technology help us fight a memory weapon? A notification pulsed on my personal communicator. The protocol has reached 93% of our networks, I reported. We have less than 2 hours remaining. Then perhaps you should search faster, Archivist Prime, Drizil suggested with mock politeness. I was about to retort when something caught my eye, a reference to a project called Mnemonic Shield. This could be it, I murmured, quickly accessing the file. Project Mnemonic Shield, a defensive technology designed to protect against memory manipulation. It was abandoned because it had severe side effects, but the basic principles might be exactly what we need. I downloaded the schematics to my personal device and hurried to the adjacent laboratory. The equipment was ancient but functional. What are you doing? Drizil asked, following me. Building a prototype, I replied, already assembling components. The shield creates a quantum resonance field that prevents external memory manipulation. If I can modify it to target the specific frequency of the human's protocol. Drizil watched skeptically as I worked. Even if you succeed, how do we deploy it across the entire Dominion in less than 2 hours? I smiled grimly. We don't. We target the source, the human herself. The human? We don't even know where she is. Oh, but we do, I replied, connecting the final components of my makeshift device. The protocol may be sophisticated, but it still requires a control signal. I have been tracking its quantum signature back to its origin point. The display lit up with coordinates. She's on her homeworld, I said, feeling a surge of triumph. Earth. Drizil's communicator chimed. He checked it and his skin paled. The inevitable dominance has returned to our space. Alone, no crew life signs detected. My heart sank. Vrax failed. It gets worse, Drezil continued. The ship is transmitting the protocol directly to our defense network. Planetary shields are dropping throughout the Dominion. The human fleet, I realized. They are coming. Drezil nodded grimly, already on the move. Without our defensive shields, we are vulnerable to conventional attacks as well as her memory weapon. I held up my completed device. Then there's no time to waste. We need a ship capable of reaching Earth before the protocol fully activates. You want to go to the human homeworld? Now? Drezil looked at me as if I'd gone mad. Their fleet is heading toward us. Exactly, I replied. Their forces will be focused on our worlds, and their homeworld will be lightly defended. A small, fast ship could slip through. Drezil considered this, then nodded reluctantly. My personal transport is stealthed and quick. But this is likely a one-way mission, Archivist. If we fail, our entire species will forget a potential threat, I said solemnly. A threat that knows we exist, while we would not know they exist. The strategic disadvantage would be catastrophic. Then we'd better not fail, Drezil replied, his hand moving to his weapon. Let's go hunting for a human. The journey to Earth took longer than expected. By the time we arrived, my chronometer showed that the protocol should have fully activated throughout the Dominion. Every member of our species connected to the central database would now have forgotten that humans existed. Stealth systems at maximum, Drezil reported as we entered the Sol system. But their detection technology is more advanced than our intelligence suggested. We need to move quickly. I nodded, rechecking my device. The mnemonic shield had been modified to create a cascading feedback loop that should, in theory, reverse the human's protocol and send it back to its source. Jessica Luna would get a taste of her own memory-wiping technology. I have pinpointed the origin of the control signal, I said, bringing up a map on the main display. A research facility in a region they call Colorado. Isolated, mountainous terrain. Good, Drezil replied, adjusting our course. Less witnesses. How close do we need to get for your device to work? Within 1 kilometer of the signal source, I said. And I will need to personally calibrate it to the exact frequency once we are there. Drezil gave me a sidelong look. You didn't mention that part before. Would it have changed your decision to come? He barked a short laugh. No, but I appreciate knowing when missions become suicide runs. Our ship streaked through Earth's atmosphere, sensors scanning for defensive measures. Surprisingly, we encountered none. This is too easy, Drezil muttered as we approached the coordinates. Where are their defenses? The research facility came into view, a cluster of low buildings nestled against a mountainside, surrounded by forest. No obvious weapons, no energy shields, no patrol ships. Land there, I indicated a clearing about half a kilometer from the facility. I will approach on foot to avoid detection. Drezil brought the ship down smoothly and powered down all systems except basic life support. I will maintain position here. If you are not back in 1 hour, I'm coming in with weapons hot. I nodded and exited the ship, clutching my device. The Earth air was thinner than I was accustomed to, but breathable. The facility looked even more unassuming up close, hardly the headquarters of someone who had brought the mighty Harvester Dominion to its knees. I approached cautiously, scanning for security measures. Finding none, I grew increasingly uneasy. Had we made a mistake? Was this truly the source of the protocol? The door in the nearest building slid open, and a figure stepped out, Jessica Luna. She looked directly at me, showing no surprise at the sight of an alien on her doorstep. Archivist Prime Luzak, she said calmly. I have been expecting you. My blood ran cold. How did she know my name? My title? Surprised? She asked, gesturing for me to follow her inside. Don't be. I know everything about your species now. Every memory I harvested from your databases, every thought extracted from your people. The hunter became the hunted, you might say. Against my better judgment, I followed her into the building. A large circular room opened before me, its walls lined with monitors displaying data streams I recognized as Dominion code. "Your protocol has already activated," I said, trying to keep my voice steady while adjusting my device surreptitiously. "My people have forgotten you exist." Jessica nodded, walking to a central console. "Yes, all except you and your companion in the ship half a kilometer away." "Captain Drezil, isn't it? The last two members of the Harvester Dominion who remember humanity." She knew about Drezil too. How much had she taken from our databases? "Why?" I asked, buying time as my device calibrated to the local signal. "Why not simply destroy us? Your fleet is poised to strike our defenseless worlds. Why erase memories instead?" Jessica turned to face me, her expression solemn. "Because extinction is final. Forgetting offers the possibility of change. Your species has spent millennia harvesting memories from others, building your civilization on stolen experiences. I'm giving you a chance to build something new, something better. By making us forget?" I scoffed. "How does that help us improve?" "Because I didn't take everything," she replied. "I left the memories of why your ancestors began harvesting in the first place. The desperation, the resource scarcity, the fear of cultural extinction. Your people will remember the problem, but they will have to find a new solution, one that doesn't involve violating other species." My device beeped softly, indicating it had calibrated successfully. One press of a button would send the feedback loop into her system, reversing the protocol. "And if we fail?" I asked, finger hovering over the activation switch. "If we eventually rediscover humans and choose the same path." Jessica's lips curved in a sad smile. "Then we will be waiting, with better defenses and stronger countermeasures. This is your one warning shot, Archivist. There won't be another." I hesitated, my certainty wavering. "Our entire history, our identity as a species is built on the memories we have harvested. Without them, what are we?" "Whatever you choose to become," she replied simply. "That's the gift I'm giving you. A clean slate." My hand trembled over the device. One press and her plan would backfire. The protocol would reverse, restoring my people's memories and wiping hers instead. The Dominion would survive unchanged. But then her words sank in. A clean slate. A chance to become something different. Something better. "How do I know you won't simply destroy us once we have forgotten you?" I asked, echoing Vrax's question from his final transmission. "You don't," she admitted. "But consider this, I could have already done it if that was my intention." The same answer she'd given Vrax. Consistent, at least. I looked around the room, at the data streams showing my civilization continuing changed but intact, at the human who had outmaneuvered us not through superior firepower, but through understanding. Slowly I lowered my device. "A wise choice, Archivist," Jessica said softly. "Now you have a decision to make. You and Captain Drezil can return to your people, maintaining your memories of humanity as witnesses to what happened here. Or you can wipe our memories too," I finished for her. "Make us forget, like the others." She nodded. "Complete the clean slate. But that choice is yours, not mine." I considered my options. To return as one of only two who remembered would make us outcasts, anomalies in a civilization that had collectively forgotten. But to forget would mean surrendering the truth of what had happened here. "If we choose to remember," I said slowly, "what guarantee do we have that you won't come after us again?" "None," Jessica replied honestly. "Except that humans generally keep their word. We will leave your species alone as long as you leave us alone. Evolution, not extinction. That's our goal." I thought of the Dominion's long history, the countless species whose memories we had harvested without a second thought. The civilizations we had left broken and confused in our wake. And I thought of the possibility of a different path forward. "I will need to consult with Captain Drezil," I said finally. "This decision affects us both." Jessica nodded. "Of course, use this." She handed me a communication device. It's secure. I will wait for your answer. I left the facility and walked back to our ship, my mind racing with possibilities. Drizil listened in stunned silence as I explained everything. So she's offering us a choice? He asked when I finished. Remember and be outcasts or forget and blend in. Yes, I replied. But it's more than that. She's offering our species a chance to evolve beyond what we have been. Drizil's expression hardened. My destroying our history? Our identity? That's not evolution, archivist. That's surrender. Perhaps I conceded. But what if she's right? What if this is an opportunity, not a defeat? We debated for hours, weighing our options, our duty to our people, our personal desires. In the end, we reached a compromise. When we returned to Jessica's facility, she was waiting patiently. We have decided, I announced. I will remember. Drizil will forget. She raised an eyebrow. An unusual choice. Your protocol removed knowledge of humans from our databases. I explained, but left holes in our historical records. As Archivist Prime, I can fill those holes with alternative explanations, guide my people toward different solutions. But Drizil is a military officer. His absence of memory would raise too many questions. Jessica considered this, then nodded. Very well. And what will you tell your people about what happened here? I looked at Drizil, who stood tall and proud despite knowing he would soon forget this entire mission. I will tell them nothing, I replied. I will simply guide them, subtly, away from the path that led us to conflict with humanity. And perhaps generations from now, when we encounter your species again, we will be ready for cooperation instead of conquest. Jessica smiled a genuine smile this time, not the predatory one from her transmission to the inevitable dominance. I hope so, Archivist Prime Luzak, she said, extending her hand in what I recognized as a human gesture of agreement. For both our sakes. I extended my own hand, completing the ritual. As we prepared to depart, Jessica approached our ship one last time. Remember, Archivist, she said quietly, this was never about revenge. It was about breaking a cycle. I nodded solemnly. Some memories are worth preserving human, even painful ones, if they teach us to be better. She stepped back as our engines powered up. Safe journey, Luzak. Until we meet again. Until we meet again, I echoed, though I knew it would not be in my lifetime. As our ship broke Earth's atmosphere, I looked back at the blue planet that had changed the course of my civilization. One species remembering, one forgetting, both forever altered by their encounter. Beside me, Drizil prepared for the memory wipe that would remove all knowledge of humans from his mind. He seemed at peace with his choice. Was she right? He asked suddenly. Are we better off forgetting? I considered the question carefully. Not forgetting, my friend. Evolving. There's a difference. As the stars streaked past our view screen, I reflected on the irony that had brought us here. We had harvested memories from countless species, believing them to be simply data to be collected and used. Jessica Luna had shown us that memories were more powerful than that. They were identity, purpose, and sometimes, when used wisely, they could be mercy. The Harvester Dominion would never be the same, and perhaps, just perhaps, that was for the best. Dr. Azara Nexus adjusted her atmospheric filters as she descended into the ruins of yet another dead civilization. The stale air of the underground chamber carried the weight of countless millennia, and her boots left fresh tracks in dust that hadn't been disturbed since the fall of the Cyrillian Empire. Recording log entry 47B, she spoke into her data crystal, her voice echoing off ancient walls. This makes the seventh extinct species whose final records contain the same puzzling warning. At this point, it cannot be mere coincidence. The light from her hover drone, designation PET, illuminated the massive warning tablet before her. Like the others, this one had been carved with painstaking precision, designed to survive long after its creators had vanished from the cosmos. The universal translation matrix hummed as it processed the ancient Cyrillian script. "Oh, come on," Azara exclaimed, her professional demeanor cracking as the translation appeared in her visual feed. Not these exact words again. PET, run a triple verification on this. The drone chirped an affirmative, its sensors scanning every inch of the tablet. Azara paced the chamber, her tail twitching with nervous energy, a habit her colleagues in the Galactic Archaeological Society often teased her about. But they weren't here to see this, to understand the implications. The drone's confirmation ping echoed through the chamber. Warning to all who follow Azara read aloud, her voice trembling slightly. In our quest for expansion, we encountered many worlds. Some barren, some teeming with life, some hosting primitive species taking their first steps toward the stars. Of all these, only one proved our undoing, the blue world in the system of Sol. Earth only pretends to sleep. Azara ran her scaled fingers across the ancient stone, tracing the grooves of each character. Just like the Voidborn tablet, and the Helios Federation records, and the Quantum Collective's final transmission. She let out a laugh that bordered on hysteria. Every single dead race we have studied, all seemingly unconnected, all separated by vast gulfs of time. They all left the same warning about this one insignificant planet, PET. Projected a holographic star chart, highlighting the Sol system. According to current surveys, it contained nothing more than a primitive species barely capable of reaching their own moon. The humans, as they called themselves, seemed harmless enough, amusing even, with their quaint nuclear weapons and their endless broadcasts of cat videos into space. Computer, begin new research proposal, Azara commanded, her scientific curiosity overwhelming her instinct for self-preservation. Title: Project Earth's Slumber. Objective: to investigate the correlation between extinct civilizations and their interactions with Sol 3, designation Earth. She paused, considering her next words carefully. Note for the record, I am well aware that my colleagues will mock this proposal. They will say I'm chasing shadows, that I'm letting ancient superstitions cloud my judgment. But 7 advanced civilizations don't just happen to leave the same warning about the same planet. The drone's lights flickered in what Azara had come to interpret as concern. Oh, don't give me that look, PET. What's the worst that could happen? Earth is barely into their space age. Their most advanced AI still struggles with CAPTCHA puzzles. As if in response, a small tremor ran through the ancient chamber, dislodging centuries of dust. Azara froze, her scales bristling. For just a moment, in the settling silence, she could have sworn she heard something that sounded like laughter. Right then, she said, straightening her research vest with forced confidence. PET, mark this site for detailed analysis and prepare for surface return. I need to submit this proposal before I lose my nerve, and maybe, just maybe, we will finally understand why every dead race in the galaxy seemed to fear a planet full of beings who still think nuclear fission is impressive. As she made her way back to the surface, Azara couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. It was ridiculous, of course this world had been dead for millennia. But still, she quickened her pace, her tail now rigid with tension. She had no way of knowing that at that very moment, on a supposedly primitive planet several thousand light-years away, an alert was already being logged. Archaeological Site Beta 7 accessed. Species designation Zentari. Threat level minimal. Status aware. Protocol 47 initiated. The holographic display in Dr. Azara's research pod flickered to life, casting an eerie blue glow across her scaled features. 3 weeks had passed since her discovery in the Cerulean ruins, and sleep had become an increasingly rare luxury. Research log. Project Earth's Slumber. Entry 12, she spoke, her voice rough from too much stimulant brew. The Galactic Archaeological Society has, surprisingly, approved my expedition. But first, they want a comprehensive analysis of all existing warnings, starting with the earliest known record, the Cerulean Empire. She gestured at the floating data streams, rearranging them chronologically. The Ceruleans were the first documented spacefaring race to encounter Earth, approximately 47,000 years ago. Their initial reports described it as, and I quote, a charming little mudball with peculiarly aggressive indigenous life forms. PET. Projected the recovered Cerulean text beside her own notes. Their next report, dated 3 solar cycles later, shows a dramatic shift in tone. Listen to this urgent warning to all research vessels. Sol 3 is not what it appears. We detected unusual energy signatures beneath the planet's crust. But our probes disappeared before reaching the source. The primitive species on the surface appears to be a fabrication. Azara paused the recording, rubbing her tired eyes. A fabrication. The Cyrillians vanished 2 cycles after filing that report. Their entire civilization gone in less than a year. She pulled up the next file. The Voidborn Collective encountered Earth 12,000 years later. They were more direct in their approach, attempting to establish contact with the surface dwellers. Their transmissions become increasingly frantic over time. The translated text scrolled across her vision. Day 47, the humans continue their primitive rituals, seemingly oblivious to our attempts at communication. Day 89, energy readings inconsistent with observed technological level. Day 124. Detected massive structures beneath all major bodies of water. The humans show no awareness of these installations. Day 167, they know we know. Initiating emergency protocol. The transmission ends there, Azara noted, her tail coiling tightly around her chair leg. The Voidborn Collective's home system was found completely abandoned 3 days later. No signs of violence, no evidence of mass evacuation. They simply vanished. PET. Chirped a warning about her elevated stress levels, but Azara waved it off. Yes, I know. But wait until you see the Helios Federation records. They were the most advanced civilization of their time, capable of manipulating stellar matter. Their encounter with Earth was just 2,000 years ago. The final hologram expanded, showing a massive space station orbiting a blue-green planet. The Federation actually established an observation post in Sol's asteroid belt. Their records are the most detailed, describing the humans as, and these are their exact words, adorably deceptive. Azara leaned forward, reading directly from the transcript. The longer we watch, the more certain we become their wars, their politics, their entire civilization is an elaborate performance. The energy output of their hidden installations exceeds our entire Federation's power generation. They maintain this facade with remarkable dedication, even carrying out decades-long conflicts using primitive projectile weapons. She stood up, pacing the small confines of her research pod. The Federation's final transmission was sent by Admiral Rixus herself to any who received this. We tried to be subtle. We attempted to understand their purpose, to comprehend why such an advanced species would maintain this charade. We failed. They know we have been watching. They know we have seen beneath the surface, and now they are coming. Remember, Earth only pretends to sleep. E.T. dimmed the lights, sensing its owner's fatigue. Azara slumped back into her chair, staring at the assembled warnings. 3 mighty civilizations, each more advanced than my own, each undone by their curiosity about Earth. And these are just the best preserved records. We have found similar warnings from 4 other species, though their records are too fragmented to analyze properly. She reached for another cup of stimulant brew, her hand shaking slightly. The strange part? Current scans show nothing unusual about Earth. No massive energy signatures, no hidden installations, just a primitive species still burning fossil fuels and arguing about whether their planet is flat. A notification flashed across her display. Her expedition request had received final approval. Azara's scales rippled with excitement despite her exhaustion. Well, PET, it seems we are going to get a first-hand look at this sleeping giant. The research vessel Curious Mind departs in 3 days. She began shutting down the holograms, then paused. Computer, one final note for the record. Either 7 advanced civilizations suffered from the same mass delusion, or humanity is maintaining a deception so masterful it has fooled the entire galaxy. I don't know which possibility terrifies me more. As the research pod powered down for the night cycle, a small anomaly in the data stream went unnoticed. For just a fraction of a second, all of Azara's collected records had displayed the same message. Analysis noted. Subject curious. Threat level minimal. Proceeding as planned. The docking bay of Starbase Zenith hummed with activity as Dr. Azara Nexus surveyed her assembled team. The Curious Mind, a sleek research vessel painted in the muted grays of the Galactic Archaeological Society, loomed behind them. Her tail swished nervously as she considered the gravity of what they were about to attempt. Welcome aboard Project Earth's Slumber, she addressed the small group, trying to project confidence she didn't entirely feel. You are here because you are the best in your fields, and because you are either brave enough or crazy enough to ignore 7 different extinction-level warnings. A ripple of nervous laughter spread through the team. Captain Lyra Vale stepped forward, her bioluminescent markings pulsing with barely contained excitement. The Luminian pilot had a reputation for flying into situations others deemed suicidal and somehow bringing everyone back alive. Dr. Nexus Lyra said, her voice melodious in the way typical of her species, "I have reviewed the approach vectors you requested. If Earth truly is hiding something, the gravitational anomalies around Jupiter should give us excellent cover for our initial observations." Azara nodded appreciatively. "Excellent. Though according to current data, we shouldn't need to hide from a species that still thinks quantum entanglement is theoretical physics." She turned to address the others. "Speaking of our supposedly primitive subjects, Dr. Drake, what's your preliminary analysis?" Dr. Thane Drake unfolded his gangly frame from where he'd been crouching to examine a specimen case. The xenobiologist's 4 eyes blinked in sequence, a sign of deep thought among his kind. "Fascinating creatures, these humans," he clicked, mandibles twitching. "Their biological profile makes no sense. They are simultaneously more fragile and more resilient than they should be. They require an unusually narrow band of environmental conditions to survive, yet they have adapted to live in nearly every climate on their world." Almost as if they were designed that way, Azara suggested, earning a sharp look from Drake. "Let's stick to observable facts," he chittered nervously. "My team has prepared containment units for sample collection, though I strongly advise against direct contact with the subjects." EET hovered near Azara's shoulder, projecting the mission briefing. Noted. "Our primary objective is observation only. We will maintain high orbit, using the latest sensor packages to scan for these supposed underground installations. The Galactic Council has authorized limited drone deployment for surface reconnaissance. But under no circumstances are we to reveal ourselves to the humans." About that interrupted Security Chief Mira Rand, her metallic skin reflecting the bay's lights. As a synthetic being, she approached everything with pure logic. "Why are we treating this like a stealth mission? Current data shows humans lack the technology to detect our presence. Their most advanced sensors can barely map their own asteroid belt." Azara activated a holoscreen, displaying the final warnings from each extinct civilization. "Because Chief Rand, 7 advanced species didn't vanish into thin air for no reason. If there's even a fraction of a chance they were right about Earth, we are not taking any unnecessary risks." The security chief processed this, her optical sensors whirring. "Understood. I have upgraded our defensive systems and installed additional emergency quantum translocation devices for the entire crew. Which we hopefully won't need," Azara added quickly, noting some worried expressions. "Remember, we are here to solve a mystery, not start an interstellar incident. We observe, we document, we leave. Simple." Captain Vale snorted, her markings flashing in amusement. "Nothing's ever simple with you, Doc. Remember that supposedly routine dig on Proxima 9. "The magnetic storms were not my fault," Azara protested, her scales flushing slightly. "And we all got out before the planet collapsed." "Barely," Vale and Drake said in unison. Azara cleared her throat. "Yes, well, this time will be different. We are dealing with a pre-FTL civilization that spent the last decade arguing about the health benefits of something called kale. What's the worst that could happen?" The ship's AI chose that moment to announce final systems check complete. Launch sequence initiating. Destination Sol system Earth high orbit. Estimated travel time 47 standard hours. The team dispersed to their stations, each lost in their own thoughts about the mission ahead. Azara lingered in the bay, watching through the force field as Starbase Zenith grew smaller behind them. PET chirped questioningly at her side. "No, I haven't told them everything," she murmured. "How do you tell a crew that we might be poking the most dangerous sleeping giant in galactic history? Better they stay focused on the science." As the curious mind engaged its quantum drive, Azara could have sworn she saw something flicker in the sensor readings, a brief signal, originating from Earth's direction, transmitted faster than light itself. But when she checked the logs, there was nothing there. The ship accelerated smoothly into quantum space, carrying its crew toward either the greatest archaeological discovery in history or a fate shared by 7 dead civilizations. On Earth, in a facility deeper than any human mining operation had officially reached, an automated system logged their departure time and calculated their arrival. Everything was proceeding exactly as planned. The curious mind slid into Earth's orbit with practiced precision, its quantum drive powering down to avoid detection. Through the observation deck's transparent barriers, the blue planet looked deceptively peaceful. Preliminary scans complete. Dr. Thane Drake announced, his mandibles clicking rapidly as data streamed across his console. Surface technology matches known records. Internal combustion engines, primitive digital networks, limited space presence. Nothing suggesting advanced civilization. Azara frowned at the readouts. Run a deep scan of the ocean floors. The Voidborn Collective mentioned underwater installations. Already on it, Captain Vale replied, her bioluminescent markings pulsing with concentration. But I'm getting some weird readings. The sonar returns don't match our geological surveys. Security Chief Rand's metallic fingers danced across her console. Confirmed. Ocean floor topography shows inconsistencies with historical data. Entire mountain ranges appear to have moved. Azara's tail went rigid. Mountains don't just move themselves. PET. Chirped an alert, projecting a hologram of Earth's surface. Red dots began appearing across the globe, each marking a location where official surveys differed from their scans. Look at this pattern, Vale whispered, her markings now glowing a concerned purple. These discrepancies, they are not random. They form a grid, covering the entire planet. Drake leaned closer to his readings, all four eyes widening, energy signatures detected beneath the surface. Very faint, but... Dr. Nexus, these power levels are impossible for their technology level. Launch the observation drones, Azara commanded, trying to keep her voice steady. Let's get a closer look at what humans really do down there. The drones deployed smoothly, their stealth systems making them invisible to Earth's primitive radar. The crew watched in tense silence as the first images came through. Scanning North American continent, Rand reported, showing expected level of technology. Highways, cities, power plants. Wait, her optical sensors whirred as she zoomed in. That's not right. The main screen showed what appeared to be a normal human solar farm in a desert region, but the energy readings were off the scale. Those aren't solar panels, Vale realized, her voice barely a whisper. They are masking something. The energy signature matches quantum reactor output. Drake's mandibles clattered in agitation. Similar readings detected under major population centers. These humans, they are not just going about their primitive lives above these installations, they are maintaining them. Every human city is strategically placed above a power source. Incoming transmission, the ship's AI announced suddenly. Origin Earth's surface. Signal type unknown. The crew froze. This was impossible. Earth shouldn't have the capability to detect them, let alone communicate. No response, as Zara ordered quickly. Maintain radio silence and prepare for emergency quantum jump. Too late, Rand said, her metallic face showing actual emotion for the first time. Signal already received. Message reads, "Welcome to Earth. Thank you for following quarantine protocols." The observation deck went silent. On the main screen, the drone feeds began showing something new. Humans going about their daily lives, but now, some of them were looking directly at the drone locations. Smiling. They knew. Azara breathed, her scales rippling with fear. They knew we were coming. The entire planet, everything we are seeing, it's all staged. Dr. Vale called out, her voice shaking. You need to see this? The energy readings we detected? They are not just power sources. They are waking up. PET. Projected a new scan of Earth's surface. The grid pattern they detected was now pulsing with energy, like a giant circuit board coming to life. And in every major city, humans continued their daily routines, pretending not to notice as their world quietly hummed with power that could rival a dying star. Send emergency transmission to the Galactic Council, Azara commanded. Message, the warnings were right. Earth never slept. They were waiting for us to notice. But before the transmission could be sent, every screen on the bridge lit up with the same message: observation phase complete. Beginning primary protocol, the curious mind shuddered as waves of energy pulsed from Earth's surface. On the observation deck, chaos erupted as systems blared warnings in multiple languages. Multiple structures emerging from the ocean floor, Security Chief Rand reported, her synthetic voice cutting through the alarm sounds. Pacific, Atlantic, Indian, all major bodies of water simultaneously. Size and configuration unknown. Captain Vale's markings flashed emergency red, getting massive gravitational distortions. Whatever they are building down there, it is warping space itself. Dr. Drake stumbled as another tremor rocked the ship, catching himself on his console. The humans, they are not even reacting. Look at the drone feeds. They are just going about their day like nothing is happening. Because they knew this was coming, as Zara realized, her scales pale with shock. Every dead civilization, every warning, it was all a test. We were never the observers, we were the ones being observed. The main screen showed impossible sights. Massive structures rose from the oceans, sleek and otherworldly, water cascading from surfaces that seemed to bend light itself. But on the streets below, humans simply walked past, occasionally glancing up with knowing smiles. Energy readings are off the charts, Vale shouted over the growing chaos. They are pushing more power through that grid than our entire civilization can generate in a year. ET projected an urgent warning. Orbital satellites were activating. Not the primitive communication devices humans officially maintained, but advanced weapons platforms that had been disguised as space debris. We need to leave. Now Rand's metallic hands flew across her console. Detecting multiple targeting systems, they are not even trying to hide their technology anymore. Azara watched in horrified fascination as the facade crumbled. Human vehicles on the surface transformed, revealing advanced hover technology. Buildings shifted, previously hidden defense systems emerging from what had appeared to be simple architecture. Quantum drive not responding, Vale reported, her markings now pulsing with pure fear. They have us in some kind of containment field. These beings, they do not just have advanced technology, they can manipulate fundamental forces. The ship's AI crackled to life, but the voice that came through was not its own. Greetings, curious mind. Please maintain your current position. Your cooperation in this study has been most illuminating. Study, Azara demanded, her scientific curiosity momentarily overriding her terror. You were studying us. Of course, the voice replied, sounding almost amused. How else could we evaluate the development of galactic civilization? Every species that reaches a certain level of advancement eventually notices our little deception. How they react tells us much about their potential. Drake's mandibles clattered rapidly. The other civilizations, the ones that vanished, what did you do to them? Do? Nothing at all. They chose their own fates. Some attempted invasion, others tried to steal our technology. A few even attempted to destroy Earth rather than accept the truth. They failed, of course. The Ceruleans came closest to understanding. But even they could not accept a primitive species surpassing them. The crew watched as more impossible structures emerged. What had appeared to be Earth's moon shifted, revealing it was actually a massive observation platform. The entire solar system had been a carefully maintained illusion. Your civilization shows promise, the voice continued. You came seeking knowledge, not power. That is rare. Azara's tail lashed with sudden anger. Promise? You terrorized 7 civilizations into extinction. No, Dr. Nexus. They destroyed themselves. The revelation of our existence merely exposed flaws that were already present. Civilizations that cannot handle the truth that they are not the most advanced species in the galaxy tend to self-destruct in rather predictable ways. Vale's console erupted in new warnings. Doctor, they are powering up something big. Really big. The voice took on an almost gentle tone. Do not be afraid. This is merely a demonstration. Your civilization has reached a crucial point in its development. You need to understand what awaits you among the stars, both the wonders and the warnings. Through the observation windows, reality itself seemed to bend. Stars shifted position as space twisted around them. Earth glowed with power that defied comprehension, its carefully maintained mask of primitive civilization completely abandoned. We only pretend to sleep, the voice explained, because a galaxy that knows it is being watched behaves very differently than one that believes itself unseen. Your civilization has now graduated to a new level of awareness. The question is, what will you do with this knowledge? The containment field released its hold on the curious mind. The crew stood in stunned silence, watching as Earth revealed its true form, not a primitive world taking its first steps into space, but the seat of a power so advanced it had turned deception into an art form. You have 12 hours to return to your council, the voice said firmly. Share what you have learned. Choose your next actions carefully. Oh, and Dr. Nexus, do try to be more subtle with your next research project. We have been monitoring your progress since you found the first tablet. As the transmission ended, Azura realized that Earth had not simply awoken. It had never been asleep at all. And now, thanks to their curiosity, the galaxy would never be the same. The curious mind limped through quantum space, its engines straining after the encounter with Earth's true power. On the observation deck, Dr. Azara Nexus sat surrounded by holographic displays, frantically recording her findings while they were fresh in her mind. Emergency transmission to the Galactic Archaeological Society, she spoke, her voice hoarse from hours of documentation. Subject Earth. Priority absolute. The truth about humanity is far more terrifying than any of our theories suggested. PET. Hovered nearby, projecting additional data as she talked. They are not simply an advanced civilization hiding their true nature. They are guardians, watchers, measuring the worth of every spacefaring race we know. Captain Vale entered the deck, her bioluminescent markings still dim from exhaustion. The Council just responded. They are convening an emergency session upon our arrival. Good. Azara nodded, her scales rippling with nervous energy. They need to understand what we discovered. The humans, they let themselves be found. Every warning tablet, every mysterious disappearance, it was all part of their evaluation system. Dr. Drake emerged from his lab, all 4 eyes bloodshot from analyzing data. The biology makes sense now. Their seemingly random genetic traits, their adaptability, everything we dismissed as evolutionary quirks. They engineered themselves to appear primitive while maintaining capabilities we cannot even comprehend. The ship's sensors continued recording Earth's transformation. What had appeared to be a simple solar system was revealing itself as an intricate network of advanced technologies, all disguised as natural phenomena. The Cyrillian Empire. Azara continued her transmission. They did not vanish. They attacked Earth, thinking they had discovered a primitive world hiding valuable technology. Earth simply removed them from our reality, shifted them somewhere else. The Voidborn Collective tried to steal human technology. Believing they had found an emergent civilization, they suffered the same fate. Security Chief Rand's metallic form reflected the holographic displays as she added her own analysis. Each civilization that discovered Earth was given the same choice we just received, except that they were not the most advanced species in the galaxy, or try to prove otherwise. Those who chose aggression vanished. Those who chose denial destroyed themselves. But why, Vale asked, her markings pulsing with confusion. Why maintain this elaborate deception for so long? Azara's tail coiled tightly around her chair. Because they are creating a galactic filter. Every civilization that reaches a certain level of advancement must face the truth about their place in the universe. Earth is not just testing technical capabilities, they are testing wisdom. The holographic displays showed the countless defense systems humans had hidden throughout their solar system, each capable of neutralizing entire armadas. Yet they chose to present themselves as primitive beings, sending radio signals into space and celebrating when their rovers reached nearby planets. We have to warn the Council, Drake clicked nervously. If they respond to this revelation with military action, then humanity will do what they have always done. Azara finished. They will maintain the balance. The strong survive, but only if they are wise enough to know when not to use that strength. She took a deep breath, recording her final observations. To any who find these records, remember, Earth's greatest deception was not their technology. It was convincing the galaxy that power alone determines a civilization's worth. They do not sleep. They watch, they wait, they judge. And now they are watching us, waiting to see if we learn from the mistakes of those who came before. PET. Chirped a warning, detecting unusual quantum signatures following their ship. Azara smiled grimly. Of course they are tracking us. We were never going to escape their attention again. The question is, what will our civilization do with this knowledge? Will we pass their test or join the others in whatever reality Earth has prepared for failed students? The curious mind accelerated toward Galactic Council space, carrying a truth that would reshape the understanding of every spacefaring race. Behind them, Earth continued its charade of primitive civilization, watching, waiting, ready to judge the next species that thought themselves wise enough to uncover its secrets. 10 cycles had passed since the curious mind's return. Dr. Azara Nexus stood before the Galactic Council chamber, her scales dulled with age but her eyes still bright with purpose. The massive hall was packed with representatives from every known civilization, gathered to mark a decade since first contact with true humanity. We thought ourselves so clever she addressed the assembly, her voice carrying to every corner of the chamber. We looked down at Earth with amusement, watching their petty conflicts and primitive technologies. We thought we were studying them. The price of that arrogance. The complete restructuring of galactic society. PET, now upgraded but still faithful, projected images of Earth as it appeared now. The planet no longer bothered maintaining its primitive facade. Massive structures orbited freely, their purposes still unknown. The quantum defense grid pulsed visibly, a reminder to all who approached. The humans gave us a choice, Azara continued. Accept our place in a larger universe, or follow the path of the Cerulean Empire and the others. The Council chose wisely. But that was only the beginning of their test. Captain Vale, her luminescent markings now bearing the stripes of an admiral, stepped forward. Our civilization passed the first trial by choosing peace. But Earth demanded more. They wanted proof that we could grow beyond our limitations. And grow we did, Dr. Drake added, his once black exoskeleton now streaked with silver. The humans shared fragments of their knowledge, but only after we proved we could handle each revelation. The price of learning was constant vigilance over our own actions. Security Chief Rand, her metallic form now integrated with technologies learned from Earth, displayed the latest data. 3 more civilizations have reached the threshold this cycle. 2 chose aggression and vanished. 1 chose wisdom and joined our community. Azara's tail swayed thoughtfully as she addressed the council. But today we have gathered for another reason. Humanity has deemed us ready for a final truth, one that even I did not suspect during our first encounter. The chamber lights dimmed as a new hologram appeared. It showed Earth, but not as anyone had seen it before. The image zoomed out further and further until the entire galaxy was visible. Then it kept going. We thought Earth was testing civilizations within our galaxy, Azara revealed, her voice trembling slightly. The truth? Our entire galaxy is just one test site. Humanity maintains similar observation posts throughout the universe, each masked as a primitive world, each monitoring the development of countless species. Gasps echoed through the chamber. The hologram showed hundreds of galaxies, each containing its own version of Earth, its own testing ground for emerging civilizations. They were never pretending to sleep, Azara concluded. They were giving us time to wake up, and now they offer us a choice again. We can remain as we are, a successful student of their tests. Or we can apply to join them as guardians, watching over other developing galaxies, maintaining the great filter that separates wisdom from mere power. The chamber erupted in discussion, but Azara was no longer paying attention. Her gaze was fixed on PET, whose sensors had detected something unusual. In the drone's display, a small alert flashed: application received. Status pending. Note they learned faster than expected. Recommendation approval. Azara smiled, remembering her first discovery of those ancient warning tablets. She had thought she was uncovering history, but she had actually been taking the first step in an application process older than her civilization. As the Council debated humanity's offer, a small blue planet continued its work, monitoring countless galaxies, guiding countless civilizations toward wisdom or oblivion. Earth had never truly slept, and now, neither would they.